Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the next installment in RaceRoom's 2023 ranked campaign. Tonight, we take to Germany for one of the most renowned circuits in all of motorsport. Tipped as the green hell, the Nürburgring is a battle throughout. But not only do we get spoilt to the main 2.4-hour GT3 race, myself, Zach Sweeney and Dara Thacker will take you through two races. First, reminiscing in German motorsport history with the DTMs before moving to some touring car action. And while Dara, welcome back into RaceRoom. It's nice to have you continuing us in the commentary team. And what's to come today? What's to expect?
Well, I mean, we've got a lot of racing to come. I mean, the DTM in the 992 and the WTCR cars are likely to be very exciting around this Nordschleife ring. So I'm very excited for this, and we've got some classic cars on the way. And I hope we have some fantastic racing along with it.
Absolutely. So as it stands, the drivers at the moment are in their qualifying session. They've had a few minutes just to get around the circuit, put a best lap time in before we then take to a 3-lap race around the Nürburgring. I was about to call it a 3-lap sprint, but it's not really a sprint race when it comes to the Nürburgring, being, almost 20 kilometers in length. There's a list of cars that we take to with the 1992 DTM, long before myself and Dara were actually born. You've got the Audi, the BMW, Ford, Mercedes, and the Opel, which are 5 of some of the most prestigious names when it comes to motorsport, Dara.
Oh, 100%. And these cars, I mean, just looking at them, I mean, we said it beforehand that they looked wonderful on the track, and they really do. And it's a pleasure to see them going around once again. But the Audi, the BMW, the Ford, the Merc, and the Opel, all of them really are classic cars of the age. And yeah, they look wonderful on the track, don't they?
Yeah, before we actually jumped live, we had a shot of that BMW M3, and oh my word, yes. Is it a gorgeous car. One of my favourite retro cars ever. It's just such a nice car. Sounds beautiful, and hopefully will give us, also with that Mercedes as well, it must be said, that's one of my most favourite cars to actually just chuck around the Nordschleife, funnily enough. It's just so fast, so fun, and they're cars that you can just chuck around. You can throw in the limited assists. They're not modernized. They've not got a ton of downforce like we see, with recent times. These really are just old little dingers that you chuck around a circuit.
Yeah, they really are. And I think we're going to see some exciting lines being taken, and maybe some excited rear ends as well on the exit of some of the corners, because they can be quite a bit of a handful, but they are quite a lot of fun to drive as well.
Indeed. So, well, we are now just concluding qualifying, and the front row goes to Andreasen and Balash Noj, who take to the front two, both in Mercedes. Then the second row is completely BMW with Weisenmüller and Daniel. Grote rounds off the top 5 with Lusanovic for a regular name in the RaceRoom ranked there in 6th. Sebastian Ray then comes home in 7th with United Chrisel just in behind, with Marchain at the top 10. Sagabin, Kunast, Rossell and Vossler the top 7 rows, with Locken rounding off the top 15. We've got a lot of names to go through today, a big grid of 31 cars, so we'll let the rest cycle our way through. But well, look at that, only 1.5 seconds covering the top 22 in that qualifying session, and around a very, very long lap that we have got at the Nordschleife. Well, it's incredibly close, it's incredibly competitive, and it should breed for some really good racing as well.
Yes, hopefully so. I mean, again, at one point, that is not a big gap for such a long track, and some of these guys will be right with each other for the entire race through, so they'll be looking to make moves. Maybe places we're not necessarily expecting to move, but that will lead to some exciting racing ahead, I very much hope.
Fingers crossed. Then when it comes to qualifying, obviously the Nordschleife, we do take to both the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix loop. We're doing the full 24-hour layout of the Nürburgring. Where and when are we going to see moves made? Because obviously through the main Nordschleife, very narrow, very difficult to make those moves. Does that mean qualifying is going to mean a little bit more coming into this race, or are people going to be able to make the most of those opportunities once we get to the GP loop?
I think it will be difficult, actually, you're right, I mean, through the Nordschleife, it's going to be difficult to find the lines, find the inside, and try and really find where you can make the move. But I think, especially on the Grand Prix circuit, there are those gaps where it is possible to find the line. And, I think, we might see a couple people get impatient, especially on that last lap. But I think it's a couple of laps, it might be a little bit tame, but it will liven up by the end when those moves have got to be made as soon as possible.
Indeed so. Yeah, desperation is probably one of the biggest drivers for for moves. Obviously, we have this very, very long back straight as well. Once you do the entire Nordschleife loop, to round it off, you get a long time to relax and breathe after what you've just done. And funny enough, the time that the car's going the quickest is the time that you have to relax. But yeah, expect carnage, chaos throughout. What is going to be, or what maybe are going to be the main attributing factors to success here today? Is it going to be speed? Is it going to be consistency? Is it going to be racecraft? Or is it going to be a combination of all three?
I think it's going to be a combination of all three. I mean, we've got, be consistent around the Nordschleife. I mean, it's such a flowing circuit at times that if you're offline in one corner, you're going to be offline for the rest of the mini sector. You can't really call it a sector, can you? It's such a long track. But yeah, you've got to be on it the entire time. And I think for some of the guys, it's going to be critical, especially at the front, to try and get the lines in that first sector immediately.
Indeed so. Well, we are taking to the rolling start to get us underway for 24 minutes, 3 laps of action. It's the Norwegian of Henrik Andreasen, the Hungarian of Noj alongside him, both in Mercedes, the 2 BMWs in behind with green flag running, and we're underway for the DTMs here at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, the first of our 2 support races, and they hurtle the way towards turn number 1. A clean start, it must be said, for Andreasen, but Weisenmuller looking to go to the outside of Noj in towards turn number 1, using the cam, a bit of contact as they run their way through, not taking to the usual turn 2, a quick cut through the left-hander, and already a fantastic move there for the BMW to get himself up in a second.
Yeah, and it's important to make the moves very early indeed, and turn 1 is a fantastic place to do so. They're still sorting themselves out down near the back. I think there's a cut, or no, I think there's a little bit of an issue on the telemetry there, but yeah, it's very important for Weisenmuller to get that move done very early indeed, and Daniel isn't far off Noj either at the moment.
Not at all. Yeah, we've got United and Ray going side by side as well on that run in towards the Dunlop hairpin. Very much is bouncing around is United. I think maybe not the most stable of cars in all honesty. Now the rise up the hill towards the Schumacher S. The quick flick to the left, then the quick flick to the right, and still our top 3 not separated by much at all. Seems pretty uniform for the race start for now, but are we expecting it to liven up when we get to the Nordschleife? Are we expecting there to be bigger differences in the pace? But look at Weisenmuller straight away on the attack and straight away defended from Andreasen.
He is, and Daniel's in there as well. He's going to go to the inside of the right hand, and I think he might be able to get the line, but Andreasen really is defending from these 2 BMWs. Weisenmuller looks like he's got the outside line, but through this right hander you can really swing it through, just hanging on to the car on the outside, and Daniel's coming through. 3 wide, nearly up towards... Oh, so close, but I think Weisenmuller does have the lead on the inside. That's a great move. From 3rd on the grid to 1st, but the time they hit the Nordschleife is critical.
It is. It gives them that track position. Also, the 2 BMWs that started on the second row have worked themselves up. Bit of contact in behind between the Mercedes and the BMW. We head in towards the first corner on the Nordschleife for the first step of many around a circuit that is over 20 kilometers long. Weisenmuller has gotten the best start. Petter Daniel has followed them through. The 2 Norwegians of Henrik Andreasen and Christian Grott just in behind 3 and 4. Already chaotic starts, and already people making those small mistakes. Little bits of twitchy rear ends heading their way through the quick flicks, the left, then the right, then the left, then the right again as we head our way through the first sector of the Nordschleife. So far so good, and you touched on it, very important for Weisenmuller and Daniel to get that track position before we hit the Nordschleife.
And I mean, we're seeing it here. I mean, it's all single filed out. Oh, as we see Daniel, actually, is that Daniel? No, it's Andreasen trying to come back at Daniel. Up the hill, but he can't quite find the line. But yeah, generally, I was about to say it's all single file through there, but Andreasen maybe took away my point a little bit. But as they all come through, yeah, the top 4 have got a bit of a march on the rest. Noj really dropped away, didn't he, off that start? 2nd down to 6th by the time they got to the Nordschleife. And that will not have been the start he was looking for, but, you know, the BMWs are very happy where they are at the moment. Well, it's like Grosser, I think Grosser has got through, hasn't he? Yes, on Andreasen, so Andreasen's still slipping back. Yeah,
the Mercedes, as a car, really has fallen back in the initial moments of this race. That sideways from the Ford, oh my goodness me. A strong right foot there from United, who we were touching on through the Dunlop hairpin. Did have a bit of a twitch and already seemingly quite struggling with the grip of that Ford. And well, we did touch on how these DTMs are so eager to chew up and spit you out. They are pure driver cars. Everything is done in the cockpit. Everything is done by feel and instinct, and that is exactly what is going to win the race here today. But yeah, Mercedes as an outfit really not getting off to the best of starts. BMW seems to have been the ones that have rose to the occasion, but look at Christian Grotte. He is flying in that BMW, already in that Ford, trying to go for the move on that BMW through the left. Quick flick to the left, of course, and a bit of a twitch might open the door for Andreasen to launch a counter-attack.
And it's just side by side through here. I did think Grotte was going to be able to make the move on Daniel, but all of a sudden Andreasen's come back in, but a big slide.
Oh!
I think he got a little bit stable from his countryman there, helping him out, but now might be under a bit of attack from Norge, who's way past Voet. As they come down the hill, but it's going to be, again, it's going to be difficult as sparks fly off Bottas' car. It's going to be difficult to find the moves, especially towards the final sector, as Andreasen stamps on the brake pedal, and it's getting a little bit dicey, but they're through, and the BMWs really do now have quite a big advantage at the front.
Yeah, they're going to be loving life, and it was all in part due to their fantastic start. They didn't wait around, they didn't play the patient game. Straight away, Weissmuller and Peter Daniel were on it, and they were making moves, and very critically, as we say, got that track position, and it's now really helped them, because while Grotten and Andreasen behind battle, the two BMWs, Peter Daniel is in on it. It's a mutual thing between the two of them. Get away, get some distance, get some breathing room, because the last thing you want to deal with at the Nordschleife is, well, driving it for one, and for two is having pressure while trying to drive it. It's pressured enough just hitting every apex, getting around without putting it into the barrier, let alone trying to retain track position, let alone trying to stay in a lead fight.
Exactly, and I mean, it's going to be difficult for, I think, the chasing pack, who are these guys here with Norge and Andreasen and to try and really put their foot down, because they've got to push a little bit harder than the BMWs do, as we see so one of the Mercs coming down towards... Actually, it's a train of Germans down here, isn't it? From 12th down to 18th. I was about to say behind his countrymen, but they're all behind their own countrymen, as we see Rie, I think, up there. But yeah, no, it's interesting, because Norge does seem to have refound a little bit of pace. They're of course going to have to fight a little bit more as we move through the laps. As yes, I think Grotte and Andreasen swapping positions through the carousel. They come. Bit of bump drafting there. I don't think that's the technical term for it, but that's what they were doing. But yeah, these three I think are going to find it difficult, because they've got to push that a little bit further to try and catch the two BMWs up front, who are trying to hit every apex, as you said. It might increase the chance of mistakes like there from Grotte, and we'll have to see how this develops.
We will indeed. It'll be an interesting one in of itself, but the more these two start to fight, not only does the gap between Weissmuller, Daniel and themselves get quicker, but they also shorten the gap between those behind. They bring in more people, more competition, more people to stress themselves out, more people to force mistakes, more people to nick track positions. That Ford is running so incredibly low. The body roll on it, it's such soft suspension, and you can see how committed these drivers are, chucking the car through each and every single corner, pushing the limits. Andreasen now trying to get on the back of Christian Grotte up through YouTube corner. Fantastic sights, it must be said. Plenty of views going up onto that one when they hit the highlights, because oh my word, sparks are flying, commitment all around. Bit of a mistake there from Grotte, it must be said. That is just going to invite Andreasen to maybe go for a move. He sees a gap, but not really much in it. Onto the grass sideways as he works his way through, and now he's got the up and under. Still with that, maybe an opportunity through to get himself onto the podium. Nothing quite happening on this occasion, and that's the thing for Andreasen. Surely he wants to go and catch, but Grotte's just inviting him to battle more than anything, which is just spiraling into the fact that, well, Grotte makes a mistake, Andreasen goes for a move, Grotte defends it, Andreasen's then still behind, then goes for a move again, and all it's doing is allowing the two BMWs in front to stretch that advantage. If you're in a situation like these two Norwegians, how do you close the gap? How do you just switch off and go?
I'm not too sure. I mean, at this point, I'd be disillusioned if I was Grotte, to be fair. But oh, he's gone very wide again. I think that's going to invite Andreasen. They're still going to go side by side. Well, they're not going to catch fighting like this. For the 19-kilometre mark, and a little bit of contact onto the grass for Andreasen. I mean, I think at this point, I think it's fair to say, without a big mistake from the two MWs, they're gone. They are 1 and 2. They are 4 seconds up the road now. That is a big gap. To then, I mean, you know, it's a Fraser Motorsport. It's one thing to catch, one thing to overtake. At the Nordschleife, even more of the case. So I think it's going to be incredibly difficult. The way that the Norwegians are fighting right now, as we see them again coming down the main straight, Andreas and getting past once again. If they keep swapping positions like this, as Daniel then takes the lead as well, they're going to be side by side into the final sector.
They are indeed. I think Daniel's just managed to get the measure and discourage Robert Weisenmuller for continuing that move, because, oh my word, to do that would probably be a death trap and would probably promote the two Norwegians into first and second. Fortunately, Weisenmuller is the wiser. Petter Daniel, with such commitment, such bravery on that drag race through the Dottinger Höhe into the final few S's, has now taken the lead. We're a third of the way through this race already as carnage ensues. United, who unfortunately has, well, had a very scrappy start to this race, now falls behind the Spaniard of Marchena and down to the back end of the top 10. Only one lap in, 2 to go, and plenty still to uncover. A bit of a mistake there from Andreas, and he's going to fall behind Luciano Wittfuhr and potentially Noj as well, who continues to fight side by side on that run into the next left-hander. Has he quite got the overlap? Wittfuhr defends. He is incredibly aggressive. No matter what car you put it in, he is not going to want to give this position up at all. He's been given 4th place, but a send to the inside from Noj. He now continues to go side by side with the Flying Dutchman, who gets pushed to the extent of the circuit, and here comes Andreasen. He's now trying to thread the needle through the middle into the Dunlop hairpin. This could get messy.
Could get messy, but Noj to the inside of Wittfuhr. Oh, and it will get messy because it's a spin for Andreasen. He's held it just about through the middle of the Dunlop hairpin, but he gets back off the power. But he's down in P7 now, and it's definitely between Noj and Wittfuhr up the hill through the Schumacher S as they climb their hill. I think the BMW's just about going to have it, and he's had a little bit of a quiet opening lap, hasn't he? He's risen to 4th. A little bit under the radar, but it's helped by the mistakes that we've seen from Noj, from Andreasen. But now it's got Grotta some free air to try and fight the top 2, but it's definitely not filling with confidence with those lines as Noj comes back down the inside.
He does indeed. Now a straight drag fight. You've got Sebastian Ray in the background as well, looking to follow his fellow Mercedes through. Decides to back out of that one. Noj keeps 4th place. Luciano Wittfuhr very eager to work his way through. He's one driver you do not want to cross. Seen him in plenty of Touring Car Championship. He is incredibly aggressive and will not leave an inch. You know, and he's one of those drivers that, well, if you give him an inch, he will take a mile as well. So aggressive and so clever about it at the same time, and this fight for 4th is definitely going to be one that's very, very interesting. Similar to this fight right here, Petter Daniel versus Robert Weisenmuller. The fight continues as we enter the Nordschleife for the second time, both on the limit, well, even sometimes stepping over these cars. Well, they are not liking the drivers too much, and the drivers, well, their hands are moving very, very quickly, let's put it that way. It's such a difficult environment. I mean, what experience do you have with the DTMs and cars like these, and how do you control them when you've got no traction control, no ABS, no power assisted steering, nothing like that around a circuit like the Nürburgring?
It's so difficult. I mean, but around circuits, particularly like the Nürburgring and Nordschleife, it's so difficult, of course, because those cars don't really want to do what you tell them to. As we see Daniel, we see the back end stepping out a bit through that right-hander, and Weisenmuller will see that, but it is so difficult to try and nail the control on the car every single corner because it can be such a difficult animal to drive. I just wanted to say, actually, I was just thinking about this. Weisenmuller will remember that Daniel got past him towards the final few corners of the lap, and he might be trying to think the long run whether he can make the same move. But then, with it being a 3-lap race, if we see the same happen again, Daniel's going to come out on top. So I think it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse fight between these two as they try and control the cars. It's so difficult to try and find the line, especially when the rear end is stepping out, as it is for these guys. You can just see the slide from Daniel. But it really is difficult. I mean, Weissman's going to come back from the inside, but he bounced over that curb. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this battle develops, because I think they're going to have to be smart about it. They've got the 4-second lead to Grotta again.
They do indeed, and that does give them a little bit of wiggle room with a 4-second lead like that. It means they can, fight a little bit more, and well, Weisenmuller's not too worried about getting the move done quickly because he's not really under any pressure from behind. He's happy for now just to sit here, learn his opponent, find a way through. He's not in any rush per se. He's still got a lap and a half of the Nordschleife left to go, so plenty of time to get moves done. Similar to this fight here, Sebastian Ray hanging on to 5th place. Where has Luciano Wittfuhr gone? I believe he is out of this race. I think he's taken a DNF. Yeah, he's out. The Ballas Esports driver is out of the DTM support race here. And, well, that is largely unfortunate. Sebastian Ray. Wow, okay, car control at its finest. He's not controlled it on the exit, though, a little bit wide, and Andreassen's going to say thank you very much and work his way back into the top 5, still squirming under brakes, though, with Sebastian Ray. Those rears, well, yeah, they don't like the German very much, let's put it that way. And, well, yeah, again, it's just a testament to how difficult these cars are to drive. We could say it until we're purple in the face, but they're spending more time sideways than they are pointing in a straight line, which obviously just goes to demonstrate how difficult this circuit is. But it looks cool, I suppose, Darren.
Yeah, interesting. Loads of these on social media. I mean, the amount of slide that Andreasen was getting through that right-hander over the top of the hill was incredible. I mean, they're just such difficult beasts to tame, these cars. And they are really, really throwing them around, trying to find every thousandth that they can. But at the moment, for these guys, for Andreasen, for Naj, for Rea, difficult to make up the time. I mean, they've got to chase after Grotte, but they've got a 4-second gap to him, who's then got another 4-second gap up to Weissenmüller and Daniel up top. But yeah, they are some absolutely lovely camera angles of these cars going sideways, aren't they?
Yeah, that is one thing. Very picturesque, as Norway Nick is having a bit of a moment in that Ford, and he's being chased down by two M3s who are hot on his heels in the form of Maddox and Nuevo, who are fighting him for P19 in the overall standings. Very large grid, it must be said. Cameron Roger sent a message to us, and he said that he's very impressed with how big the grid is, considering it's a classic race. Cameron Roger obviously will be commentating on the main races. Oh, Locken, unfortunately, with a bit of a mistake, loses the place to Kunast into 12th. But yeah, very respectable that even with the classic format, you don't really see many people liking classic cars, but we have got a very extensive field taking to the grid today.
Yeah, but I think especially with these cars, with these particular DTM cars, and the fact that we're on the Nordschleife, it's an offer that it's hard to refuse, I think, when we're seeing the racing that we already are. It's just so difficult to just contain the car. It just goes left and right when you don't want it to, but not just having to defend now from Andreas and get into the real meat of the lap. That's very wide, yeah. You can see the sparks flying as he bangs back into the tarmac. Yeah, these guys really are finding the lines difficult, but Grosser isn't that far away. You can see him further up from Noj and from Andreas and from Rea, who is sticking close to these guys. He is not completely out of sight, and he is definitely within reach.
Indeed so. It's not a million miles away. It's not going to take too much of a miracle, but with just shy of a lap left to go, their opportunities are going to run very thin. I think it is going to be a two-car shootout between the two BMWs that started on the second row and have commanded this race, well, since the end of the GP loop on the first lap. They have been on fire since the beginning, and as the cars take to a jump, oh my goodness me, these cars are absolute weapons around the Nordschleife. It looks like so much fun to drive. It looks incredibly stressful, but Noj is looking backwards. He shared the front row with Andreasen, and well, now they're settling for 4th place. 1 place off the podium, as pushing the limits is the Norwegian, getting all over the rear end of the Hungarian and trying to find any sort of an avenue through. The Mercedes have struggled in race pace, but through the carousel, using the camber to rotate the cars, these cars can take to the carousel. Many do have to go all the way around it. And out through the right-hander that then leads you onto the Dottinger Höhe. It's all about getting the power down. It's all about using the slipstream, but getting the power down is easier said than done in cars like these.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen so many sideways moments that it's just so they're really running the limit.
Here comes Weissenmüller.
Yeah, I said it earlier that I'm proud that it's coming true, that Weissenmüller has waited until straight to make the move, and Daniel will just have to sit in behind. But again, Daniel will know that if he can replicate that once again on the final lap, then he'll be the one to cross the line first. But these two are so far clear that I don't really think at this stage worth.
Oh, he's wide. Weissenmüller's wide. He's messed it up. He's in over the grass, and that might well be a slowdown going the way of the German, who rejoins in front of Daniel, who sort of is a little bit distracted. A little bit. The slowdown will be served by Weissenmüller. Daniel will retake the lead of this race. 1 more lap left to go then here at the Nordschleife. And, well, I guess in some ways that's actually worked in Weissenmüller's favour, because now on the last lap, that final run through the Dottinger Höhe, he's still going to be behind Daniel. So silver linings of sorts when it comes to that mistake through the S's. A very scary moment, though, it must be said.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Daniel would have expected Weissmuller to get past and may have planned that final lap in advance, thinking behind. But no, he's in the lead. He's going to have to push. He's going to have to pull that gap to the German. And it's going to be interesting to see whether he can do it. Andreasen has really put his foot down as he's got past Noj now. He's good, what, 8/10 clear or so of the Hungarian driver as they come on towards the right bottom of the track at the Dunlop hairpin. But yeah, still a lap to go. There's still a lot that can happen. It's a very, very, very long lap, as we all know. And Daniel, as we see, will have to pull that gap to Weissmuller if he can.
Yeah, it's going to be easier said than done, though, because these two have been down each other's throats since the start of the race. Both have given their all. Also, look out for Christian Grotte as well. Only 3 seconds back, so any more mishaps between these guys as we lose the Swede of Espenholt to the Nordschleife as well. 3 drivers, Espenholt, Vosseler and Wittwer, all out of the DTM 92 support race. Weissmuller pushing the limits and drifting his way around. And I suppose with cars that have limited downforce like these DTMs, you know, nowhere near as complex. They're essentially just road cars that take to the circuit. I guess to combat the understeer, the inherent understeer that you are going to get with a lack of downforce, you do have to use the throttle to rotate the car in of itself, because you can't rely on downforce to do it for you.
Oh yeah, definitely, and I think that's definitely one of the biggest reasons why we're seeing so many big slides on exits as the drivers try and get the power down, and they're pushing their foot as close to the floor as they dare, because they know that if they push it any more, they will be sent spinning. But they are, I mean, these two up front, Daniel and Weissmuller, are really doing the best job of doing that. They are really on the limit. I mean, Weissmuller did make that mistake right at the end of the second lap, but apart from that, these two have been pretty much flawless in controlling their BMWs from start to where we are now. Don't quite want to say finish, because I know that if I do, one of them will make
a long way to go.
At least. Yeah. So as we see, yeah, you see how long we have to go on that track map. It's a very long way for them to go. But Grotte is still there. He has closed a little bit. That gap is now 3 seconds. I don't think it's being closed quick enough to try and challenge for the top 2.
No, I'm in agreement. So I don't think that Grotte really has enough, unless these two start to battle, unless Weissmuller sends a move. There he is in the Ford Mustang, and, well, has been doing really, really well, it must be said, in a field that's largely dominated by Mercedes and BMWs. They do seem to be the car of choice. We do also have the Opel, but no one has decided to go for that. It's only Audi, Mercedes, BMW and Ford, with the majority going to BMW and Mercedes. But up there in the Ford, Christian Grotte is doing a brilliant job. And has slowly but surely worked his way up. A DQ for Norwenik in the Ford. So, well, the only way I can really think that he's done that is he's not served. No, because you would get a drive-through for not serving a slowdown. My guess is he's taken too many incident points.
Maybe a Nuevo as well, actually, has been DQ'd. Staffed up. Sure. That's happened. Yeah, you must be right. I mean, I can't think of any other reason that would have happened. Daniel and Weissmuller won't care. Those cars were a
like,
ways behind
who?
Yeah, they've not seen anyone else in this race for the last 20 minutes or so. They are having a whale of a time up at the front. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure how that's happened, actually. But, well, we'll have to see if any more get DQ'd by the end.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see. Obviously, don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We've got the DTM. This is the first of our 2 support races. We then take to some WTCRs just after this. Then, of course, the main event, the 2.4 hours of the Nürburgring, the next step in the instalment of RaceRoom's ranked campaign in 2023. It's a brilliant, brilliant display. And, well, we've had brilliant races since the start of the year, starting all the way back with the Daytona 2.4 hours, which was an event in of itself. Brilliant racing. Bathurst as well along the way, and the Dubai 2.4 hours as well. So plenty has been done and plenty more to come in terms of RaceRoom Esports and 2023. Lucan, the German, at the moment trying to push for P11 with a little bit of a slide in his BMW. And once again, no surprise, yellow flag is out. That is Racer, unfortunately not being a very good one at tumbling down the order. He finds himself rejoining the circuit in 17th. And, well, the Nordschleife is once again proving how difficult it is. Looking at that gap, though, better Daniel, Robert Weissmuller, 1.2 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, that has really pulled out, hasn't it, over the last, minute and a half, 2 minutes? And we said that Daniel would have to pull the gap over the Nordschleife. By the time They get past the Dertinger Ho and try and get down that straight, and he has well and truly pulled it so far. Of course, we've got a lot of the Nordschleife still to run. Yeah, I mean, it's a great job by Daniel if he's going to be able to win this race after pulling that gap through the Nordschleife on this third and final lap. Yeah, up and down the field. I mean, I just saw Lucan's car. It was very colourful there. The BMW, more colourful than the guys here who've just gone with the BMW livery in their car, but it still looks wonderful as they come towards the carriage. We're getting towards the carriage now. Yes, we are. There we are.
Boom! Look at
there
you.
It is.
Gareth Packer, ladies and gents. He knows his Nordschleife. Awesome. Yeah. Well, 1.1 seconds. Yeah. Go on.
I said that and I was worried that I had that wrong, but then all of a sudden it appeared. So.
It's like stab in the dark. There's like 170 corners here. I've got to choose one of them. Yeah. It might be like. We'll see. No, they are. They've gone through the carousel. They've got two of them. We've got the main one. Then we've got the little bit of a smaller one towards the end of the lap. Christian Grott under pressure from his countryman of Henrik Andreasen. He's pushing the limits in that Mercedes. Started on pole, of course, but is now looking to settle for a podium. Now, as they dip their way downhill, they've got the right-hander next up. And it's all about setting your opponent up. But I'll be honest, Andreasen might not be able to see much because all he's got are yellow sparks in his face.
Yeah, there's a lot of sparks coming off of that Ford, and have been the entire race long. I was going to mention it very early on. I mean, I remember coming down into turn 1, I saw it, I thought, that is a lot of sparking going on from the Ford, but it's still going on, and he's got a little bit offline through the right-hander. Andreasen really has pulled. I mean, Naj has been dropped by about 3 seconds on this lap by the Norwegian, who is now fighting his countryman for that final podium space. That rear end still not complying, but there's not long to go.
By no means is there long to go at all. We've got, well, about 3 proper corners before we actually start on the Dottinger Hohet for the final time. Weisenmüller's not got very long to close the gap back up to at least the slipstream range. If he can get into a point where he can feel it, it'll then exponentially rise as he gets closer. The slipstream works more as jumping over the crest. That'll never get old. These cars around the Nordschleife, it's the most picturesque, most beautiful combination that you can think of as we round off the DTM 1992 race here at the Nordschleife with only a few corners left to go and still a lot to be decided. Weisenmüller, look at the strength of that slipstream. It's now, well, 3/4 of a second. It's now as they run their way through the next right-hander, starting the Dottinger Hohet. The race is on for the leaders, up and under from Andreasen.
The race is really on. I mean, Weisenmüller has pulled back that gap quite nicely. As Andreasen is so close to the back of Gröter. I mean, yeah, they're just going to come out of the Dertinger Ho now and just power towards the final few S-bends and then the line. Weisenmüller is gaining. You can just see that time drop as Andreasen gains as well. But Weisenmüller, does he have enough? I mean, it's such a long straight. He'll be gaining and gaining and gaining. Praying that he gets to the back of Daniel by the end of the race. Andreasen going for the move now for third.
Indeed so. Drag racing while that Mercedes is out dragging the Ford, which is quite surprising because the Mustang is all about power. Dipping a wheel into the grass though. Weisenmüller pushing the limits into the S's for the final time. They've only got a couple more corners left to go. Who's it going to be? A bit of a twitch as they both push the limits. Now with, well, the flick to the left and the run to the line, it might well be Petter Daniel who takes victory here for the DTM 1992 support race here on RaceRoom. He's going to see the checkered flag first, and he's going to take a very well-deserved victory. Petter Daniel across the line, victorious in Germany, with Robert Weisenmüller and Andreasen rounding off the podium. Christian Grott going to be absolutely gutted with that. Continuing to fight, though, is Noj and Sebastian Ray for 5th in the background as well. It is going to be the Hungarian that takes 5th place. The battle is continuing all the way down the field. Locken and Kunas still fighting over 11th place. They have done all race long. Petter Daniel, though, take a bow. Very well-deserved race win, but a good attempt from Weisenmüller, it must be said.
Yeah, definitely. I think Weisenmüller, he tried... well, Daniel made the move at the end of lap 1, didn't he? Through the S-bends, and then Weisenmüller tried it on the second lap, and it worked out well for him. But then on that third lap, Daniel pushed away just enough to claim the win here. I mean, the slipstream was effective, not quite effective enough at Weisenmüller by the end. But yeah, fantastic win from Petter Daniel there.
Also, Dareth Acker, are you Brendan Lee? I think is the question being posed in the YouTube chat. J-Tor thinks that you're the 2-time Formula 1 esports world champion.
I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't mind I've been to F1 Esports Championships, but no, I'm not. I didn't even. That has never been said to me before. That's a new one. I'll
You
have
know
to
what?
write that
Now
one
it's been
down.
said, I can hear it. Now it's been said, I can hear it.
Can't I'm never even heard it myself, so I'm writing that one down now. I'm gonna check it out later and try and work it out.
Side-by-side voice comparisons between Dareth Acker and Brendan Lee. But yeah, very good way to open up the evening. Not disappointed in the slightest. The DTMs, no surprise really. I mean, classic cars, amazing circuit, little to no assists. Obviously, we've been told they have got ABS, but apart from that, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. These are pure field cars. So much fun to drive, and well, that's an awkward way to end the race as Kleiner gets his way past Gra in probably the most interesting of fashions and spins himself out as well for good measure. That was a fantastic way to round off the DTM 1992 race. But yeah, that fight for the lead was amazing. The track, the car combination, equally as good. And now we go to, I was about to say the opposite, but it's not really the opposite in that case, because DTM and touring cars aren't too dissimilar, apart from really their drivetrains. The style of racing that you get is actually fairly similar.
It is, and I hope we get a similar kind of race, because that was fantastic. I mean, we had racing right across the lap, actually, from all of these guys. We've still got the final car of Dynet to come in. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this next one. I'm hoping that we get that kind of action once again, and I don't see why we can't, because, yeah, the cars look fast, they look fun. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as well. We are going to then give you the confirmation as soon as everyone's crossed the line in the DTMs, and we'll run you through the final running order of this race. But do stay tuned. As I say, this is a 3-race evening. We've been spoiled to. RaceRoom have really spoiled us for choice in this regard. Peter Daniel, though, in terms of the DTMs, is the one that takes victory. Robert Weisenmuller in second, with the Norwegian of Henrik Andreasen taking third place. Christian Grott in fourth place, with the Hungarian of Noj in fifth. Then comes Sebastian Ray, United, Marchena, Crisell and Rossell, the Spaniard, rounding off the top 10. And, well, beyond that, we've got the likes of Lucan, Kunast, Henkel, Trickett and Racer, the top 15, in such a closely and hard-fought midfield. It was anyone's game. Maddox, Maisman, Dechau, Sokolov and Carretero, the top 20. We'll let the rest of the results cycle their way through, because beyond that, it was a lot of DNFs, a couple of disqualifications as well, and obviously not what those affected, the likes of Espinal and etc., would have necessarily wanted out of this race, but almost what we expected from the Nürburgring.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of fun racing as well, but we did expect a couple of people to come a cropper, and sure enough, they did. But yeah, Peter Daniel on top after a fantastic race. And we'll have to see if the guys in this next race are able to not get disqualified. I'm still not sure how that happened. I think 3 of them in the end got disqualified, which is surprising. You mentioned the first one, and almost immediately the second popped up as well. But yeah, hopefully this next race can provide another fantastic race, because that really did deliver the DTM 1992 cars.
Of course it did. They know what they're doing, these drivers on RaceRoom. Only really the best, essentially. A lot of familiar names when it comes to the RaceRoom ranked events. A couple of new ones as well, and let's not forget, we are only broadcasting the top split. There are so many competitors in this ranked event, and that's what I love about RaceRoom. Is all the way back in Daytona, when we thought of participation, it was already a big step forward from 2022, and it's been growing ever since. There are so many splits taking part. No matter your skill level, you have got an avenue to get involved, have some fun, and take to the same experience that some of the top guys, the aliens, are doing as well. Which I love that as a format. Is so inclusive. RaceRoom has always been about the inclusivity of the community-based things, and yeah, everyone has the opportunity to have fun.
I mean, it's fantastic. It's lovely to see, because everyone can get involved if they would like to. And yeah, we get some great racing, and some guys can come the ranks, and we'll see more names come through, I'm sure, in the future. And yeah, it's a fantastic event, fantastic format, and yeah, I'm lost for words other than fantastic at the moment. But
Fantastic. It's fine.
For 3 of fantastic.
If anyone wants to donate Brendan Lee a thesaurus, that'd be fantastic. He Would love one.
I'd love someone to send him that, and then he would be so confused as to why he's Brendan Lee has a thesaurus. But yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. He'd have a lot of fun. Looking forward though, at the moment the touring cars are at the moment in their qualifying session. They get half an hour to go around the circuit. It's a long circuit, so they need a long time to do so. But talking about the race that's to come, I mean, it's such a difficult circuit, and you can see they're actually talking about participation. 1,697 people taking to this ranked event. Insane numbers, which is exactly what we love to see. But looking forward to the evening, the touring cars and by extension the GT3s, Dara, what is there to look forward to? What type of racing are we to expect when it comes to the touring cars?
I think with the touring cars, you've got very close racing. You've got a little bit of they can take a little bit more bump, I think, than some other cars. So you can see a few people trying it through to corner, maybe braking a little bit later, maybe bumping the car in front. As we see, these are the cars. We've got the Audi, the Cupra, the Honda, the Hyundai, and the Link. And again, I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, these cars, like I said, they can take a little bit more slack than some others, and I think we will see a couple of drivers try a little bit of more, not necessarily an aggressive style, but not so conservative. Might be trying to find a line, might not be afraid to stick a nose a little bit further down the inside than they otherwise would. But yeah, I think these cars are really going to serve up a lovely race ahead for us.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, obviously, the nice amount of touring car choices that we've got here on RaceRoom. A lot of variety, and anyone can really jump in and take their pick. As I said, we have got some of the best when it comes to RaceRoom esports here on broadcast. So we'll talk you through actually some of the participants who are actually taking to the qualifying session right now. You can see we've got the likes of Sebastian Ray, Denez, Alan Axon for Trip 6 Motorsport. Brilliant driver when it comes to touring cars. Trip 6 Motorsport, he was one of the ones, the pioneers in fighting for the top spots week in, week out. He's one to look out for. We've got Rafayeta, we've got Werner, Sanchez, Ade, Ross Lance for Next Gen Racing. So many big names, and just look at their rating as well. It just shows such a high standard of esports drivers taking to the grid. Such variety as well. People from all over the world. Look at the flags, all the colours, very pretty, and also look at the diversity that we're getting in terms of the car choices as well. Just as it's scrolling its way through. I mean, so many different people from all over the world in so many different cars. There's just a lot to dissect, and it just goes to show the strength of sim racing to collectively bring all these people together that otherwise would have no clue who each other are.
I mean, we have 5 nationalities in those top 8 drivers there accounted, so it really is a mix of people from right across the world. I mean, we've got a lot of Europeans, of course, but yeah, I mean, the cars look great, which is a good thing, isn't it? It's never nice to have a boring-looking car, but yeah, they're going to look great around this Nordschleife, and we can just see how they're getting on. Currently, Edge is top of the times, 8:57.
Yep, and well, by about 2.9 seconds, which again, around a 9-minute lap, isn't a lot. Still plenty to sort of dissect. Talking a little bit though, I can see Sebastian Ray is in this qualifying session. Obviously, we've just seen him in the DTMs. How big of a learning curve do you reckon it'll be? How big of a difference is it going to be between the DTMs heading now into the touring cars? Different drive change, different style of racing. How do you adapt that quickly?
I wish I could tell you. I mean, I'm not as good as these guys, so they'll know better than me. But I think you've just got the feel of the car will be different. But these guys will have been practicing, so I think a bit of muscle memory. The second they get in the car, they get the feel back very quickly. I mean, the Nordschleife is such a long lap, which does mean the corners they don't take the corners through practice as much as they would at other shorter tracks. When they get into the car, the feel of the car, they can kind of just pick it up quite quickly. I mean, these guys drive at such a high level. They're very good at moving from one class of car to another and performing incredibly well. And yeah, I think we're going to see that with some of the guys who have done both of the races in the season.
Indeed. So, Do you think it'll put him at a disadvantage, though, by any means? Or do you think that Sebastian Ray, provided obviously his ability in touring cars, full stop, let alone that difference in adaptability, do you think having that DTM race first, will it be a blessing or will it be a hindrance for Sebastian Ray? Because both sides of it, he's got the track position, but he's also in a completely different car, different driving style, all of those things. Are we expecting it to help him or slow him down?
I can't see it helping him in any way. I'm not too sure whether it would actually slow him. I think we see he said a purple middle sector. He might have taken that first sector to come back up to speed, but he's straight back on it in the middle sector. But I think it may be a slight hindrance. Of course, he will have just driven another completely different car, another completely different field car, so it won't help him, I don't think, compared to the others who will have. Some of them may only have been they've focused more of their practice onto these cars. But yeah, I can't see it being too much of a hindrance. But I think he's come towards the end of the lap. Purple middle sector, he might be able to go to the time sheets, but we'll have to see.
We will. It was a fantastic lap from Ferenc Denez as well. Werner and Arde round off the top three. 4 tenths slower to the first sector, but 3 tenths quicker to the second sector, so fairly even, it must be said, between Sebastian Ray and Denez. Now the run to the line. What is the German going to be able to do? Maybe looking a bit stronger in these touring cars than he was in the DTMs. Across the line, and provisionally, it's second place in qualifying, just under 9 tenths off the Hungarian of Denez, who is flying in that Hyundai, and once again improving, going from strength to strength. Look at that, 1.5 seconds quicker through the middle sector. Yeah, he's on for a flying lap, it must be said. I think he's going to set the standard, but based off what we saw in the DTMs, with Andreasen taking pole by about 2 seconds, I think it was, qualifying doesn't necessarily translate into race pace. So, yes, Denez looks quick now. Will he look quick over the course of the 3 lappers? A little bit of a mistake going through the right-hander.
And I think it'll be interesting. I mean, of course, 1 lap pace and race pace isn't the same, but of course this is only a 3-lap race. As he goes, I thought he was going to go a little bit wider, but kept it within the limits. I think with it being a 3-lap race, and with these guys probably doing similar amount of laps qualifying, as he jumps over there, I think it should be, it should be possible to keep up this pace into the race. It will be relatively similar. It won't be too much of a difference lap by lap, and only going by 3 times will mean that I say there isn't too much room to make a mistake. Obviously, they go through more corners per lap, but every lap, if you can dial it in correctly, you need is 3 times to dial it in. Granted, that's more difficult than at the Red Bull Ring, as that will take you far less time and effort than Nordschleife. But I think he can do it. But the pace he's currently setting is scintillating. Have to see if he can keep that pace up, but the pace can be high. I mean, by this he might even have a 2-second advantage for the end of this lap.
Well, we'll wait and see. Obviously, he's got a long wait now with the Dong Ho. All he's got to do is keep his foot planted and keep the car pointing in as straight as line as possible, essentially, as Louis Gamero moves his way up into 4th, a couple of swap rounds on the time machines. That's the thing about the Nürburgring. It's a long lap, as Arde gets himself up into 3rd as well. Is you're waiting a long time for laps to come in, but as a whole, obviously, take the Red Bull Ring, for example. In a qualifying session, say if you did have half an hour to do so, would you be more inclined to push at the Red Bull Ring, go completely flat out? I mean, it's qualifying. You're trying to extract the most out of the car that you can. But when you come to the Nürburgring, are you still carrying that same level of optimization, or are you reeling it in ever so slightly just to get a lap done?
That's a very good point, actually. I think because, of course, they have 9-minute laps. In effect, I mean, 8:57. This might be a little bit quicker than theirs. Let's see the time. Yeah, 56.8.
Nice.
Goes a little bit faster. Yeah, goes another 10ths faster or so, 9 tenths faster than what he had already done. And yeah, but no, it's an incredibly good point you've made, because with it being such a long lap and there's being so much room for error over the course of a lap, every lap feels like a banker. It will have to try and get it together very quickly, but then will not be pushing, I don't think, to the absolute extreme. I think some of the guys towards the bottom end may use their final laps, which they'll have to be starting soon. like a health for leather because they've got nothing to lose. But those guys at the front who know that they've got the pace in hand may not necessarily want to risk a spin or a big mistake just to aim those extra 300s when they already know they're going to be up near the front anyway. So I think that's a very important distinction. And yeah, I think you made a great point there.
But does it not open the door for people who are able to push a little bit more to then gain that difference back? Because I guess it's fairly similar to sort of wet weather driving in that regard, is the sense that it's wet, there's more room for error, so you slow it down a little bit. But then does that on the flip side open the door for people to say, you know what, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to send it as fast as I can, and I'm going to put in a fantastic time. Obviously, that carries the risk, and it's the risk versus the reward that you want to carry. But if you are a driver that feels confident enough to push at every single corner here at the Nürburgring and not mess it up, surely you're going to then be reaping a massive reward relative to everyone else.
Yeah, and you make a very good point, but it's so difficult. I mean, if you can nail it, you've nailed it, and you fully deserve your position. I think some of the guys who might take a more cautious approach to qualifying may be in the thinking that, yeah, they might lose a couple of positions that they wouldn't have otherwise lost. They know that they've got that pace in hand for the race. They know they can try and outrace those guys, and it might be more difficult. It might be frustrating at the start, especially. I think it's the trade-off. I think if you're willing to give up that little bit of time, I think those guys will be very keen to get on it at the start of the race, but they know exactly what they're doing. Just hope to be as far up as possible. Hope those guys who are pushing hell for leather will make the mistakes. We'll have to see as time progresses. I mean, we've got another 7.5 minutes of this qualifying session. Then we're going to have that 3-lap race, and there's a lot of room for error, but there's also a lot of time to make up on some other guys if you can nail the circuit.
Indeed, so riding on board with It's Van Tits, the Hungarian, who is not purple to the first sector. I think that is a slight error. Might be that he's invalidated this lap. I believe that's what happens when that does occur. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's still on a flying lap. He's yet to set one though in the Audi RS3, and I must be said, it's nice to see quite a little bit of variety. We've got a couple of Hondas in there. We've got the Hyundais, we've got the Audis, we've got the Cupras. It's quite a diverse setup in these touring cars, and usually people see the Cupra Leon as the out and out quickest touring car, which is why in many championships it is bopped to oblivion. But no, I think we are seeing a very nice variety, which opens the door for different chassis to play to their strengths. Because at a circuit like the Nürburgring, every box is ticked, which means that every chassis strength is going to be catered to. But also with that, every chassis weakness is also going to be catered to.
Definitely, and I think that trade-off will create an interesting race. I mean, the difference in the cars, a lot of the guys have chosen the Hyundai, but there's also quite a few Audis in there as well. A few Hondas scattered about the place as well, and a couple of Cupras. Luis Gamero up there in a Cupra, and Sanchez as well. 2 Spaniards in Spanish car. But yeah, I mean, you're totally right as we see Hungarian come towards the line. But yeah, I agree. There's going to be those trade-offs, but to in both ways with those advantages and disadvantages. And we'll just have to see which comes out best for the drivers by the end of the race. We will
wait and see then as the final lap times are in effect. 5.5 minutes left to go of this qualifying session. And, well, when that's done, when time 6-0, done, dusted. RaceRoom doesn't care if you're on a flying lap, doesn't care if you're 10 seconds quicker than the pole time. You don't cross the line before the time is 6-0, tough luck, sunshine, and you are not going to be able to improve, which is a circuit as long as the Nürburgring really does hurt a lot of drivers, and I think it's why they've been given half an hour to qualify. But it really means that you have to time your lap to perfection, and in those dying moments really deliver, like with Denez, already purple by just less than 1/10 of a second over the 3-minute first sector. The margin for error is so slim. He's got to hope that he can get to the checker flag before that time at 6-0. Otherwise, this lap is in the bin.
Yeah, but it remains to be seen whether that will matter. I mean, Raya's going quicker, but it's not quite going quickest. So is Axon and Luis Gamero, and they're the only guys at the moment who look like they are earning the timing page's forest colour as we see them flying through the forest. But Denez is a bit slower in that middle sector. But yeah, I mean, he's got a 1.5 seconds worth of an advantage to Raya. I mean, with that improvement, I think he's the only man who might be able to challenge. But again, that remains to be seen. They've still got 4 minutes. There's still time for some of these guys to finish laps, but I'm not sure how many will be able to finish their laps. Russell looks like he's going fast as well at the bottom there after a purple first sector. We'll have to keep an eye on that one as well.
We will indeed. Those that are still on laps then are the top two. We've got Fernic Denez, we've got Sebastian Ray. Ray, unfortunately, is a little bit slower. He's improved on his own time, but is still down. That's why it's green. It means he's improved on his own time, but he's not quite matching or beating the Hungarian's time. He's about 0.6 of a second slower to the first sector, 0.3 to the middle. We've also got Jose Luis Gamero in 5th place, improving on his time. Alan Axton for Trip 6 Motorsport inside the top 10, getting the cheer on from Rich Weatherall in the YouTube chat. Who else have we got on a lap time? We've got Roselle, but I don't really think that the Spaniard is going to be able to do much. What I am interested in, though, is that straight fight between Denez and Ray, because a very, very slow middle sector for Denez there. Gray, 0.6 of a lap slower than his own lap time. He's going to be hoping that Ray doesn't have a barnstorm in final one.
He's going to be very hopeful that the German can't quite get him right at the end of the session. But, you know, there's still quite a lot of time for him to find some time himself. Comes through the left and the right and then onto the right once again. But yeah, I think we'll have to see if Ray can make that time. And he does. He goes fastest by just over 0.2 of a second. So that must have been a fantastic final sector. As we see, that's Denez going very wide. Yeah, that's that lap gone. Oh, yeah, Ray, I think, may have just have stolen pole at the end. But I mean, there's a couple on laps. Cell is one of them, but he's a long way down in that middle sector. That's I mean, said he might take a little bit of a while to get up to speed after being in those DTM cars. When it mattered, he's made it count.
Sebastian Ray, ladies and gentlemen, when it counted for Denez, it wasn't enough to see him on pole position. A 9-minute lap comes down to 1/4 of a second. That is so unbelievably small of a margin. Yeah. Sebastian Ray, ladies and gentlemen, take a bow for the German, who after a decent race in the DTMs comes into the touring cars and he is firing on all cylinders. Denez is going to be gutted because that final lap was decent in the first sector, but the second and third, the pressure got to him ever so slightly. Maybe looked and saw that Ray had topped him, got distracted and thought, oh, brilliant, and then subsequently that got to him, his morale dropped. We'll see Alan Axton across the line as well. He's on a slight improvement, a few seconds down on the pole time, 7.2 to be exact, but looking a little bit quicker on his previous best. He's got the left-hander, then the dart to the line. You can see to green. We'll see his run to the line because it's not very much to see him ahead of Raffaetta. Now takes the final lap in qualifying and sees him in 8th place. A decent improvement there from the Brit. The start of qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Ray. I mean, we spoke about the pressure and reeling in laps and pushing on laps to make the most of your situation. Sebastian Ray, I think, found that balance between caution and optimization. He walks that golden mean and he's found himself right at the depth of it, able to snatch pole position. But that's one thing. Qualifying's one thing. Now winning the race is going to be even harder. Here are the results of qualifying. Sebastian Ray and Denez, the front row. That's going to be a very spicy one throughout the 3-lap race. We've got Arde and Werner, row 2, with Luis Gamero rounding off the top 5. Then comes Ross Stance and Sanchez, 6th and 7th. Alan Axton, the 4th row. Raffaetta and Pap, the top 10, 9.4 seconds off the pole time. Beyond that, we've got It's Van Tits just outside, Locken, Van Voldeveld, and Chris Maniac, the top 7 rows. El Clerc in P15, and then we'll let the rest cycle their way through, because once again, a very extensive grid in the touring cars all the way down to Peter in P28. A couple of people not able to set lap times, but Dara, this is going to be a race to remember because Denez is going to want revenge for qualifying.
He is definitely going to want revenge, and I'd love to see those 2 laps of Ray and Denez side by side in real time to see where the time was gained and lost, because you're right, less than 0.3 of a second for a 9-minute lap is absolutely nothing, and it'd be interesting to see where those hundredths and those thousandths were gained. But yeah, Denez is going to really want it. But those 2, after qualifying, it would suggest that those 2 are the 2 to watch out for, but as we saw in the other DTM race, from that 2nd and 3rd row can find their way to the front, especially on that opening tour of the Nürburgring. So we'll have to find out whether they can do it. But yeah, Raya and Denez, very interesting front row, and we'll have to see if Denez can get his revenge.
And if you were in Ferenic's position right now, how would you approach this race? What mentality would you take into? Would you dwell on the qualifying? Would you use it as motivation? Would you maybe go into the race more cautiously because you've lost the pole, or would you go in so much more aggressive and try and get that pole position back? And on the flip side of that, Sebastian Rey, how does he approach this race as well? Because he surely his aim is to keep the victory for as long as possible. But I don't know what are going to be the game plans for the top two going into this race, because they're coming from two vastly different sides of the spectrum, surely.
Yeah, I think Rhea will be hoping to keep behind, to be honest. I think that'll be more of the goal rather than pulling. I think for the Hungarian, it's going to be a case of trying to make the move, but he must have that confidence inside of him to know that he has that pace, and he can do it if he's patient enough. And I think, first couple of laps, if he can make the move in that first couple of laps, that's fantastic. But if it comes to the final lap, we might see him get a little bit desperate. We mentioned it at the top of the show. At the Nordschleife, we do see a little bit of desperation creep in every now and again. It is so difficult to make the move. Yeah, I think it's going to be one to watch throughout, but I think it's going to be very important for the German to get that lead by the time they hit the Nordschleife for the first time.
And I forgot to do it for the touring car, for the DTMs, but for the touring cars, who's coming out on top? Who's taken the win, Dara?
I'm gonna go with the German on pole. I'm gonna back him. I'm gonna say he's going to fend him off. There we go. Got up there, but yes, I think it's going to be the German.
Well, that was fantastic prediction. And just to be different, I'm going to go with Dinesh, just so we can have that battle, just so I'm not boring and go, oh, Sebastian Rey as well. We are moments away from the race. They are on the rolling lap now towards the green flag. Sebastian Rey, Frank Dinez, the front row. A quarter of a second separate them in qualifying. We've got Arde and Vernet 3 and 4 just in behind as well. 24 more minutes of racing action. 3 laps of the Nürburgring 24-hour layout is about to get itself underway. The Audi RS3 leads us in towards turn number 1. Sebastian Rey puts his foot to the floor and sends us underway. Dinez very quickly darting to the slipstream, nearly single file as we head away in towards turn number 1 for the first time. You can see Dinez, the Hungarian, looking to the left-hand side to try and sail his way to the outside of turn number 1. Arde under pressure from Vernet, who sends the move to the inside as well, using the camber of the corner, continuing to go side by side. The Hyundai looking to move his way into the race lead. Sebastian for now able to hold off the offence.
He has, and it's very important that he did that very early on. I mean, Werner is still there as well. I mean, we've got to remember, even though those guys were a few seconds off in qualifying, with being such a long lap, the percentages aren't that big corner to corner. So they are very much still in and around those guys. We see Ardai. I think Rostans and Luis Gamero are fighting out for 5th and 6th as well as they come down towards the Dunlop hairpin for the first time. But they are generally singled out the moment. Maybe for the removal on Sanchez, but not quite this time. But yeah. Start for Raya, it's exactly what he needed, and Dinesh will be right on the back of him, and I'm sure will be sniffing around for the move for the rest of the race.
Indeed so. Less than half a second separating the top two at the moment. However, the fight that we're following on right now is Zoltan Papp and his pursuit on Sanchez, Alan Axon, Rostans and Louis Gamero fighting over 5th place. Rostans looking to get the up and under in that Audi, not quite able to do so as it stands. We've also got the Honda Civic of Alan Axon, one of his favourite touring cars, one that drove him to success in the Trip 6 Motorsport Super Touring Championship. He's now trying to emulate some success here today as we run away in towards the NGK chicane, the left then the right before we head away onto the Nordschleife. Alan Axon keeping 7th place as well. Pretty uniform start, it must be said. A couple of discrepancies, some people having mishaps, as that's way too late on the brakes there from Zoltan Papp. Oh my goodness me, a send from a mile back, and well, it's not really made much of a difference.
Oh, he's getting his position. He's not really affected anyone else's race, and goes on for those guys down there in P8, 9, 7, 8 and 9 really, as they hit the Nordschleife for the first time. But yeah, gaps will start to form as we go through the Nordschleife for the first time. Of course, single file, more difficult. We see Raya making a big gap at the moment to Dinez, who won't be too pleased to see the German escaping out of view. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see whether Raya can pull over this first lap, or if Dinesh will stay close. We saw in the previous race for the DTMs that the two leaders, Daniel and Weissmuller, spot positions down that long straight at the end of the lap. We'll have to see if Dinesh can emulate that here, but he's losing some time already. Axon and Sanchez still fight over P7. I think this is going to be one to watch for the rest of the race as well.
Indeed so. That's what I love about these ranked events, is that no matter if you're at the top of the grid, the middle of the grid, or the back of the grid, you've got someone to fight with. You've always got something to aim for and improve upon or fight for, as Sanchez is very daunting in the rearview mirror of Alan Axon as they head their way into the first major overtaking opportunity of the Nordschleife into this long right hand, that if you're brave enough you can keep it on the inside and brake a little bit later. Sebastian Rey though 1.1 seconds clear of Ferenc Dinez as it stands, and a very important buffer it must be said, because as we said over the course of the DTMs, having that margin to breathe is so important, because it means you're not constantly stressing about the consequences of mistakes. There was that Alan Axon going wide going into this complex of corners. No, it was actually Sanchez. He's under pressure from the Hyundai of Pab. They go side by side. Sanchez is able to settle that dispute ahead, but it does give Alan Axon, as I said, that crucial breathing room just to relax and focus more on his driving as opposed to his racing.
And he's got his compatriot of Rostance in front of him, and he might be trying to aim for him further up the road, but yeah, I mean, we see the gap haven't really formed. These guys are still very close together. I mean, Lurken here as well, really in the mix behind Rafayeta as he is in that Cupra, but Rafayeta getting really sideways in the middle of the corner. I think that might give Russell a bit of a sniff on the back of the German as they come down the hill. But yeah, these guys are still really fighting it out hard. The field spread is not wide. Top 27 covered by only 25 seconds or so, but that's very wide for Russell. That is in the wall, and that might give the advantage to the Dutchman. Oh my word. It's really close down there, but he keeps the position. Still fighting in front as well. This is a great start to the race.
Plenty of oohs and ahs coming out of our mouths, because, well, it's yeah, it's interesting. Let's put it that way. In terms of people going for moves and threading the needle and close calls, and sometimes plenty of points going up for near misses. Let's put it that way. As the fight for the top 10 continues, the Italian of Rafayeta is locked in a fight with Lockin just behind in P11. That fight is going to continue for plenty of time to come. 1.5 seconds separating Rey and Dinez at the moment, and just a moment, I was literally just about to talk about how Dinez was able to get that gap under a second, and in the moment of Dara stopping speaking and me starting speaking, it's grown back up again to 1.5 seconds, give or take. And that's the thing about the Nordschleife. Of course, they're in two cars, the Audi as opposed to the Hyundai, and their gap in qualifying wasn't that much. You said you wanted to see the side-by-side of each lap, just to see where the time was gained and lost. Is that what we're seeing right now? Different sections of the Nordschleife tailoring better to the German and different tailoring to the Hungarian? Are we just going to see that fluctuation all race long, do you think?
I think we will. I think tracks like the Nordschleife have that tidal effect on that time where it comes in, it goes out, you know, you have better areas of the track and areas where you could find a little bit more time. And yeah, I think it is that kind of effect that we're seeing here with Rey and Dinez. Werner as well has not dropped back at all. He's still within a couple of seconds of Rey up in front, so he's definitely still in the mix. And with these guys being so close and the field spread not really happening as much as maybe it happened in the previous race, a bit of a mistake might be more costly here, and it's going to be interesting to see whether the guys can put on that straight and narrow, I say straight and narrow, very twisty and narrow of the Nordschleife, and try and get all of that lap time that they can find without pushing it too far, because if you push it too far and a car arrives, you're losing the position, and we've said how difficult it is to reclaim that position. And yeah, I think that's the effect we are seeing, where we have the pull and the push of lap time from different sections of the track. You see a bit of a slide there from Dinez. He's lost a lot of time actually now. Look at that, 3 seconds now to Raya. Oh, he's going to have to find it back at some point, because that is a big drop. 2 seconds in the last minute or so.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily attributed to that fact of tailoring to different sections. Is struggling is Dinez, to say the absolute least. Now he's got Lars Werner for company in the Audi RS3. Oh my word, or does he? Werner, whoa, goodness me. The German getting all sorts of squirrely and out of shape in that downhill run, managing to hang on to it. So quick hands, of course, in the cockpit of that Audi RS3. But yeah, Denez is the Hyundai meat in the Audi sandwich. Well, in the Audi bread, the Hyundai sandwich with Audi bread, when the making up the top 3 in this race. Seems to be the Audi reigning supreme in terms of out-and-out pace, and Denez under a bit of pressure. A couple of mistakes in terms of his driving, and well, despite controlling most of qualifying, it might find him quite difficult to keep second place at this rate to round off the first lap. Here comes Werner to the inside of that run before we head onto the Dottinger Hohe. He's gone in deep though, but does Denez have the legs on the straight?
We'll have to see. I mean, he's very close behind. That slipstream effect will be quite strong for him. Not too sure. I mean, we see them coming all the way down the straight. We'll see Denez gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining. But I think up and down the field, that Audi is performing very well here. Werner, of course, was a few seconds off Denez in qualifying, but he's found a way past over this first lap. Denez, you can see him gaining up to the back. He'll go for the outside line, but of course, the margins are so small and the time gain is so small. But it's such a long straight, he's got a lot of time to find it. But we'll have to see if he can make the move into the S-Bends now.
Side by side as they run their way now uphill, outside line for the Hyundai, a little bit out of shape, a little bit discouraged over the curb as well. They've got to be careful because Ade is in the mix now also as he closes the gap ever so slightly. But as we round off the first lap, it's Sebastian Ray that leads from Lars Werner, Fredrik Denez and Attila Ade, the top 4, with Fraser Rostance, the top 5 just in behind. Not going to take much at all for this to become a 3-way fight for second. I do have to say, though, that Denez is in a bit of a danger zone here. If he doesn't sort of get his backside back into gear and improve his pace, he's in trouble of losing the podium, as Werner, making a mistake through turn 1, gives him the inside for turn 2, maybe if he wants to hang on to that position. But Denez, thankfully, back into a position for him that he can retain in second. Now, he's got to get his composure back, get back into a rhythm, and fight tooth and nail for second.
You've done the opposite of a commentator's curse for Denez there. You're saying that he might be losing the gap to 4th, and then lo and behold, Werner makes a mistake and he's back up in second again. So
I'll send him the invoice later, it's all good.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think he'll thank you for that one. But I was about to say it was 2 Germans and 2 Hungarians, 1, 2, 3, 4, but well, there's a little bit of a mixed pattern now. Not quite a Noah's Ark effect as they come through the Dunlop hairpin. But yeah, Ardai is definitely in the mix. Rostance is by no means out of it. He's been very solid over this last few minutes. I say minutes, of course, about half a lap or so. Where he has not really lost a lot of time to Raya up front. We have the gap to leader on that left-hand side of your screen, but Sanchez is still there with him. There are those trains in the middle of the pack. We see, you know, Lurken and Russell as well, quite close together, and that's where a lot of fighting is. Yeah, we can see them here. Lurken is defending from Russell, and Tit's down there in 13th at the moment, but there's nothing to say he can't get past these guys. So they fight hammer and tong, 3 different cars. It's outside of the top 10 here, but Raya, that 5-second lead looks commanding at the front, isn't it?
Yeah, he's looking very chilled out, and we doubted him. Well, I doubted him ever so slightly. I thought that maybe doing the DTM race would put him at a disadvantage. Not hindered him at all. He's now 4.5 seconds clear, and we're not even onto the Nordschleife for the second time. Another mistake from one of the Audis. It's the Dutchman of Van Voldeveld. Made a mistake through the NGK chicane, and it's now sparked a bit of a fight just in front as well. Inside line for Russell. The Cooper Leon tries to go the long way around. Raffaetta trying his best, or Locker I should say, trying to hang on to 10th place. Continuing to go side by side as we enter the first sector of the Nordschleife. Around the outside through the first right. The Audi RS3 back into contention, nose to tail in this fight for 10th. The Spaniard able to hang on for now, and this is what I love about touring cars. It's just bumper to bumper, amazing racing, great respect given. And the good thing about the DTMs and the touring cars is they're so small and agile, and they don't take up a lot of space. So even at circuits like the Nordschleife, you can still go side by side, albeit quite risky. It's still a risk, let's not forget. But it's possible, it's feasible, and you can do it.
Definitely, and it's great to see when these guys are going side by side that are really trying to throw the cars in to get those moves made. Yeah, I mean, with all the fighting that we see, as we see Russell getting very much out of shape, Lurken might try and find the lines down the inside now as they come through the left-hander. He will get the position in front of the Spaniard, but we see Dutchman and the Italian, Hungarian, I apologise, if it's in the mix, and Russell losing 2 positions from that mistake, of course, with being such a long, well, not straight, but such a long area flat out. Oh, who was that? That's Raffaetta. Oh, Raffaetta's gone wide. I was about to say before that Raffaetta would have enjoyed seeing in his rear mirror these guys fighting, giving him more time to try and fight with Platt, but no, he's bottled it on his own into that gravel trap. It's a shame for him, but Lurken is going to have to defend from these guys now. He's the leader of this train, and they're all hungry behind him.
Very, very, very hungry, let's put it. Let's not sugarcoat it. And, well, bring it on. I'm looking forward to this fight. 3 cars, not separated really by much at all. Sebastian Ray, bar a mistake, is looking very, very good. But oh my word, Werner is starving by the looks of things. Looking for the move into that right-hander there. Just trying every possible avenue. Is onto the grass. Oh my word. How that front end still had grip, I do not know. It wasn't really looking keen to spit him out in terms of oversteer, but more so that my worry was that he wouldn't be able to turn. A lot of long corners here at the Nordschleife. Front-wheel drive cars don't really like that all too much, and well, cranking on a lot of steering lock. Werner, it's not really phased him too much. He's still in contention in this fight for second. We're about halfway through, just over halfway through this 24-minute race here at the Nürburgring, and still plenty to decipher. I mean, what do you make of this fight, really? I mean, Denez and Werner fighting tooth and nail, but eventually Werner's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place with, you know, Ade now coming into the mix as well.
Ade is definitely on the back of these guys now. He is really getting to the back. I mean, Stonson and Sanchez are also just not that far behind. I mean, Rosmus is only 4 seconds off the back of Denez here, who was at the lead of this train. And you can see them there, the 5th and 6th place cars, just in the back of shot. But Ade is really going to be trying to force the issue. It might force Werner to try and force the issue on Denez, and there's that knock-on effect that we always see, where the car in front, if you're pressuring the car in front, then they will, as a form of defence, decide to attack the car in front of them. That will be interesting to see if that results in the tightening of the cars into a pack that is so close together that we might see a couple of mistakes, a little bit of argy-bargy. Yeah, we've still got a good lap and a half to see where this one goes, but Raya is gone. Is gone. Unless he makes a big mistake here, a very big mistake, he can just sit back and not make any rash decisions, really, because he is very comfortable at the moment.
I think you're trying to pull out all of the voodoo magic that a 2-time Formula 1 esports world champion would have to strike down Sebastian Ray. He is doing his utmost to commentate his he's doing his best to commentate his coincidence, because obviously I don't believe in the commentator's cast, but Darragh Thacker is doing everything. He's got his tinfoil hat on, he's sat around a circle of candles, he's bowing up and down, he's doing the wand movements, he's probably got a stick from outside and he's waving it around, saying to Sebastian Ray to spin out of this race, because Darragh Thacker, ladies and gentlemen, is not a Ray fan, let's put it that way. 8 seconds clear as the German. No, you're not getting out of this one, mate. No, you're not doing it. He's doing his best. Sebastian Ray is doing really well. Sebastian Ray is really comfortable. Sebastian Ray is 8 seconds clear. Oh, look, Sebastian Ray's in the wall. That is what you're trying to get at, Darragh Thacker. Don't try and hide it. We all see it. We all know it, right? And you want Denez to get back into contention. I don't know why, because you predicted Sebastian Ray to win. You should be loving it.
I just want to say, I was just saying that, he can sit back and relax here. If anything, I was trying to encourage him to not crash. Like, I'm fully behind Sebastian Ray here, because then I at least, if anything, have the little trophy of predicting the winner. I don't want to lose that.
That's true. Well,
I'd love all these comments to get reflected back to Brendan Lee, though. I'd love to see how confused he would be to see, why you're not
he'd probably
a Sebastian Ray fan.
He'd probably be like, Darragh Thacker, who's that? No idea.
Never seen him in my life.
Who's that guy? Yeah, well, talking of being fully behind, Denez, Werner and Ade are well and truly fully behind Sebastian Ray in this race, and continuing their little three-way fight for second place as it stands. We're about to come on to the final lap of this 3-lap shootout at the Nordschleife, and the fight for second is far from decided. Through the mini carousel, and Ade takes a very interesting line going through. You saw there Werner turn in early, use more of the carousel, as opposed to Ade that turned in later, but came out almost straight. He put on more steering lock and pointed the car more to straight line the carousel more than anything. And it's kind of worked. There's not been that much fluctuation in the pace. And I do find it quite interesting that there are so many different ways to get to the right answer when it comes to racing lines and things.
Definitely, and especially around the Nordschleife, where one corner leads to another corner leads to another, it is difficult to find the optimal line when we are talking about these guys, maybe deciding to be an inch further on the curb or, an inch further off the curb. The racing lines can be so difficult to pick out, and it is those top drivers who pick out the best lines. Ardai, a very different line, what we have seen, but it seems to be alright for him, seems to work out well, and if it works for you, you should go for it. I mean, there's no point conforming to normal racing lines if you find yourself gaining time doing something else, as we see Werner gaining time on Denez through that line, which has worked out very nicely for him, and he might be able to have a go down to his turn one, towards the first corner. I'm just so used to calling that turn one.
Indeed so. And now Werner looking very, very menacing, it must be said. Denez is a little bit inclined to go defensive, and a bit of a lock-up, actually. You can see the rubber skid marks running their way down the circuit. But Werner looking quite interested. But now, sort of, time is ticking. It has been since, obviously, the start of the race, because that's how timed races work. But more so now with this lap, because while they have got an extensive amount of corners to go through, each and every single one of them is one opportunity less for Werner to take a step higher onto the podium, and it's more so one opportunity left for Ardai to actually take that step onto the podium.
Definitely, I mean, with this last lap, we said it, that when those positions are right in front of you, and especially when you're Ardai and there's a podium right in front of you as Denez, that's a podium. Different line. I don't think it was meant to be like that through the Dunlop hairpin, but it's given Werner a little bit more of a sniff. But yeah, when you've got those drivers just in front of you on these last laps, towards the last corners, more incentive to try and make that move somewhere and try and be a little bit more aggressive, as we see Werner trying it to the outside. It's an interesting one there, but he's not quite been able to put it off. But all of this, a bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of fighting, is going to invite Ardai onto the back. We are in for a very interesting final tour of the Nordschleife to see who's going to come out on top in this one.
We are indeed, and it is going to be decided on the Nordschleife. The fight here has been raging on all race long, and Sebastian Ray is going to be like, well, that was fun, guys. Yeah, nice. Checked out up in front, P1, awesome stuff. Yeah, he has just got one more tour of the Nordschleife left to go, and well, Denez, before we even get onto it, a huge slide heading on through the left-hander. Oh my word, he started his Nordschleife campaign in quite an interesting way, it must be said. Starting on the back foot, and now he's got to get acclimatised to the difficulty of the Nordschleife while still trying to calm himself down after that mistake.
Well, I'm glad my chair has a bit of can go back a bit, because I sat right back after that slide. But yeah, he's going to be defending for his life on this final lap. I mean, even Rostens there is onto the back of Ardai, and there's 4 of them, always a bit wide for Werner, and there are 4 of them in this fight for the 2 podium places. I don't really want to call it, because Denez is in second, and it is difficult to overtake, but it is not looking like a comfortable ride in that Hyundai.
Not at all, and can you blame him? He's under so much pressure, pretty much has been since the end of qualifying when he didn't get pole position, and since it has just been so difficult for him to really re-spark that pace that we saw on the early stage of qualifying. And now Sebastian Ray has been able to take the reins, and yeah, huge margins as it stands. It's been a race for second ever since sort of the first half of the first lap, as Denez, well, so it's not looking too comfortable, that Hyundai. He's pushing the limits, goes wide through the hairpin, and Werner, oh my goodness me, trying to get the up and under, flash the headlights as well, trying to distract Denez maybe a little bit, but yeah, well, it's working, but it's not a big enough mistake that sees Werner through, even though Denez is going in wide and very clearly making mistakes, as Alan Axon's had an issue, and I think is out of this race from well and truly inside the top 10, I think has had a DNF. Yeah, the mistakes aren't substantial enough to have Werner have an easy way through.
And that was a shame for Alex there to be out in that final lap, but while it's running so well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. This fight is tight. It's nearly 10 seconds. I shouldn't keep saying that, should I? I've been off. We'll pretend that Denez is in the lead of this race, just so that we leave Sebastian Ray alone to get on with doing what he's doing. But yeah, these guys are so close to the back. We've got Werner, he's pushing it onto the grass. He's trying to find the line. Denez is not comfortable. He's not taking the lines he would normally be taking. He is under a lot of pressure in that Hyundai. Again, flashing the lights, trying to put off the Hungarian as they come through the right-hander. So much slide through there for all three of the guys, Dinesh, Werner and Ardai. It's just going to be interesting to see as they come through the left-hander at the bottom of the hill who is going, or it's not quite the bottom of the hill, I apologise, who is going to come out on top. But Werner is going to be looking for the move, and if he can't quite make it through the twists and turns of the Nordschleife, he will find it on the Dotteringer Ho towards the final few corners. I'm sure he will go for it, but it's just a matter of when.
Indeed so, yeah. He's just got to try and find any avenue through. 1 minute on the clock, and they've got, well, how much longer left of the track? Well, Sebastian Reyes just took past the 5-minute mark, so about 4-ish minutes left to go in terms of this lap. And Werner is trying every trick in the book to spark something in terms of this battle. And you can see that right there. There's Sebastian Rey, right at the top, the peak, almost, not quite the peak of the Nordschleife, but working his way around very well. This is where we are. They're following on the fight for second, that very vibrant red dot. You can't miss it in the track map, and it just goes to show how massive the Nordschleife is. But the track map is very zoomed out. You don't really get to picture how difficult it truly is from a track map level, because it doesn't show the elevation, it doesn't show the tightness, it doesn't show the lack of runoff, and it doesn't show all those little quirks and bumps and little turns and curbs that come throughout the entire 20-kilometre circuit.
And to be fair, sometimes you have to double look at that track map to check that those dots are actually moving. So of course, it's such a long lap, that's such a big map. There is so much, so many kilometres of white there. But yeah, I mean, the elevation changes at this track are huge. I mean, if you ever watch someone try to cycle this track, you realise how difficult the uphills can be and how good the downhills can be and how long they are too, because they are so difficult. When you're in a motored vehicle, you can just put your foot down and it will comply, but you come into a corner in a motor vehicle, it's difficult to get that camber to suit you, especially when the curbs are like they are at the Nürburgring, which are very aggressive. It's difficult to ride them, it's difficult to try and use them to your advantage. And yeah, another little bit of a mistake from Dinez there. Werner is on the back. I think they've dropped Ardai a little bit. These guys, they're still trying to extract all they can, and you can see on that track map, not too much further to go until the end of this race. And can Werner take P2? We'll have to find out.
We will. Not long left to go then in this second support race. Again, once myself, Zach Sweeney and Darren Thacker round off here, do not go anywhere because, well, it'll be straight into the 2.4-hour ranked event of the Nürburgring. GT3 machinery takes to the fourth 2.4-hour event of the year here on RaceRoom. So the main event is still yet to come, but, well, we've had so much fun when it comes to the support races with the DTMs and the touring cars, and the fight continues. Sebastian Rey has been the star of the field in both the DTMs and in the touring cars. He did immensely well in some classic German machinery, and he's transferred that into some more modern German machinery with the Audi RS3 flying in front. And, well, he's not got long left to go. He's literally just got the Dottinger Hoa, a couple of squiggly bits, and the checker flag is his to take.
It is, and yeah, I mean, he's got a 12-second gap now. He's driven superbly. I think Dinez has also pulled a little bit from Werner, which might just about mean that he can keep ahead by the end of the lap, which he would definitely be hoping to do. We were talking about how he would try and get past for the win. I don't think it was in his mind that he'd be defending for second, well, to keep his second place at the end of the race, but that is the reality for him, and we'll just have to see if Werner has enough on him. And Ardai and Rostos as well, he really has had a good final lap here, and he is going to try and make the move for fourth. Yeah, these guys, I mean, Ray are a long way out in front, but these guys still fighting over second, third, fourth and fifth.
Not long left to go at all. Getting words from sources that Dinez may have a drive-through penalty to serve for too many incident points or whatever it is, but we'll get back to that in just a second, because 12 seconds clear of the action. Sebastian Rey from pole position snatched it out of the hands of the Hungarian in the death of it by a quarter of a second. He took pole position by 11.5 seconds. He takes victory for the touring cars. The up and under maybe from Lars Werner on that run to the line. Is it going to be second? Is it going to be third? Across the checkered flag, is Dinez going to keep it? No, yes, he does. Second place, Werner comes across third. Ardei and Roston's fight for fifth, and it is going to be the Hungarian that keeps both second and fourth. Sanchez sixth, with Pap seventh, and Locken van Volderden and Rafayette in P10. We'll run you through the full grid order as soon as everyone's crossed the checker flag. But Dara, once again, another race that didn't disappoint.
Definitely not. I mean, it was tense. It was exciting. I mean, we still had that fight for second to the line. There was not much between those two, and the same for fourth and fifth as well. And these guys coming through as well. We didn't see as much of them, but that was only because the fight at the front was so gripping. So the guys, the guys further back, we see on the track map there, you see a lot of the dots quite close together, coming to the dotting at Hoa. Yeah, great racing once again. Sebastian Raya. So, fantastic drive. I mean, he controlled it down into the first corner. And he didn't really look backwards after that, did he? And he's controlled the win. It's a fantastic win. I mean, we've had two fantastic races. We've been absolutely treated. Zach, I think it's fair to say.
I would be inclined to agree. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do you really think there would have been much different, say, if Ray lost the lead on the first lap? Obviously, thinking hypothetically, what kind of a different race could we have had if Ray didn't get a good start? Would we have still seen the same level of dominance? Would he have still won? Would it have been someone else? How important do you think that initial getaway was for the German?
I think it was critical. I mean, we saw how Nez he lost some time towards the end of the race. I mean, he fell back behind the German. It means that the German there had the pace. If he was behind Inez, I think he definitely would have been looking for the line. But as we saw with Werner, very difficult to get past. I think we would have had a similar scenario for first as we did for second coming towards the line there, and it was incredibly exciting. And congratulations to Sebastian Raya, because turn one turned out to be critical.
Well, after 3 laps and just shy of 27 minutes of racing action, Sebastian Ray, Lars Werner and Attila Ardei, the top 3 in the WTCRs. Then comes Ross Sanchez just outside and rounding off the top 5. Then comes Pap Locken, Van Boldeveld, Rafayette and It's Van Tits, the top 10. Confirmed, though, that Denez did unfortunately receive the penalty that saw him drop outside of the top 10. Then comes Clark, Rossell, Gevin, Sanagra and Gutman, the top 15. And we'll let the rest of the names scroll their way through because a very extensive field here today. And, well, a big shame for Denez, it must be said, all the way down there in P21 after all. And, well, he did so well to hang on to second place. But it must be said that it wasn't the way that he would have wanted to be rewarded for that effort.
No, but I think also after qualifying, he might be in the mindset of anything but first wouldn't have done for him. But yeah, also, I mean, it's a shame to lose out on P2. I think Werner will be very pleased to inherit that, after taking it and then losing it down at the first corner on that final lap. But yeah, it's fantastic work from Raya. Lucky for the Hungarian, who drops all the way back down to 21st, but a great drive from the Germans, who end up 1-2 at the end.
Yeah, not too bad on home soil. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the support races, we've been spoiled with the DTM 1992s and with the WTCR 2022 machines as well. 2 fantastic 3-lap shootouts around the Nordschleife, but do not go anywhere because the RaceRoom ranked main event, the Nürburgring 2.4H GT3 machineries battle their way around the green hell. For myself, Zach Sweeney, Dara Thacker will say goodbye, but we'll hand over into the very capable hands of Lewis McGlade, Cam Roger and Ewan O'Leary to talk you through the main event. But first, just a very quick little break, but do not go anywhere.
Well, hello everyone and welcome along to the Nürburgring 2.4H. It's just me in the booth at the moment, so I'm going to chat my way through all of this. Of course, thank you to Darragh Thacker and to Zach Sweeney for the support races. It's been quite a long afternoon already, but it is about to get much, much, much longer. Of course, it is a true test. Any driver that takes on the green hell and survives is one that's commendable. But if you come through and win, that's what they're all aiming for today. It's going to be difficult. There's a pit stop on the horizon as well. And before all of that, it's qualifying. Let's introduce ourselves. My name's Lewis McLean. We've got Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger alongside. And Ewan, it's a great track. Not the best in the world, but it is a great track. This one is a proper test, though.
Yeah, it's a proper test, proper track, and it will be fantastic over the course of 2.4 hours here this evening as well. I remember last year's race. It was very, very interesting indeed. We're expecting the same here. It really is about car versus track, though, isn't it? We speak less around this circuit about people competing against one another, because in truth, that's not very possible around a lot of the circuit, but it really is you versus the circuit. 73 corners, it says there, disputed and forever will be. But a great challenge. That's what can't be disputed.
And Cam, you're someone that's done your fair share of driving. When you come to a circuit like this, especially taking it on in the machines we've got today, the GT3 cars, they are wrapping around there. Whilst we've just seen the DTM 92s, whilst we've just seen the WTCR cars, this is a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, there's a reason why this is the fastest class that races there in the real world, because they are GT3 cars nowadays. They have so much downforce. They're so fast in a straight line as well. They are really monsters around here. If you ever think a GT3 is slow, if you ever race some prototypes, you take it to the Nürburgring Nordschleife and then you realize just how fast they are. There's so many tight and twisty corners, high middle speed corners around here as well. It really rewards you if you start pushing it, and it is a blast to drive around here. So yeah, 2.4 hours. Drivers doing it solo, it's going to be a bit of a challenge, especially in the last half an hour with some fatigue too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No driver swaps, no nothing. It is a proper test, and that's what makes it so much fun. We'll take a look at the cars we've got. Got a fair few of a selection. They've all been rebought. We've got the Audi R8, the BMW M4. That's Ewan O'Leary's absolute favourite BMW. It's definitely not the Z4. The Bentley Continental Evo. You've got the Callaway Corvette. That one's up there for me. You've got the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, the McLaren 720, the Mercedes AMG GT3, and of course the Porsche 911. They've all had various things, weight-wise, etc., added to them, along with some cars have a slight restriction. When I say some cars, it's all of them except for the BMW M4 GT3 and the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, although those two both carry some of the most weight on it. In fact, the BMW carries 31 kilos of ballast. That is a big boy. But still, I mean, it's a fun combination. Boys, what would you pick, Ewan?
Not the BMW M4, I can tell you that.
Loves it.
What would I pick? Probably the Porsche around here. I mean, it sort of obviously does depend on what you feel. That I've never driven any of these. Well, I've driven some of them actually, but not all of them. And I don't know which one's quickest either, which could play into the factoring in for a lot of these drivers as well. But no, the Porsche, I mean, it's got to be a German manufacturer around here at this German race, because usually, I know it didn't happen this year, but usually German manufacturers tend to win, and so you'd have to go for one of them, in my opinion.
I agree with Ewan in the fact that it has to be German. However, I guess we'll see when it comes to quali how the old BOP is looking, but the McLaren's never a bad option on RaceRoom either. However, my heart is always with the old BMW when it comes to the driving experience. So I'd probably choose that one. But whichever car's the fastest, to be honest, in a competition like this.
Do you know what I would go with? See if you can guess. What car do you think I would go with?
Callaway.
The what?
The Callaway.
Callaway.
He's not wrong.
Wow, really?
I would. I think that
Callaway. Really?
I've always loved that Callaway. I think it's because the rear wing is ridiculous. Cam knows me too well. That is the important thing. Of course, before we get into the race, we've got qualifying to deal with. Now, 2.4 hours, Ewan, is a long race. But still, around here, I mean, we've just seen it in the WTCR three-lap race, but still, Sebastian Ray led it through the first section. I think track position is really, really important. Getting that lap time onto the board and getting a tidy one onto the board is key.
I think that's the key rather than actually getting pole. Get a tidy lap, get up there at least, because it's not necessarily about being on pole in my opinion, but it is about being up there so you don't get caught behind too many people. As we've mentioned before, it's quite hard to overtake around here in all honesty. It's not one of those circuits where you can make moves all of the time, but there are chances, so it's not about being on pole and just holding on that for the entire race. So yeah, there is going to be an element of that, but I think there's going to be an element of caution as well throughout the qualifying session, because just getting a lap time on there does include staying on the road and not crashing, which is half the problem around here as well. So it's not going to be full commitment, I wouldn't imagine, like you normally see in those top 30 qualifying sessions at the end. But even so, it's important to be up there as well. So it's all about finding that balance, isn't it, really, in this session, to have speed but also not crash.
Yeah, if you can get, generally speaking, a time within around about sort of 2-3 seconds, you'll probably be somewhere up inside the top 10. Probably even higher than that. It is a brutal circuit. I think getting a clean lap onto the boards is paramount to a decent position. I mean, you've got so many parts around the circuit that are extremely high commitment, that are very, very difficult. And then through the race, you've got to keep your nose clean, which again around here is not easy. If you're starting in the mid-pack cam, you're in that danger zone, particularly down into the first sort of section where it gets really, really tight. That Grand Prix loop, particularly with turn 1 and 2, which, if I'm perfectly honest, whilst the Nordschleife is great, turn 1 and 2 might be the worst complex of corners in motorsport.
It is a tricky little chicane, that one. Especially as it sort of pinches you backwards. Sometimes with a chicane, it's almost in your favour. It's not quite a 90-degree corner, so you can sort of take a bit of speed, whereas this is almost a double hairpin chicane. So yeah, it's very tricky to start the lap, but that really just sets the tone for the rest of it. It's not an easy track by any means. As Ewan was mentioning, just keeping it out of the barriers is going to be half of the battle around here. But if you get in a line of cars who are all keeping it on track, the main issue is the main thing you can do really is just put pressure on the car ahead of you. When you start, as we see that Porsche, they're sliding the rear end coming over the hill into Schwedencross, and that a corner like that, you have to really push. You have to use everything that the car's got, and if you don't quite have that confidence, if you're getting some pressure from behind, little mistakes can happen and you can easily set it off. Send it off the track, I should say. So yeah, it's definitely a tricky one, but that is why we like coming there. And as we see already in the qualifying, we're seeing some time spreads, but also in that sort of top 10 pack, some close lap times as well.
Yeah, certainly. So we're looking at Christian Grote at the moment, who we do have a bit of information that potentially he's got a bit of a hand injury at the moment, which again, as a circuit, you don't want a hand injury, that's this one. There's a lot of corners around here, and a lot of very difficult ones indeed, where you need that high commitment, you need that confidence that they have. I don't know which side it is, left or right, and to be fair, around here there's enough of both to leave you wanting for more. Coming down towards Callan Harden, up towards 3 fast rights, miss, hit, miss, obviously as it's more commonly known. A very easy corner to get wrong. Saw this in the WTCRs here, where a few drivers were kind of dipping out a little bit too late. Obviously, it's called miss, hit, miss, because there's 3 apexes there. You miss the first one, you hit the second, and then you miss the third. But sometimes it's so easy to wash up the circuit and get onto that grass, and the barrier will greet you at that point.
Yeah, certainly will. So you do have to be careful. I don't think that hand injury, to be honest, is going to hold Grote back too much, though, if I'm honest, because he was in the DTM race earlier on, the first of the 2 support races that we had, and I believe finished 3rd. So I think he'll be absolutely fine in terms of that. He's shown clearly that he'll be absolutely fine here. So that's not too much to worry about. It's about getting your head into this car now, getting your head around this one, because those early 90s DTM cars are so different to these ones. They've got almost no aerodynamics on them at all. You're sliding and understeering and oversteering all at the same time. You're working that car around in a very different way, but you're working this car around in a very modern way, I would describe it. ABS and traction control, you're glued to the ground. You're not meant to be sliding at any point either, really. You're just getting your head down and making things look as unspectacular as possible, which sounds boring, but it's the way you have to do it.
Yeah, smooth is fast in these types of cars. You've got to be pushing the limits a little bit, but you've got to be keeping it just inside that limit. So when you're keeping the car just planted, as you say, you're keeping everything going in a nice, orderly manner. That is where you're going to get the speed from, because on these aerodynamic platforms, you need that to be calm and stable. If it's going all over the place, your balance is going to be changing mid-corner, and you're going to be sliding and losing time. So if you keep it calm and smooth, that is where you're going to be getting those last few tenths, and especially through the faster sections, the mid-speed sections that we're just coming up to. When we get to the top of the track here up at Heracton and come back down the hill, that is a little bit slidey though through the chicane. These are the types of corners where you have to really hold the car at a certain steering angle for a set amount of time before you start moving it back. And yeah, as you say, keeping it calm will be probably the driving style that we'll see from a few drivers.
Yeah, this is, like I say, is this section of the circuit where things get really, really difficult, all the way up to when you go through Flansgaard, you go for the Stefan Balfest, that whole section. This is the section which is really, really difficult. One of the most famous corners in motorsport, Brunchen. Not obviously, it's nothing spectacular. It's a 90-degree right-hander basically, but you'll have seen many a clip there on YouTube. That's why it's called YouTube Corner. As we start to go down the hill towards Flansgaard and see how big the jump is here. Let's have a listen in. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Obviously, the GT3 downforce pushing it straight down into the road. You can see how much Christian Greta is wrestling this car over this final sector. Obviously, it is perfect in qualifying when you can take this level of risk. But in the race, I would suspect we'll see that kind of turn down a little bit, especially the first couple of laps. Maybe just to stay in the slipstream when they get onto the Dettinger Hoa, as we'll head up to that section now. Just got a few corners to get through the Klein's Carousel, which we're just going through now, up towards Galgenkopf and then out onto that enormous run on the Dettinger Hoa.
Yeah, and there's really not an awful lot to do there. Just this very important last corner at Galgenkopf coming up. He's clipped the grass a bit, got a bit wide, and that might well ruin his entire lap, to be quite honest. Don't want to be too dramatic about it, but it's such an important corner up there at Galgenkopf that you really do need to nail it. Maximum speed down here, and if you're a little bit wide like he was there, Grotte, then I don't think you're going to be setting a new fastest time. I don't think he was on course to set an overall best anyway, but that personal best that he was looking at might well just go away. Although, to be fair, you do gain so much time on your previous attempts anyway at this circuit because of the length of it, that he might be alright anyway. Scherderon has just gone up into 6th place. Andreasen has moved ahead of Grosser as well during this lap, so there's quite a few positions to gain again now for the Grello Porsche as it comes over the line.
And it's going to be, looks like it's going to be an improvement, but how much is it going to be? 8th place at this moment in time, just a couple of tenths will get him some improvements, and that is nice. Up in towards 5th place, so best part of a second actually coming up there for Goethe, and he's got enough time for another lap if he's quick about it as well. So definitely a possible top 3, because he's only about just over 4 tenths away from the top 3, and Blankenberg's time there in that 3rd place. Here's Rosano going out once again, trying to retain that provisional pole position he has at this moment in time. But he's leading by 2.5 seconds to 3rd place, so he's looking pretty good for that already.
Yeah, and also I had noticed in the first sector, I'm not sure how long the first sector is, but I had seen him, he'd gone purple in the first sector before bailing from the lap. That's exactly what Marvin Mackenberg has also done, has gone purple in the first sector. Second sector though, 1.5 down. Also got some news coming in. Lino has messaged me saying, please stop hating the Yokohama S, it's one of my favourite chicanes. It is a terrible chicane for terrible people. I will not stop hating it.
Wow, I've never heard anyone say it's one of my favourite.
Respect has lost. Respect has been lost. Although, to be fair, he does make some decent videos. So we'll pump that
makes up for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. It's just truly awful.
I don't think I hate it as much as you do, but I've never heard anyone say it's their favourite, and I certainly wouldn't go that far myself either. So, wow, I'm very surprised about that. I know there's a logistical reason why it has to happen in real life,
Yes.
but we don't have to do it in sim as well, do we? Not all the time. But anyway, that's a point for another day. That's what they've got to contend with, and it is going to be a problem on the opening lap as well. But thankfully for Marvin Mackenberg, it is absolutely behind him through Galbenkopf for another time, and he's a lot cleaner, a lot neater on the exit through here, and now just the long run up the back straight where we're going to see a lot of action and hopefully a lot of overtaking during the race.
Yeah, this is, of course, the longest straight on the track, I should say. And in fact, it's even longer than some circuits out in the real world calendars around there, being almost 4 kilometers in the whole length of it, all the way down to the Tiergarten. It's definitely uphill though, so it gets to a point where you actually almost lose speed, but then you start gaining it down underneath the Bilstein Bridge before you have to make that very difficult and twisting braking zone. It's flat through all these little kinks, but then you've got to get hard on the brakes coming into what is effectively the final chicane and hopefully nail it. Mackenberg though, purple in that first sector.
Yeah, absolutely flying at the moment. Like you say, first sector decent, second sector's okay. It's enough to move him further up the board. Enzo Filipow's also going very quick at the moment. Marvin Mackenberg improves and only goes to 10th. 8.5 minutes left to go, so there's still plenty of time left for various drivers to get some more lap times onto the board. But Enzo Filipow is the one to keep focused on at the moment. Purple first sector, but that second sector, I think it's pretty much longest. I think the sector 3 might be slightly longer, but that is still a very impressive second sector from Enzo Filipao, heading up the hill now as we head towards the carousel. Hooks it in quite nicely, and I mean, like I say, at the moment from what we're seeing from it, it's looking pretty tidy. That second sector is very telling. Could this be a challenging lap time for Yuval Rosen's 808.1?
Yeah, it's looking promising at the moment for the Mercedes driver, it has to be said. Rosen has gotten off to a good start, but ever since that lap time, we've seen him go out and come straight back in again, time and time again. Just wonder whether he's able to hook these laps up lap after lap, but Filippo has done a really good job here, up at the back end of this session now, and he could well be on his way to pole. Still a very long way to go though, probably about a quarter of the lap, as he'll now set his sights on the real toboggan run you get at the end of the lap, past the whole rack, and now descending up towards YouTube corner in a few moments time. These two right-handers that look almost identical here in a couple of moments. Here are all the caravans, here are all fans, and here is the famous corner that you've seen so often before we head down that very, very famous part of the end of the lap as well, the Stefan Belafes and all of the challenge that brings. I've got to say, my particular favourite point on the circuit as well, but there's just no room to breathe anywhere around here. It's such a challenging circuit, and it's going to be a very physical race, Cam, as you said earlier on. It's a long race.
Certainly is. It's going to be very difficult to keep the pace all through these corners. And one thing about this section is because it's such high speed, it's actually quite difficult to gain time at some of these corners where you're basically flat out. But it's the corners previous to that where you basically set your minimum speed, your entry speed into that high speed section. That is where you need the commitment, especially here as well, coming to Schwalbenschwanz. It's such a difficult part of the track. No corners of this track are regular by any means. They all have their own different cambers, their own different entry lines. There isn't just a set it up on the left hand side of the track, make the apex and leave. Everything is just happening all at once. And of course, this exit onto the back straight is so crucial, because if you lose a tenth there, you'll just see your delta going down and down and down all the way down this straight, hundredth of a second at a time. And then there's nothing much you can really do apart from the final chicane. But it certainly looked like a pretty solid lap. But is it enough to gain almost 1.5 seconds?
Yeah, you just got to be really, really patient on the Duttinger. Just make sure the gears are done right. It's actually something which you can kind of mess up. You'll sit there, you're kind of wanting it to be as late in the rev range as possible, whatever, which sometimes isn't even the best way of doing it. You can mistime it, and generally that can cost you the odd 100th here or 10th there, which, yes, around here is not huge, but it will add into Tiergarten then and out to finish the lap time. This will be the last lap time from Enzo Filipao. He's gone purple in Sector 1. He's gone purple in Sector 2. And is it going to be pole position for Enzo Filipao? The answer is no. Sadly enough, had the pace to get close, but not close enough. Filipao has to settle for second. Meanwhile, going purple in any of the sectors, it's Yuval Rosen in the second.
Yeah, he is, but whether he's gained enough time through the second to counteract that lost in the first remains to be seen. And also, at this point in the lap, we joined up with Filippo's 2 purple sectors through, but still hasn't been able to overhaul Rosen here. So and there you have it. I think that's the answer. Rosen clearly couldn't counteract that and clearly couldn't go any quicker. So 4.5 minutes remaining. They will still have time after the time elapses, as far as I'm aware. But that still doesn't mean very many laps remaining now. They can keep returning back to that point on the circuit, let's not forget, and continue to restart laps very, very quickly. But even so, there is time running out. Ferdinand Coughlin goes over the line. He's 24th, and it speaks to the time gaps that you get around this circuit. Nearly 10 seconds down, but 24th.
Yeah, one thing I always like to try and remind people is that this track is about 5 times longer than your average Grand Prix track, so it doesn't exactly work 100% with the times, but that you can definitely get a little bit of better comparison as Burchard there goes up into 23rd place. But for sure, if you're 10 seconds off, that's probably similar to roughly 2-3 seconds at a normal track, which is sometimes the lap times that we do see at the lower end of the qualifying sessions. As we go a little bit further down, 32nd place, 19.5 seconds off. But is there going to be any sort of improvements for Gavin at the end of this lap? Of course, no one wants to start the race last. Let's see what he can do into the final couple of corners.
Yeah, I do. I'm just going to throw you under the bus, as I always do. Sorry. This is going to be 2.4 hours of me just literally lobbing Ewan O'Leary under the bus.
That's one.
I do believe it is standard race from qualifying. Once a session is done, once we hit 0, the session is over, regardless of whether you're on a lap or not. So the lap times we're seeing crossing the line, these are the final laps for various ones of these drivers. Gavin's not able to improve, 17 seconds off. Sounds like an enormous margin, and I mean it is, but also at the same time, it's a quality field. Yuval Rosen's been a wildly fast driver in many of the competitions that we've done in RaceRoom over the last few months. And years, so it's not too much to kind of cry about at the moment. The only thing with Rosen is that one of the major things we've seen with him, as a point as a improvement from Chedron, is that Rosen's consistency in the race can sometimes be wanting for more. He's made the odd mistake, he's gone a little bit too aggressive, but if you sit him out front and you let him go, boom, he is gone. He has got the pace.
Yeah, it just is that question mark, isn't it, about race pace. I think that's even more of a present question around here than any other 2.4 hour that we do, any other special event, if you like, that we do here on RaceRoom. It's one of the longest ones not in terms of distance, but in terms of challenge. I think this is the biggest of any that we do. So that's going to be really called into question today for Rosen, and with Filippo Blankenberg and so on so close behind. He is really going to have a tough time, as is everyone. Sven Mackenberg makes his way up towards the line right now in the Bentley, and he will jump up inside the top 10. It will be 8th place for him, and making up a very, very congested midfield from Andreasen back down to Lapinik. It's 8 drivers separated by a second there.
It's nice to see that the lap times remain close, and we do always say this though. Sometimes when you get a runaway leader, runaway pole position driver in the qualifying session, always look out for that midfield though. There will always be some close battles, and it seems like, as you say, in that top 10, top 12 region, the lap times are looking so close. And assuming that translates to the race pace as well, we're looking to have some great battles up and down the field, as we've got Timo Lino on your camera as we go into the final minute of qualifying. I don't believe he's set a lap time yet. Yeah, down into the 33rd place, along with Marcel Locken, who also hasn't set a time. Is he going to be able to do anything in these final few seconds to get himself a bit further up the grid?
Maybe it's because he's pushed too hard through his favourite section of corners, which apparently is the Yokohama S. Oh dear. I am so disappointed, but that's fine because the qualifying session has come to a close. So again, the provisional results, I'll say provisional, we'll get into the race in a second. You were Rosen on pole position, Philippau Blankenberg, Andreasen, and then Christian Grote in 5th position. We'll let the rest of them filter their way through. Sven Mackenberg being inside the top 10 with an 8th place finish. In that qualifying session. It's still fairly close. Like I was saying, if you can get within 2 or 3 tenths of a second, 2 or 3 seconds rather of the pole, then you will be somewhere inside that top 10. Lapanik being in 11th position ahead of Marvin Mackenberg. A couple of other ones to look out for in all of this. Of course, you've got D'Amico, you've got Noj as well, down in 18th position, a driver that we know is plenty fast enough to compete. Simo Vigneron, to be perfectly honest, as we roll our way through and see the rest of the competitors. I'm going to put it out to both of you. Do we think that Yuval Rosen has got this race? He seemed to have the pace in the qualifying. Yes, I know he was obviously held a little bit there, but he is fast. And like I said, I think if he can survive that first sector, Ewan, he's in a really strong position for the race.
He is relatively, but it's still a very, very long race from there. So I'm not going to be willing to go out and say that. I've also got doubts about the Audi, to be honest. In the last few years in sim racing, I just can't seem to see how that Audi is good over a long distance, a long period of time. Now, I could be proved spectacularly wrong soon because there are 3 of them inside the top 4, but they've always been good over the course of 1 lap. I just don't have any confidence in it over the course of an entire race. Maybe 2.4 hours is manageable, but over one of the most difficult circuits of ever, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Rosen to manage it.
I am looking out as someone else a little bit further back to try and cover. I wouldn't be surprised someone like Grote comes through it, in a Porsche, slightly different car, slightly different style of car. It'd definitely be nice to see him come through. But when you have the pace that Rosen's got, as Lewis was mentioning earlier, if you let him get out front and you don't challenge him in that first lap, he gets a bit of a lead. It is going to be a bit more difficult to come back. But as ever, in a 2.4-hour race, they've got obviously the pit stop, or potentially 2 pit stops to come as well. So there's definitely some strategic options that the drivers around him will have.
Certainly so. Well, as we get ready to head into the race, a few discussions on strategy and such, getting a little bit of notes from Lino. He's redeeming himself a little bit. It's absolutely fine. He says that the fastest strategy, roughly, obviously, I guess it depends car to car, will be 6 laps apiece. So 6, 6, 6. That will be the fastest strategy roughly through this. Obviously, dependent on various things, but I guess splitting the race evenly. They are required, though, to make 1 mandatory stop. So you could theoretically do it on 1, but let's be honest, the tank probably ain't lasting.
No, probably not, to be honest. I think that might well be the case, but we did see a lot of differences in strategy last year, if you remember. We saw some people coming in after 4 laps. Was it 4 laps or 2 laps or whatever it was? Because this race is likely to be 18 laps, and I'd be gobsmacked if it isn't. So that gives you an unusually very defined window as to what your strategy is going to be. We don't often see this in endurance racing, especially when there's a time limit on it like this. You very rarely know how many laps the race is going to be, but around here you do because of the length. 18 laps. The pit window will open on lap 2 in that case, because they should be able to go 8 laps as far as I can tell. You can't quite go 9, which would make it a 1 stop, but that does mean you could come in very, very early. And for someone who's stuck in traffic, maybe in the midfield, who still has designs on winning the race, then maybe that is an option. Maybe the strategy door will be blown wide open by somebody doing something down the field, and I'm sure we'll be hoping that somebody does attempt something like that.
And to be honest, that is what I would like to see. I'd like to see someone a bit low down, maybe sort of 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere in the top 10, going in for an early pit stop, trying something, making those leaders think about it. Because as well, if you pit early like that, you'll get out into clean air behind, and you can just absolutely do your own pace from there and manage everything, manage the fuel, manage the tyres. So I definitely think that is a good way to do it. But then, of course, you have the longer stints, so you'll be a bit heavier comparatively if you then even out to the 3 6-lap stints. So there's definitely going to be some strategic games, and I am quite interested to see which one is going to come out on top, because as you were mentioning, we have seen people try all sorts of different things in these 2.4 hours before.
Well, the 2.4-hour race is basically upon us. They've finished qualifying, they have finished the warm-up session, and they're about ready to go for the race. 2.4 hours around the green hell. And of course, it had to be Yuval Rosen on pole position. In that Audi R8, is it going to burn through its tyres? Is it going to be burning through its fuel? Who knows? Will he be able to hold off the charge of those around? Enzo Filipao onside the front row as well, as we'll get ready to go racing down towards the first corner. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger taking you through the 2 hours and 24 minutes of racing that we'll see here. It's been a long day already for some as we go green here at the Nürburgring, and it is Yuval Rosen with a decent start heading down into that first complex of corners. Grota losing out a little bit as he's going a little wide and potentially is going to lose a couple of positions here as they all funnel their way through this awkward complex of corners. And at the moment, it does seem as though Andreasen and Blankenberg, that is the closest fight at the moment.
It is. The top two get away single file very quickly, and they're away from the rest of the field as well. Andreasen has gotten up to third place ahead of Blankenberg. Then there's Zabdir and Mackenberg, who's up to sixth place already as well. I think that's Alessandro Botti into seventh place as the battles just begin further behind, and they do just in the background. But it is all about the top two at the moment. They're single file, they're staying where they were before. It's the midfield where we saw such small margins in qualifying. We're seeing small margins in the early point of the race as well.
Yeah, Grota dropping down to P8 as well from P5, so that's 3 places lost in those first couple of corners, just showing you how important the opening part of this race is going to be. Once the drivers get into a bit of a train, it's not going to be easiest to make the overtakes when you get onto the actual Nordschleife part of the track. It will be the GP loop, and of course the Dottingher, where we're going to see that. But battle for the lead already at the end of the GP loop.
Yeah, Enzo Filipau's looking down the inside, heading up towards the NGK chicane. It's really fast through there, and not really one that you'll want to send one down the inside of. And so Enzo Filipau will hold station for now, but almost really thought about getting his way ahead of Yuval Rosen and leading the charge for the first time through the Sabine Schmitz curve and out onto the Nordschleife itself. At the moment, Yuval Rosen has the whole shot. The top two starting to pull away from Andreas, who seems to be struggling just a little bit, and Blankenberg over the rear end. Mariusz Zabdir as well. Don't count him out from proceedings. We know he likes McLaren 720, but seeing him in the Callaway, you know he is going to be strong. He has had a lot of pace, whether it's in the RaceRoom Rank Championship or where have you. He is a fantastically fast driver, currently in 5th position of the race. I'm sure that if this gap starts to get bigger, i.e. Filipau grows to Andreasen by more than, let's say, a second and a half, then the group behind starts to panic. They start to lose the slipstream. They start to want to charge as we head through Flugplatz for the first time.
I think this is one of the most open 2.4-hour races we've had in quite some time, actually. And sometimes we often get a select few amount of favourites in terms of who's going to win this race, but I think this is very, very open, and anybody inside the top 10, certainly inside the top 8, can win this race, I would argue. At this stage, there's just so much that can happen around this circuit. At the moment, it's Rosen, Filippo, Andreasen, Blankenberg, Zabdir, your top 5. The top 4 indeed seem to be getting away a little bit from the rest, and Audi and Mercedes look the cars to pick for the moment, but you never know how that's going to change over the course of the race, and how the battles and overtaking are going to affect this one as well, because on early viewing here, Sven Mackenberg maybe looks a little bit quicker than his qualifying pace showed. Qualified in 8th place, he's already up to 6th, and he looks quicker than Zabdir, I've got to say, early on.
They're mentioning Audi and Mercedes up in the top 4, but then we have 4 different manufacturers in behind, with the Callaway, the Bentley, BMW and Porsche. So definitely all sorts of manufacturers up towards the top, which is great to see, as there'll be slight differences with their top speeds and things like that we'll have to look out for when we get to the Dottingher and they're on the track together, because of course qualifying being a private session where they don't see each other on the track. And these battles of course continue a little bit further down. Got Marvin Mackenberg here, he's got Lapinick all over the back there for P11, P12, and they do have D'Amico and Vigneron just in behind, so it could turn into a 4-way battle, but the gap's starting to open up ahead, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so we're having a few chats with various people. The only real car that's got a really decent shot of that is a little bit wide from Marvin Mackenberg going into Arenberg, but the only car that can there you go, throw myself under the bus before you can do it, it's fine. It's the Bentley. The Bentley can kind of get away with doing a one-stop. You've got a big enough tank, you've got a good time, you can just about get away with a one-stop in it. But again, you've got to go an hour and 12 minutes. You've got to do 9 laps in the Nordschleife. It's not easy to do that as we head through the Lara curve and start heading the hill out of there. It's... Ooh, I will say, yeah, you might be able to do one stop on it. I've got to say, Marvin Mackenberg's struggling with that.
And I've got to say as well, Sven Mackenberg doesn't look like someone who's saving fuel right now either.
No.
He's right on the back of the Corvette. He's looking every which way to try and go through on Zamdir. Same for Blankenberg as well, as they go up to the mud curve at the top of the hill. Oh, that was close. Andreasen cuts off the nose of the pink Audi just in behind of Blankenberg there. Makes sure that he holds on to third place for the moment. Zabdir held on to fifth as well, ahead of Mackenberg, who, as I say, really doesn't look like he's fuel saving, but hope he's taking this easy. It's only that one, but that was some real commitment up to the top of the hill there.
When you see the gaps opening up ahead, you've got to be taking those opportunities, as Grotta's now looking on the back of Botti coming through the carousel. Actually gets a bit of a run up there, up the inside. Botti goes goes a little bit too wide. The door did open for half a second, but Grotta in the end had to back out of that one. Now got Sherderon all over the back of them. 3-way fight coming up towards her act. Difficult part of the track to make an overtake, but this is where you've got to put the pressure on. Got to be making that forcing the drivers to make mistakes. So it's back to the front, and Andreassen's got up into second place.
Yeah, speaking of mistakes, I think Enzo Filipow's made a costly one here. He's lost second position, allowed Yuval Rosen to run away from things. Look at the slides coming in from Colin Blankenberg behind. Yellow flag out in sector 3. That is not a shock. It is Vulstrik and it is Polgar, both of which dropping right the way down the order, both of which having significant problems in this third and final sector. And when we say 3 sectors, obviously they are enormous, and effectively all 3 sectors are their own. Compared to most other circuits, they'd be their own racetrack. They are that long, and so yeah, having the yellow flag out in that final section is not a shock, especially as I'd say realistically the third is by far the hardest, mostly because on practice lap people have already crashed by this point, and so they've not learnt this part as much. The first sector done it 1,000 times, the final maybe 20 or 30. It's a bit more than that still.
It's exactly what used to happen to me. I just could not learn where this final section even went because I was so used to not making it. But there we are. That's a story for another day. I think it was at Hoeract actually, both of those 2 incidents, by the way, because we saw it with Filippo there. I'm fairly sure that he would have got up on that outside curve, that little chicane just beforehand can sometimes spit you off to the left, and you do want to get up that curve on the left-hand side, but not all the way up, because you'll find yourself on the grass, you'll find yourself going straight on, and you'll find Andreasen going through in this case. So that could have been what happened to Vutric and Polgar as well, who have both found themselves at the back of the order now. And so that's where I think that incident took place. But either way, we're on to the long back straight for the first time, and the games have already begun.
Yeah, starting out Botti making a mistake there. Maybe Grotta sent it down the inside as well, and we're getting Sherderon coming through. But back towards the front, Filippo is getting absolutely freight trained by the Audis. Or is he actually trying to come back, getting close towards 3 wide? But no, it's going to be Blankenberg. He goes through, so that is Filippo down 2 places in the space of just a couple of minutes, and that's Blankenberg up onto the podium as well. So Audi 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, most important thing to do right now is to remain patient if you're Enzo Filippo. Yes, it's annoying that you've lost those positions. Yes, it can be frustrating. But if you start panicking now, if you start trying to force your way through, if you start making moves to positions where you really don't need to, that is where you'll put yourself in a really bad position later on in the race. Also, a couple of switches towards the end of Tiergarten. I think there's been an issue with Tiergarten for Sven Mackenberg as he's dropped down the order. He's now 13th, 14th position and continuing to drop back, because there has certainly been an issue for our lead Bentley in this race.
That's a real shame, because I thought we were going to get some great interest with Sven Mackenberg and where he was going to be in terms of pit strategy. He's in the pit lane now, and that's because of damage and not because of strategy, unfortunately. There are no small accidents at the Tiergarten, so I think there's been a real big crash there, and he's had to come into the pit lane for damage at the end of only 1 lap of 18 here this evening. That is a real shame, but it's doubtful whether those Bentleys would have been able to save enough fuel to make this a one-stop race anyway, because we know how difficult it is to save a lap around a circuit as long as this.
Yeah, if there was I'd say, let's call it modern runoff at that final chicane at Tiergarten, there would certainly be a lot more runoff than what there is. There's probably about a metre of grass before you get to a wall. So if you make any sort of mistake there, slide across the grass, lock up, you are having a big accident. Fortunately, it's close to the pit entry, so in that way you don't lose too much time. We're also getting, who's that a little bit further down? Trissel there in 29th place now, dropping down the way. He's had an issue in Sector 3, also maybe at that part of the track.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tricky part of the circuit, because if you get on the brakes, if you're even remotely on the curb, you end up in the barrier. You have to be perfectly timed. And to be fair, going in as straight a line as possible, much steering rotation, and once again, the rear end will let go. Chris was still having those problems in his Ferrari 488. Now 32nd on the road. Sven Mackenberg has left the pit lane after sorting out his damage. There's a big moment for Colin Blankenberg. Enzo Filipao also sliding his way through onto the scene. That was a very sketchy moment indeed, and the Audi R8 just about able to hang on, but contact between the pair of them is going to send Blankenberg out wide once again. I guarantee there'll be at least a look going towards Schwedenkreuz.
It really will be, and there's already a flash of the lights I think I saw there from Filippo as well. They'll go through the Flugplatz at the top of the hill. Such commitment needed through here, just to almost lifting off the ground, and then a slight lift off of the throttle as well. The Mercedes will now have to power into the slipstream now of Blankenberg just up in front. They'll rise over the crest of the hill at Schwedenkreuz, and then through the left-hander, the real commitment, and then the right-hander at Arenberg, the downhill braking zone. There could have been the chance there for Filippo to go through, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, Blankenberg will be very happy they could hold on to that one now, coming downhill in towards the foxhole. Again, not the easiest place to obviously make a pass, but this is where you put the pressure on. This is a high-speed commitment corner up. Now into the Adenauer Force. This is where you have to push the limits of the car, and Filippo once again is getting very close. Blankenberg holding on, but he made that mistake earlier, so he's going to have that in the back of his head. Coming to these further corners, sliding a bit on the X there once again. And actually need to look, because Zabdi is getting a bit closer in the rearview mirrors if these two start battling even more.
Yeah, you got to say, I mean, they're going through phases of overdriving the car far too hard. Doing too much sliding, too much work on the rear end of the car, and it's just overcooking it that little bit too much. And that is kind of the scenario that I think, realistically, Colin Blankenberg is in at the moment. He needs to bring the car back in, focus on what he's doing, keep the car tidy, and not overdo it. But yeah, it's one of those things that's definitely easier said than done. Trust me, I know from experience, and even on RaceRoom as well. I remember doing the 3-hour race around here at the Nürburgring in person back in 2018, and I made some costly mistakes there, which definitely cost my team victory. But hey, that's in the past, and now it is banter, as Colin Blankenberg is just about still able to hang on to third.
Just about into Exmuller there, but he's coming under increasing pressure now. Zabdir is gaining on these two as well, which just speaks to the battle that's going on, and the fact that to start doing this kind of thing, you really do get closed on by those behind. Into Bergberg they go, and good exits needed from the Frenchman now if he wants to get through or get the run through Kesselsen, get the move into the mud curve, which I can't quite see happening, if I'm honest, because it's high commitment and high stakes when you don't really need to, with still more than 2 hours remaining. But Filippo's going to gain nevertheless. He's right in the slipstream of the Audi up in front, and Blankenberg will just protect that inside line. He'll keep his car through the middle of the road, and with the road always twisting and turning, it's very hard to get either on the inside or the outside if you're Filippo there.
Yeah, it's so difficult around here because every sort of straight section, as we would call it, is not straight by any means. There's kinks, there's curves, and even just this little bit, I love this bit, coming up towards the carousel. The Armco is almost straight, but the track just wiggles in and out of it. It's awesome to see the old school tracks, but that does make it difficult to find a gap, and that is why you just have to, in the case of Filippo, he just needs to put the pressure on and wait for Blankenberg to make another mistake that you would be expecting, such as the way that he's been overdriving that car so far. Up the hill once again to the important chicane that we are mentioning, the exit curb. You see when they go to the left-hand side, you want to almost use that curb as a bit of camber. Oh, that is too much, though. That is too much of the curb usage. Manages to keep it in check, but that's just showing you how much he's pushing. But yeah, I was about to say you need to use that curb a little bit, but not that much.
No, that was a little bit too much, as Tokar is now the next person to have had an issue in this third and final sector. Casualties will be high around here, that is for sure, and nearly we had Enzo Filipao to add to the list. Thankfully he was able to catch it. Like you say, just overdrove it a little bit, and this is the kind of thing about this circuit, is you overdrive it a little bit and it bites really, really hard. This is why we decided that for our little commentator race, when we end up going all in the same car and doing some endurance racing, we decided to skip doing it at the Nordschleife because we ain't that good. It is a hard circuit at the best of times, but to be honest, doing even more than one consecutive clean lap around here is a task in and of itself. Doing like one consecutive lap by itself is pretty tough, but doing more than one where you're actually doing it right, yeah, that genuinely, it is not something to be overlooked.
No, it's certainly not. I mean, at the moment we're still seeing 3.5 seconds between Rosen and Andreasen, but Rosen, as you said, to be fair, Lewis, if he got up front early, gets clean air, then he'll run away. Well, it's happening at the moment, so we'll see if it continues over the course of the next 2 hours. 2 hours, yeah, maybe you might have done him in there, but no, I mean he's doing well at the moment. Is Rosen. We'll have to see if it continues. Further behind though, there's been really good battling, and I think we did get a good indication actually as to how Filippo lost that second place in the first place. You remember at Horak's last lap, he dropped back into the clutches of Andreasen and Blankenberg. We saw him off there again this lap. I wonder if we didn't see it first time around, but I wonder if we got an indication into quite what happened on that lap there.
And Botti's going to be going further back once again, almost onto the grass. Actually, we've got Lapinik and we've got Minimi coming past him all the way down the Dottinger Her, and he doesn't really have much to come back from that. He's got the Audi and the Mercedes both flying past. I wonder if he made a mistake like we saw previously, but there's actually Lapinik there. He's having to fight for that one quite a lot to try and get through side by side. Botti's coming back, and fair play, he comes through at the tightest part of the circuit, top speed there, and one of them had to back out. And in this case, it was Lapinik, so he has to stay in P10, but a nice fight there between the three of them.
Yeah, there's also a couple of fights behind this. I saw Hookert, and it must have been Naj as well. We're kind of switching over, might have been, or Neelis. Also another couple of fights below that as well. So there's a couple of little scraps happening in all of this as D'Amico sends one down the inside of Marvin Mackenberg, just on the outside of the top 10. And the Ferrari moves its way to 11th, and Lapinik a little bit further down the road. Of course, the highest placed Ferrari now being D'Amico. And now, speaking of other Ferraris, I think that must be, it says Sector 3, but yeah, I guess it would have been around, probably in Tiergarten once again. Hocker was the next one to have added to that issue tally. That, I mean, I've got to say, at least by what we're seeing on the sectors, it seems that Tiergarten is really, really biting today.
I don't think that was actually Sector 3, even though it said it. I think it was.
I thought it was T1.
Yeah, I did as well. I did. So that's what I'm going for, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there's Florian Rupfritz, who's had his fair share of problems so far today. But glad to report that everybody, I believe, is still in the race, as far as I can tell. Even though Crizzle is minutes back and more, is still in the race at least, which is certainly a good thing. And there's plenty of battles up and down the field as well. This is Christoph Nodge, not Bowser Nodge, who was in the WTCR race, but Christoph, and he's currently trying to work his way through for 15th position in a part of the field where the Mercedes seem to be a little bit more comfortable with running at the moment. Filippo seems to be outperforming that car ever so slightly.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Is of course one driver who's right up towards the front in the ranked championship last summer as well, so definitely knows how to race this the simulator. And a couple of drivers a little bit further down. As ever, you can just be a couple of tenths off, and with how close it is, you certainly drop down. But it's good to see the nice battles continue in that midfield, as we were mentioning. Top 15 is here, and potential for Noj, but he needs to try and get past Cornelius. But it's just not the easiest place, easiest part of the track to do so. However, if he can get a run through this section of corners and get the slipstream down the straight up towards Trading Cross in a couple of kilometres time, he might be able to get a bit of a run. But just a few different and interesting racing lines being taken by the pair of them.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, interesting is a way of putting it. Obviously, this is the thing about the circuits, you can take a few different lines. Sometimes push it a little bit over the limit as we fly our way through Flugplatz and down towards Schwedenkreuz. I will say, as much as I absolutely love that final section, the Stefan Belfast and all that kind of section, I actually say, I think my favourite corner on this circuit is actually Schwedenkreuz into Arenberg. I think that section, it's that commitment, that bravery going through Schwedenkreuz that you've got to have to keep it pinned and have the confidence that you're going to get it on the right. Because as soon as you're through the corner, you have to be straight on the brakes into Arenberg. It is a difficult little section, and it certainly does bite. Minimi, Botti and Lapinic all involved in that fight that we were just seeing here as we head back to this with Noj and Ornelas.
Yeah, I find it hard to disagree, to be honest, with Schwedenkreuz. I mean, the kind of knife edge thing for me is the fact that obviously you want to be quick around there, but if you're going too quickly, you find yourself in the grass on the right hand side, and then you are in the wall at Arenberg without hesitation. You really do have to be careful of that. And similar story at Adenauer Forest as well. When you go up the hill there, up that curb on the left-handed part, and then you're trying to come through the right-handed part, if things go wrong through the first bit, you'll find yourself in the wall very quickly at the second part. And there's a lot of corners like that around here. It's not only thinking about these corners in isolation, which you do sometimes get at a normal circuit, but you've got to be thinking about the next corner as you're going along, almost like a rally stage at some points. You're thinking about what's ahead of you, or what's ahead of what you're looking at, rather than what you're actually coming into, which what makes this circuit quite a lot different to certainly the Grand Prix circuit at the Nürburgring, which in comparison is a little bit boring, and most other race circuits around the world, really.
Yeah, you definitely have to, at normal circuits, you have to think maybe a couple of corners ahead, but always we get some side-by-side action. Those Botti still continues to hold on to that place from Lapinic. Lapinic has really been trying, but Botti's defence over the last half a lap or so has been rather incredible. They've let Minimi go up the road though, so it's definitely turned into a two-way battle for what is currently that 9th place, as D'Amico hasn't been able to get too close to them. But Botti's definitely struggled. I wonder if it's something to do with that BMW or whether it's to do with him. But actually coming up the hill here, Lapinic, he's got a huge run coming up towards the Mutt curve, has to back out of that one, but definitely a huge differential in the speed of that part of the track.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, the thing is, the speed, it's around here, it always builds from the previous corner. If you start to lose confidence a little bit, it's very easy for it to snowball. You genuinely lose. At the end of straights, you can lose 15-20k, maybe even more than that if you're not going, full commitment on the exit of a corner. And like I say, it's a vicious cycle. The less confidence you have, the less confidence you end up getting later on. It takes you a little while to reset that and find your way in. And when you're under pressure from someone, you cannot get back in that rhythm. Right now, Christian Greta, who got knocked out of the rhythm in the early stages whilst dropping down the order, has found his rhythm just a little bit. Yes, he's defending from Chedron, but there's a decent way back to Minimi behind that, and a decent way up towards Zabdir, about 2 seconds clear. I'd say this is almost as near as makes no difference. You're basically just driving the circuit by yourself. Yeah, I know you've got a car not that far ahead, car not that far behind, but as long as you keep doing what you're doing, everything's fine, sort of.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be able to be overtaken either for at least a couple of moments. So I do agree. You do almost shut everybody else out at this point, and you are running your own race. And that is often the case around the Nordschleife. I forgot to say, you do find long periods of any race actually where you're completely on your own, unless it's a real sprint race like we saw in the sport races earlier on. They're only 3-lap races, and so it isn't inconceivable that you're with someone the entire time and thinking about making moves on them or doing whatever. But in a race as long as this, even an hour-long race, you will find points where you are completely on your own and don't really have much to aim for. But you'll enter a period where you do have to find a way through. You do have that challenge of following someone else through. And I've got to say, Cam, from watching on board from the real life and in RaceRoom as well, there's nothing better in my opinion than watching an onboard of one of these GT3s as you're chasing someone else down, you're right up close through them, and you're just darting your way through all of the twists and turns of the Nordschleife. There's few better sights than that.
is a very unique challenge, and I think that's why the Nordschleife has such a rich heritage in motorsport. There's definitely no other track in the world anything like it. And maybe it's to do with the length, maybe it's to do with the difficulty of the track as well. It's not just like it's a really long box, it's something that you really have to work for. As we come back to Lapnik once again, can he finally make this move? He tried it at this part of the track last time, 25 kilometers ago, but this time around on the outside, as we come underneath the bridge, he has managed to make it work. Can Botti come back? He did so in towards Tiergarten last time, but I don't think he's going to be able to this time around, so he's going to have to drop down into that 10th place, and that has well and truly turned into a two-way battle, but Lapnik has finally come out on top of it.
Yeah, the dangerous thing though is that if they're fighting at the wrong spots around here, you do hemorrhage time. Now, if you're switching between the Dirt and Hoa, it's not a problem because you actually don't lose time in doing so, especially if it's done the way they did it just there. Not a problem at all. But it's when you're switching, for example, going down this awkward Yokohama S, that's where you lose all the time. That's a big send in from Alessandro Botti. He's got the inside line for the second part of it. That is a fantastic move from the BMW M4 to have gone around the outside through the first part, through the inside of the second. Maybe isn't going to quite tick this off as we head down towards the Ford and Valvoline section. Out wide goes Lapnik, and they're still side by side. It's going to be a spin though for Botti. He's asked too much of the car, and he has gone for a spin.
What a shame that is for Alessandro Botti, who did really well there, and they both did actually in terms of a really wonderful battle. It was side by side through turn 3, but into turn 4 the BMW just couldn't hang on any longer, and it looked like just a loss of grip, and he's still overheated by the looks of things because he went firing into that braking zone at the bottom of the hill there, almost straight into Ornelas there, and a bit of contact. Thankfully there wasn't, but Alessandro Botti will be kicking himself a little bit because that was a very slow, lazy loss of grip, and unfortunately well, it's cost him a lot, hasn't it? He's down to 14th place, and he'll be struggling to make up those positions back in the near future.
I guess there was just no grip out to that part of the track because you always use the really tight racing line there, so it's definitely some part of the track where drivers don't normally go. But Ornelas now trying to defend, but he's got another car to distract him up ahead of him. He goes a bit wide there in towards the chicane, and Nosh gets close once again, but it does look like he's going to be able to hold on in the lead of this battle as we come through the first corner, Schmitz curve, of course, onto the Nordschleife. And this is a little bit of a break, as we've said, these couple of corners. As long as you get them right, you'll be able to hold your position. The difficult thing now is that Ornelas needs to attack Botti ahead. We've seen Botti making mistakes, he should know that. And it's always more difficult when you're trying to attack and defend at the same time.
Thankfully, the part of the circuit which Botti had overdriven there was a part where there's no sort of risk of damage. Yeah, sure, the tyres are going to be a little bit scuffed, but when it comes to like physical damage on the car is fine. But I will say, and I know this from experience, it is almost more frustrating to have an issue on the Nürburgring Grand Prix part of it rather than on the Nordschleife. So the Nordschleife, you're kind of like, oh, it's the green hell, it's really, really difficult. And then people don't think that much about the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix side of things. They kind of forget about it a little bit. And don't judge it with the difficulty that it is. I mean, yes, I completely agree with what you and O'Leary said earlier, that it is kind of boring. But still, it is an important part of the circuit. You've got to think of it, if you're doing a normal GT3 race around the Nürburgring, how far do you think you should be off around there? You've got to make sure that you're keeping that margin. Just because the circuit's really, really long doesn't mean you're suddenly going to lose less time going around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. You can't underthink it. And most people, unfortunately, end up doing so. I think it's kind of what Botti there.
Yeah, I mean, it does interest me actually how your viewing of the Grand Prix circuit changes when you add the Nordschleife in versus when you don't. Because I always find that, especially in the multi-class version, the real-life 24-hour, especially, you think, you know, this is the point of the circuit where you've got to get your overtakes to because it's quite wide. You can, you know, make moves in traffic. If it was just a Nürburgring 24-hour race, for example, on the Grand Prix circuit, you're making moves when you've got the Nordschleife in there that you wouldn't if it was only the Grand Prix circuit, if that makes any sense at all. Because it just feels so wide and it feels so normal all of a sudden. and as I say, feels so boring in comparison. But I've got to say, Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit isn't bad track in isolation when you're just doing it on its own, but when you add the Nordschleife in, it does change your viewing of it greatly, which I do find very interesting. But anyway, it doesn't provide all the overtaking opportunities usually around this circuit. It's normally into the Tiergarten, and Grote will be hoping that he doesn't have to wait for that to go through on Zabdir here, because he's slowly caught up to the Corvette, and now he'll have his first chance to go through, but it's an unlikely one up into the Mukkurva.
And this kind of shows you why you need to avoid losing those positions on that first lap. Grote was in 5th, dropped down to 8th, and now only just now is he getting back to have a chance up into that 5th place. All over the grass, so coming up towards the Mukkurva, trying to find a way through. I didn't think he was actually going to try and have a look at that. He don't always go to the outside of the track there, but he certainly did try it. And Chodron here also is trying to get a run himself, and that is pushing Grote to be even more aggressive to find a way through. They've got 5 seconds up the road if they can get past that car of Zabdir. But Zabdir, as we know, very experienced, especially in that car as well, knows it very well through the ranked events that we have done, and is holding on to that 5th place nicely at the moment.
Certainly so. Whereas you can see the dip and then pop out through the carousel, easy to overcook that section. Marius Zabdir, you're absolutely right. This doesn't actually have the speed that I would have necessarily expected from Marius Zabdir, having dropped an awful lot of time to Enzo Filipao, even after Filipau's issues. You can see a couple of snaps of oversteer there as we head up to Hoa and then start this descent down the hill. Christian Grote all over the rear end. You got a feel, but based on the body language of that Porsche 911, that he's thinking about making a move somewhere around here, not even waiting to get onto the Dittinger Hoa. And I can kind of understand why, if we're looking, especially from on board here with Grote, look at the line differential between these two. Marius Zabdir, this is exactly what I've been talking about. It seems as though he's lost confidence, even on that short shoot up towards Brunchen. He has lost so much time. On the exit of Brunchen up towards Ice Curve, it's going to be a bit sketchy. And still, Christian Grote is being held behind. This must be enormously frustrating for the Norwegian.
Yeah, and they're losing so much time now. All of them are, as a result of this. Grote finding himself squashed in between these two Corvettes, and it's going to be, as I say, into the Tiergarten maybe, where he's going to have to make this move, although his body language has certainly shown that he's been willing to attempt something before then. Maybe out the Stefan Belafest, actually in towards Straubenschutz, he'll be able to have a go. He's not close enough really, is he? And it's a very fast corner anyway, isn't it? This right-hander, followed by a slightly slower left before we end into the mini carousel in a few moments' time. It will have to be on the long straight then for the Porsche. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised from Zabdir as well. The only explanation for it is this Corvette is just not that strong around here, really. It might sound great and look a bit different. The rear wing looks crumpled constantly, but it maybe isn't the fastest car to have chosen around this circuit.
I do wonder, because Chodron's coming as well, I do wonder if maybe this is just going to be a short 6-lap stint. Oh, this is like some IndyCar weaving on the straights, trying to avoid that slipstream. I don't think it's really going to make too much difference as Grote now comes to the outside. Chodron also getting the slipstream. Let's see if he can get past as well, side by side up the hill, as we're going to be making it 3 wide, almost underneath the Bilstein Bridge. It is going to be 3 wide. Chodron, can he go past the pair of them? No, hits the curb. That loses him some momentum, and somehow Zabdir holds on to that position and keeps on to P5. But yeah, I mean, they've lost another, that's about 3 or so seconds in half a lap.
Yeah, Chodron, I mean, really did have the overspeed there, just kind of misjudged it, took it 3 wide. To be honest, 3 wide through there it sounds great. I can confirm it is not great, as Christian Grote is surely going to go for a move down here at the Yokohama S. Surely he's going to look at the inside. He's kind of close. He's going to feel the need to do so. He's sent it down the inside. Is it going to be too deep, though? The answer is yes, but as he wrestled his way back on, somehow he doesn't lose position to Chodron, but that was about as predictable as me throwing you and O'Leary under the bus.
That was so late on the brakes. He nearly ended up on the Hockenheim, I think, but he's found himself back on the right track now. And that was the only one advantage I can think of that awkward chicane, actually, because that mistake has been really quite punished, and you can take a lot of different lines through there. You can gain and lose time very quickly as a result, so that's one positive we found of the first chicane here this evening. But anyway, Grote certainly won't be enjoying that because he was just too late on the brakes, and to be honest, we could see that coming from an absolute mile away. The intent was there, the opportunity was there as well, but when you brake that late, you really do have no chance at all.
And that just shows you how, I guess, on the limit they are of brakes, because he tried to brake a little bit later to make the move, and you see just how far he goes away off the apex. Okay, he probably went a little bit on the extreme, but it just shows you how much they're already on the limit. So then to outbrake someone who's already on the limit themselves, it just shows you how small that margin for error and that window of opportunity is to make the overtakes. And that's why the slipstream is, so important and so heavily used by some of these drivers as they come through the chicane once again. Now onto the final corner of the GP track, and now onto the Nordschleife. That was actually a bit of a mistake there from Grota in that sequence of corners, losing a couple of car lengths. And Chogan is starting to put the pressure once again as we come through the Hatzenbach.
Yeah, certainly so. And like I said, this will be more frustrating for Christian Grota, the fact that he didn't get through on that one opportunity that he's got, because guess what? Now he's got to sit behind for yet another lap. Thankfully for these drivers, we're approaching that sort of pit stop region. Again, to remind you a little bit earlier on, is that we expect them to make, for the most part on the grid, we're expecting 2 pit stops through the race. Now, with it being effectively going to be an 18-lap race, we are expecting that to be 6-6-6 being the stints. So 2 stops at the even intervals. Now, realistically speaking, you can absolutely get 7 laps out of one stint. You're doing 6-6-6 because it's even, it's mathematically quite nice, all that kind of stuff. But if you're Christian Grota and you're still not able to pass this lap, come into the pit lane as Colin Blankenberg is feeling the pressure from Andreasen as well behind, and the two are battling over second position. You can see Yuval Rosen in the distance, kind of pulling out to a decent margin, but still the pressure is absolutely on for second. And like I say, if I'm in Andreasen's point of view, if I'm in Grutta's point of view, Chedrod's point of view, I am thinking, do I come into the pits this lap?
Well, I would have probably come in last lap, to be honest.
I think eight's a little too far.
Yeah.
I guess 7
so.
7.
Yeah, 7 and 7 would be all right after 4 laps. You can do that. So yeah, maybe. But if 8's too far, then why on earth were people thinking about Bentley going 9? So, well, surely it can't be that much. I know it's big, but I didn't realise I could put that much fuel in. That was close for Blankenberg, who I didn't even realise was that close to Andreasen, in all honesty, but found himself through quite easily, really, towards Amnau Forest on that lap. And now we have the battle between the 2 Audis. Can't see this helping them, though, because battling too hard, we'll see Rosen increase his gap even more.
Yeah, and in many ways I'm surprised that the gap isn't already more than about the 4 seconds that we were seeing, due to the fact that obviously these drivers have been batting a bit, they've been making some mistakes, but that could just be Rosen, of course, keeping it fairly simple and fairly calm out the front, just doing what he needs to do. And yeah, I think the strategy thing, yeah, possibly can work, but I think in the case of Ewan's question is why the 9 instead of the 8, but that's 9 assuming you're only making 1 pit stop, whereas 8 where you're doing 2 pit stops, it just means that you're not balancing out your speed correctly. You're going too far, you're having too many slow laps. That's why you want to balance out to have the 6, the 3 stints of 6. You keep basically your slowest lap is as fast as possible, whereas on 8-lap stints you're out there on old tyres and you're sliding around for 2 laps, which around here is obviously over 15 minutes, as that's too wide from Blankenberg, but he manages to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, that's taking bravery corner to the next level there for Blankenberg, feeling the pressure. Speaking of bravery corner, speaking of going a little bit crazy on it, and once again Christian Grota was having a bit of a look, trying to get his way past Maru Sabdir, was not able to do so. Once again, every look, every sort of sniff down the inside, you are going to be losing time. The yellow flag comes out again, and it is Colin Blankenberg.
Look at Filippo. Filippo is spun as a result. Oh, and he could have got beats there.
Yeah,
oh my word, he's managed to excel. I've never seen anybody do that. He's got stuck inside the bowl of the carousel and accelerated upwards at about a 45-degree angle, and somehow managed to get himself unbeached on the carousel. That's one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen, and not, unfortunately, in a good way.
And I think both of those drivers are actually pretty lucky with how things have worked out. As Filippo now losing some positions. Zabdir's got past. Greta's trying to do it side by side down the hill. The grass is going to have to be used by one of these drivers. Surely no, they give each other room. And there's now a four-way battle for the top four, as it's going to be. Zabdir, we thought he might be dropping down to about 7th place, but he's actually gained a position after being able to hold off Greta and Chedron for such a long time. And Filippo there just couldn't get up to speed quick enough and probably overheated the tyres a slight bit, so he'll need some corners to cool them down. But yeah, all happening here at the Nordschleife, just showing that you have to keep your wits about you and keep the car on the track.
I'm absolutely certain that the reason we saw two cars backwards in the carousel like that is because of contact. It's the only way that you see two people spinning there, especially if they're on the low side. I mean, it's easy, it could be front to rear contact. Not 100% sure. It could just be going for an overly ambitious move down the inside or around the outside or what have you. But it's certainly, it's got, my gut feeling is telling me that was contact. Filippo's done a good job to get back going as quickly as he did. But like you say, he's now thrown into the middle of this fight. I actually kind of thought it might have worked out for Christian Greta. Obviously, having another car thrown into the middle of all this might have assisted. And what's actually going to happen here is he's probably not likely to get an opportunity to overtake Mari Stabdir or Enzo Filippo by the end of the Hoa as we head through the Klein's carousel, the smaller of the carousels, up towards Galgenkopf at the moment. And the real question is, at the end of lap 5 of this race, who is coming into the pit lane? Is anyone going to bite early and then take a 6 and a 7 lap stint to reach the checkered flag? Or are we just going to continue to see battling like this for the next lap or so?
Grotta's got to get in, hasn't he? Someone in this group, anyway, has got to get in. I actually don't think Chedron's being held up by these guys particularly. He's just sort of hanging on. Grotta certainly is being held up, though, and I think he should be in the pit lane here. Let's see if either of these two come in, though. Zabdir and Filippo might well be too busy battling with one another. Absolutely side by side, locked together under the Bilstein bridge there, but the Corvette just stronger in a straight line. The Mercedes not quite as good. Here comes Grotta. He won't go for it. Chedron brakes very early to make sure he doesn't get involved. He'll get single file now. Do any of them come into the pit lane? I would not be surprised in the slightest. No, they don't. So they're carrying on, and I can't really figure out why, because clearly, in my opinion, Grotta's being held up, and Filippo might well be held up this lap as well.
Yeah, that's one thing. Obviously, they got fuel in the car for a set strategy, but you can change that strategy, because even if you have this 1 lap of fuel left in the tank, that doesn't mean you can't pit 1 lap earlier, because that fuel is still going to be there. And if you add another 6 laps to make your middle stint 7 laps, say, that's basically still the same amount of pit stop time. So you definitely have to be able to think on the fly for these things, but it's certainly an interesting one, as you say, holding each other up a little bit with the with all the battling, and it really just, in my opinion, cements the fact that they're not going to be getting onto the podium today unless Blankenberg has any further issues. But at least they're having a really nice battle on the screen for us. Or maybe some of these drivers are actually going to be going longer. As we were potentially talking about earlier, some of the drivers might be starting on a full tank and trying to get to that lap 7 or 8 to have shorter stints than those.
Yeah, I mean, let's be completely honest here, that when it comes down to going the distance in a race like this, it's, yeah, like I say, there's a bit of time management, a bit of fuel management. The only issue with what you're saying there, right, is if you're going to come in early, and obviously you're saying, you're absolutely right, your actual transfer rate of fuel is not crazy, but then you have to do a lap with an extra, a stint with an extra lap of fuel, which on most circuits, let's say Silverstone or whatever, it's a couple of litres, right? It's not going to add too much. And then you compare it to here, and you're like, oh right, actually, it's quite a significant amount of fuel. You're talking like 10 kilos of fuel. That's a lot just to kind of have as basically extra ballast throwing you around. It's enough to take you offline. It's enough to make the car slightly unsettled where it was before. All those kinds of bits, they all add up over certain periods of time, and like you say, it's very difficult.
Yeah, it certainly can. I get your point, but I do think that by just following those in front of you and just doing exactly the same thing as what those in front of you do, and not being able to overtake them either for track position, it's just a bit strange, because you're never going to overtake them in that respect, or in that way. But anyway, I can't quite figure that one out, if I'm honest. It's, as you say, created this battle, though, for 4th place. It's up to Filippo Grotta, all locked together. I'm sure we'll enjoy this over the course of the next lap, because Grotta looks really, really quick. He's on the outside of Schwedenkreuz, and if he does this, it'll be spectacular. He can't, because it will be an absolutely ludicrous move, and he's sensibly decided not to go for it.
Yeah, that was that would have been high risk, high reward, some would say, but high risk as well through that part of the track. It's so high speed that any little mistake and any little bit of contact and you're going to be going around. So probably the safest option is to sit back, but that does mean, of course, they stay in the same order that they have been for a little while now, and it's definitely been an interesting an interesting part of the race. We have been seeing basically some action of what has happened earlier, and Blankenberg is the one who spun, and then it was Filippo who obviously was trying to basically avoid him and got caught on the carousel going for a spin himself, because of course you really want to use the racing line around there with how the camber is. So definitely an awkward crash that has caused Filippo to come back into this battle.
Yeah, I'll correct what I said. I was almost guaranteeing the fact that it was car contact. Filippo's had a couple of problems here. What has happened to Enzo Filippo? He's dropped backwards to 7th, and I think there might be some problems here. He's managed to get himself back going again. That could have been any number of things. It could have been my absolute favourite thing, as he slaps over the curbs and stuff. You're midway through a race, and then your local disc C is starting to fill up, and Windows these days, it's not a nice little pop-up like that. It is massive, in your face, right over the middle of the screen, blocking just about everything that you want to see. That is fun. But obviously that might have been, anything like that could have been the issue, because he seems to have rectified it and got back going again. But yeah, absolutely, we've seen a couple of replays. Obviously, I know you haven't, but we have, of that incident at the carousel. They both just basically spun by themselves. One an avoidance and one just a spin. I would not have called that, to be honest. It's rare that you see that kind of spin, especially in the carousel the way it was. Although, you know, like I say, you drive it in a little bit too hard, you kind of start to leave the banking. The car bottoms out and you can just completely spin around with ease.
I mean, it's one of those corners that, this is going to sound really bad, but it's one of those corners where once you've figured out how to do it, it's actually quite easy. You do spin, well, I did anyway when I first did it a few times, spun quite a lot, but you figure out doing it once and then you sort of do it again and again and again, because the reference marks around there are so strange, but they're so defined in terms of where you're actually placing the car. You've got such defined and huge reference marks, i.e. that big white banked bit, as to where it's actually not that difficult once you've learned how to do it. So for these drivers to have gone off one by one like that, I'm absolutely gobsmacked as well, to be fair, but these things do happen from time to time. A lapse in concentration, and you can see two spins in very quick succession. Filippo has decided to pull out of line as well, and I've no idea why, but he's down to 7th and he's losing time. It means once again that Grotta is moving on up, but he's behind Zabdir now, and I still can't help but feel like he could have moved forward with a bit quicker of a rate if he'd have pitted at a different lap to some of these guys, because he's clearly quicker than everybody around him, but just can't overtake them.
And the sort of ironic thing will be if both these drivers come into the pit lane this time around, of course, basically mirroring the strategy. If you can't overtake on track, you have to overtake with strategy. So if they do the same one, then obviously Grotta's not going to be gaining much from that, unless he can do a slightly quicker pit stop, which might be something that could save him, because he is actually close enough that is a possibility. But he's certainly putting the pressure on. They've dropped Chedron behind, and as ever, they are miles behind Blankenberg still, realistically. So now a two-way battle. It was a four-way at some point, but it's come back down to these two. Grotta only has one car to focus on, but Zabdir has been defending so well, putting his car in the right places. It seems to have just enough top speed as well to hold on down the back straight, but look how much the Porsche closes up through the corners, through the commitment parts. Zabdir has been struggling in these parts of the track.
I was going to say that I wondered if having Filippo in there and then all of it kind of spreading apart had just kind of alleviated some of the pressure from Marius Zabdir to get back on with it. That was quite the slide going into Gal de Kock. And trust me, I mean, Galgenkopf is probably, I'm going to say least favourite on the circuit, and it's not least favourite because I think it's a bad corner. It's least favourite because I've never been able to do it at the point where I think that is consistent and easy. Let's see if Christian Grotte, though, with the overspeed now in the slipstream, it's been attempted to break the slipstream from the pole of Marius Zabdir, and now Christian Grotte onto the scene. He's going to get to the outside. Has he committed to going through? No, the straight line speed of that Callaway seems to be more than enough to keep Christian Grotte at bay on the Duttinger Hoa. It was well played with how he was trying to break the slipstream and how he was trying to basically slow down Christian Grotte. The Norwegian is not able to get through. Who is coming into the pit lane? So Yuval Rosen and Colin Blankenberg have been in, as has Marius Zabdir. But interestingly enough, there was no pit entry from Andreasen or from Christian Grotte.
Yeah, we've got some continue honours, which is good. Andreasen doing something a little bit different, and he's I've invented a phrase. He's doing something a little bit different, which I think this race really, really needs. I was getting disappointed quite a lot actually with Grotte, that he just was not doing anything different to Zabdir, and if he followed him in there I would have lost it, but he's not, and he's stayed out, so that's good, and he's probably going to come out ahead, I would argue, as well, but you never know. You just never know what's going to happen over the course of this lap. And in fairness, an actual surprising amount of few drivers coming into the pit lane. So far only 4. Admittedly they're all names who are right up there, up towards the front, but other than that, not many people seemingly wanting to split this symmetrically and mathematically with 6 laps per stint here. Rosen now does exit the pit lane, maybe showing why some of them were fearful, because he's come out right behind Coughlin.
Yeah, that is one issue where you, when you pit earlier, of course, you go back into some traffic. For the people who are still out on older tyres, they'll be a little bit slower. You won't have the full advantage of your new set of boots, so you might actually lose a couple of tenths here and there. And especially as we've been seeing how hard it is to overtake, even though the drivers staying out are slower, they don't have blue flags because that is for position. So yeah, that could be a difficult one for Rosen actually, and the likes who have just pitted. And of course, we've got the graphic up now, so those with the green circle on the right hand side of their name are the ones who have taken their mandatory pit stop, although we are expecting 2 stops for most of these drivers.
See what they're going up towards this whole section anyway, and like you say, the gaps are quite close still between some of those on the grid, just not quite towards the front. Will they all kind of close up though in that second half of the race? It's kind of where the strategy comes into it. I remember when we did I want to say it was in 2021, the Nürburgring 2.4H, and we didn't think there was like 2 strategies going on until about halfway through the race, and it all kind of like came together. There was a lot more going on, especially between each of the different cars. I mean, you've got to think over a 2.4H race, we know that the cars come into their own a little bit more, but the idea of a race like this around a circuit like this, whilst yes, what you do behind the wheel is always the most important, but you start seeing slightly different things from each car. Maybe it's less of a car thing, maybe it is more of a driver thing, and what the drivers are getting the most out, but we're starting to see some of the risk of pitting early. Our race leader, Yuval Rosen, in traffic, Coughlin the one ahead, and despite being absolutely rapid, despite being our dominant race leader, has to navigate this traffic as quick as possible. Thankfully, that was pretty receptive from Coughlin.
Yeah, make sure that he got out of the way when he really didn't have to. So Rosen will really have to give him some of his winnings, to be honest, because that was very, very helpful indeed towards just the end of the Hatzenbach section there. But it's a real risk when you find yourself down the order like this, having to fight your way back through traffic. Maybe that's what was putting Grotte off from pitting himself, and to be honest, with how spread the field is now and where he likely would have come out, you can hardly blame him really for deciding to stay out there that little bit longer. Let's not forget though that Andreasen was really not very far behind Rosen when the race leader came into pit lane there, so this race is still absolutely on, and Andreasen is in clean air. Maybe that gap's going to be even smaller by the time that the Norwegian comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. The gap wasn't huge, so I wonder if there's going to be any sort of overcut, because also, as much as Rosen has the fresher tyres, Andreasen has a lot less fuel in the tank at this moment in time. It's basically a quali lap for him, so there might, if he's got any tyres left, there might be some opportunity there for some things to swap around, as it's a Norwegian 1-2. Grote in behind, but he is some 18 seconds back, so he's going to struggle to get the victory today. But at least he has a clear track now, as of course he is chasing after Zabdir, who made that pit stop at the end of the previous lap.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm very curious. I kind of agree with what you were saying. I'm frustrated that Christian Grote didn't try and do something different, more the other way, because I get what you're trying to do here. But the thing is too much damage has already been done. And it's not, it's to say that obviously Christian Grote was like, yeah, cool, that's exactly how I want it. But it's been pushed into a point where a lot of pain and damage has already been done, as Lino did have a little bit of a problem there going through the side. I know Yuval Rose has obviously just flown past, but I think if we look back, there's a bit more going on than what it has seen. So clearly paying for the climb to certainly the rest of this section of the ground. I'm not going to let it go.
He could really slowly at the moment. I don't know why, but he was caught very quickly by... Well, is he actually? He's about the same gap ahead as he was on Coughlin earlier, so maybe he's not going so slowly at all. By the way, Sven Mackenberg is very near Blankenberg at the moment, which means that he's got to be doing quite well. I think he can still do it on a two-stop race, Mackenberg, especially in the Bentley. So it will be a bit of a stretch for him, and it's still not an ideal strategy. But he might well still be on for a top 5 here. And as you said, Lewis, earlier on, this race is all going to come together at the end. We're not quite going to understand what's going on from now right till the last 2 laps of the race, really. And that's when the order will be all decided. Then the battles will commence for the actual positions. You'll know what you're fighting for at that stage. And we could even have a battle for the race lead that late on as well. Very interested to see how this strategy just unfolds over the course of the next 90 minutes, because unbelievably, Cam, we're already nearly an hour through.
Yeah, and it has actually gone quite quickly with the amount of battles that we've seen on track, which is great to see. And it is starting to tighten up once again as we're getting these, arguably faster drivers coming through on the fresher tyres, having already made their pit stop. And they are now having to try and navigate these slower cars around them. Here's Zabdir, who we were looking at a bit earlier on, of course, technically fighting with Grote, who's currently out in that second place, but losing some time. But Pol got up ahead, then there's Sven Mackenberg, who we're mentioning as well. So definitely not the easiest part of the track, all losing so much time. He's going to have to dive down the inside of her axe there. Definitely lost, maybe half a second or so just through that sequence of corners with one car. And if that adds up, losing a couple of seconds might actually swap these positions around with Grote.
I think what we're actually seeing here as well is how much time still those top lot into the back end of the top 5 have actually lost, because ahead of them is Sven Mackenberg, who obviously, if you remember back to the first lap, came into the pit lane, second lap, came into the pit lane after getting damage coming down into Tigard, has come into the pit lane, repaired the damage, got back out on the racetrack, started setting some decent lap times, and whilst has not exactly jumped them completely, because obviously his strategy is a little bit more awkward at the moment now compared to that, has actually pushed himself into a position where he is ahead, technically on the same amount of pit stops. My point being is that it shows how much wastage there has been when it comes to the time frame from mostly in that like what we were seeing with Mariusz Zabdir and Christian Grote, that little battle there, obviously each other right off the rear end of it. They've just fed time left, right and centre, as Sven Mackenberg is trying to get past Norman Norms at the moment as we head up towards the carousel. Not able to do so now, and look, he's going to get straight down the inside. Is Mariusz Zabdir with a proper send into the Klein's carousel.
That was great. Proper overtake from Zabdir there. When you get yourself down the inside of one of the carousels, you just know that you're going to get the position, and that's exactly how he must have felt there. Sven Mackenberg forced to just tuck in behind. Zabdir will get through on Norman Knowles as well, you'd imagine. More pit stops being made though. Christian Grote continuing to do things differently, which is good, and stays out for an 8th lap, along with Guillaume Vigneron and also Marvin Mackenberg, although 5 drivers already into the pit lane, including Andreasen, and I'm not so sure Rosen will be in the lead of this race by the end of this lap. Really, he's had to make 2 overtakes on this lap, and so it could well be Andreasen, who hasn't had to make any, who gets out in front. Let's see.
And Rosen's been stuck behind another car, Burchard there, the Norwegian driver, though he's getting down the inside now, and it does look like Andreasen is going to be behind, actually, coming out the pit exit. So that's actually still a decent gap that he's got, but how is this going to work when we get to the second round of pit stops as well? Rosen just actually showing the speed that he does have, and maybe staying on those older tyres is slower. For the likes of Marvin Mackenberg, though, in that Bentley, is he going to stay out a 9th lap after this one? That is a question that we need to see as well.
Yeah, certainly. So is anyone going to push this towards a potential one-stop? Does anyone have the bravery? Does anyone have the time? It's really, really awkward, that's for sure. That's kind of what makes it so interesting, so intriguing, is how difficult it is. It's kind of like that thing of, if you are going to get to a one-stop strategy, if you are going to do this race on just the single, you've got to be brave. You've got to risk it. At the moment, obviously, these drivers are all fairly close to it, but you need to go that one extra lap. Go one further past this, because obviously the halfway point of this race is 1 hour 12 minutes left to go. There's 1 hour 23 and a bit left to go from this point, meaning that even at the completion of this lap, we're not going to be halfway. You need to pit over halfway, so you need to do this lap plus one more. So it's going to be difficult unless they're trying to do it. You know, obviously you can shrink those 2 other stops. You can do 8 laps to start with, and then 5 and 5, and that should get you to the 80. Quick maths, nice. But still, it's intriguing. Do you think they're going for one stop to you?
I hope so. I really hope so. I know that's not what you asked, but I hope so, because it will be really interesting for the race. I don't know if Grotter's going to be able to manage it, to be honest. It's a real stretch around this circuit for a Porsche. It even is for Vigneron or Nellis in the Mercedes. Marvin Mackenberg, maybe, but you know, he's less than half a minute in front of the race leader right now anyway, so would it even be worth it? Would he even come out ahead of Rosen by the end of the second stops? I'm not entirely sure that he would do, but I would love to see somebody at least try it over the course of this race. And also, I must apologise to everybody who had the misfortune of hearing me say Rosen might lose the lead, because he's not by... well, not nowhere near either. Andreasen quite a long way behind, and Rosen seems to be doing absolutely fine. He's restored his lead by quite some distance, and will probably remain to do so for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think that just reminds us that older tyres are slower, even despite the lower fuel that I was hoping might make some sort of difference. So Rosen, even with those overtakes of slower traffic, was able to extend that lead, in fact, just showing the control he's got on this race. As you see all the green dots in the tower, a lot of drivers have made that pit stop, but we still do have some as we are on lap 8. Currently, we do expect quite a few to come in at the end of this lap, and then we'll get pretty much an idea of how the order stands out. But as ever, strategy can quickly change things. There's some wiggles there for Andreasen, as he's really trying to push to get that gap back down.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that when you're kind of sat in this position, obviously you know you're on a 2-stop strategy. You aren't sure if some of the others ahead of you are on a 2-stop strategy or if they're on a 1-stop strategy, and so you kind of think, well, I've got to push now to try and eat into that time. They're on more worn tyres, but there is such a thing as pushing too hard. As we've seen there, that's what 3 consecutive corners from Andreasen, taking a little bit too much curb either side, sliding the rear end, being a little bit too heavy on the loud pedal. I mean, it's just overcooking the driving quite so much. To see if Colin Blankenberg is doing quite the same. We're heading into miss, hit, miss now, and to be honest, it's slightly tamer, although the Audi R8's always been a bit of a wild beast. That V10 pumps out an awful lot of brake horsepower to that rear axle, but also it's always just been a little slip and slide, especially when it comes to abusing curbs. It does not like it. It doesn't eat them up the same way that something like a Merc does.
No, it really doesn't, and I really dislike driving it over long periods of time as a result of that. And there you see a prime example, up on the curb, Blankenberg, but fighting the car all of the time. It's quick around here, certainly, but there's certainly a knack to driving it. You're certainly on the edge of your seat driving it. If this was a proper 24-hour race, you wouldn't see the Audi chosen nearly as much, I think, but because it's 2.4 hours, because it's a long race, of course, but it is a manageable distance for a single driver. You do reach for the Audi a little bit more readily than maybe you would otherwise for a distance like this. Zabdir is in a much more comfortable Corvette. We haven't seen nearly as much sliding or trouble over the curves for this car. So that's all good for him, and he's got significantly less pressure as well on him at this stage. Schöderon is miles behind him all of a sudden. Grote obviously yet to pit, and Filippo for some reason has made a second stop one lap after his first one, so I've no idea why he's done that. The only thing I can think of is possibly forgetting to put as much fuel in as he needed, only putting one lap of fuel in or something, which I find especially bizarre.
I would assume it might be actually speeding in the pit lane as a possibility as well, which, yeah, I'm not sure, but certainly is a possibility at least. But either way, his race has basically gone from bad to worse, hasn't it? He was really up there. He was in the fight at the front. He wasn't even in second place at one point, but now he's down in 20th. Of course, some drivers still need to pit, but he's not going to be going up too many places with how far back he is now.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like I say, it's rough. We don't know what the drama would have been, but clearly there has been some. I think speeding in the pit lane, I'm going to rule it. Oh, yeah, to be fair, we don't pay attention to anything we do. But I've not seen anything pop up, and I would have assumed one of us would have spotted it. But we are. What do you mean? Are you saying that we're not focused completely?
Three of us isn't enough.
No, that's true. That's true. This is why we need Zach Sweeney to keep an eye on him, but he's too busy. Fortnite. He's too busy playing Fortnite. Yes. Oh dear. By the way, I did get a message from Lena who said that Schwedenkreuz to Arenberg is a great section, which tells me that I think Lena might actually be listening to the broadcast whilst driving.
I hope not. Did he text that in the race? I hope he did it before.
While he was in the pit.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
I maybe think he's using the phone on the Daniel.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not. Well, that'd be even braver, wouldn't it? But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Grote is going to go in the pit lane then after 8 laps. We'll see now whether we're going to get anybody going for the Brave 9, but it's going to be 8 laps for Grote, and you'd imagine the same for everybody else. I think Marvin Mackenberg would be the one to watch here.
Yeah, I think he's the only one that we've been expecting, as you say, from our inside sources. The Bentley is the only one that might be going for that 9 laps, which should be very interesting indeed as we are getting closer and closer, of course, to that halfway point. We're expecting 18 laps, and therefore... Oh, he is! Oh my god! Let's see how this one works out. So, he's going to be a bit slower, of course, but is he going to be less slow than taking a whole extra pit stop?
I like how we've been building up this being the potential thing from our, in air quotes, inside sources, i.e. one driver that told us it might be possible. And now we're like, even though we've been knowing it's a thing for probably about the last hour, we're still shocked that it's a thing. So
I wasn't convinced he was going to do it, if I'm honest.
Well, you need to have more faith in the Mackenbergs. That's all I'll say to that one.
Grote's in the lead, effectively. He's gone past Rosen.
Wow, we're observation, aren't we? What's,
yeah, but
now,
okay, you remember how you said about maybe the reason why Filippo returned to the pit lanes because maybe he didn't take enough fuel? That, unless he's not taken tyres, which is possible, but after you've been on them for an hour around here, I don't know.
Well, maybe that's the call. Maybe he's just short fueled to get the track position at the moment, and then he'll pit with next lap at the end of the next one after only 2 laps, maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
He got drive through.
Who? Oh, Filippo.
No, Grote.
Do you think?
Yes. It kind of makes sense. I would assume it's for track limit violations. We've not seen it again. We've not seen anything pop up, so I don't know. But again, my trusty source is telling me that Christian Goethe potentially got a drive. So he theoretically then he is on the one-stop strategy, but the drive-through he had to do it now, otherwise it would intervene with the pit stop.
I don't know if I agree.
Well, how else would he be ahead of Yuval Rosen?
I
Short
reckon,
building.
yeah, because Rosen would have pit, and because he pit 3 or 2 laps ago, he needs to take those extra 2 laps of fuel that Grota now doesn't, and that might be about the 7 seconds that is the current gap, because if Grota didn't take any tyres off fuel, surely he would be another 20-30 seconds up the road compared to Rosen. So I reckon it might be the short fuel as well, which is a very interesting one, because in that case he's jumped up quite a few seconds. He was back with Zabdir, who's now, best part of 20 odd seconds behind.
Interesting. I don't know. I mean, we'll wait and see. Now, he was a long way off of Yuval Rosen, so even like short fueling just seems it seems fetched to me.
Yeah, but he by doing this, there are multiple advantages to it. So it's an 18-lap race. He's just done an 8-lap stint. He could do another 8-lap to the end. There's the spare 2 in the middle. He could have just short fueled for literally 2 laps, not even put any tyres on, because that by also doing this strategy, you can reduce the amount of tyre changes that you do from 2, which Rosen will do, and do 1 instead, if the Porsche's a bit lighter on its feet, a little bit lighter on its tyres maybe. So Grota may have just come in, literally splashed 2 laps of fuel in, not changed any tyres, got out in the lead, get out in free air, track space, and then he'll come in, do a full service at the next pit stop, and then go to the end from there is the only thing, well, not the only thing I can think of, but one of the things. I think he's lost too much time for that to have been a drive-through.
I agree. I think of course, if that is the case, there's only going to be 2 laps. You don't have too long to find out, and this is what we like though. We like people going for a different strategy, trying something different, and currently the top 2 drivers in the race are doing that, or even if you include the top 3 in this race, all doing different strategies, and at some point it's going to have to come together, and they'll all come to a head at some point. Hopefully a bit of a battle for the lead in the final parts of the race.
I just remember in all of my time of doing all this commentating, the amount of times where I've come up with this completely far-fetched strategy, assuming this has to be it. It's the only thing that makes sense, because oh my goodness, that was quite a slide as well from Mary Zabdir. You start thinking about, well, if you do that and then you don't have to take as much fuel, then you take tyres, then suddenly after the race someone will message you and say, you can do fuel and tyres at the same time. So that's See, you know exactly what I'm talking about with this kind of stuff. So it's really, really tough, as we'll see if Lino can keep Hogger bay at the moment, while the Ferrari 488 is trying to make its way through up into Ardenau, forced at the moment all over the rear end of that Falcon Porsche. Not able to get through at the moment. Lino hanging on, but having a lot of pressure over his shoulder. He can't be texting us now.
Can I just say, by the way, if somebody texts in the YouTube chat to say they can now do fuel and tyres and GT3s at the same time on RaceRoom, I'm going to lose my composure in a big way.
It's weird. You don't like that rule, do you?
I hate that rule almost as much as I hate 65 minute stint timers. But anyway, oh dear, off the road, Hooker in the Ferrari. One of the few Ferraris we actually have, and we haven't seen very many of them so far. And unfortunately, he's just got off the road. Another driver who's made 2 stops, somewhat bizarrely. Speaking of YouTube chat, by the way, Cam, I feel validated now, because Rokas de B has said almost the same thing as me. So I'm going to run with that now with Grota. I think that's exactly the case for him now. He'll be in at the end of the next lap.
I do like that theory as well. So we'll see. Of course, you're always trying to minimise your slower lap times. And this might be one way of doing that, because as much as he's going to have really old tyres, he's got so much less fuel that hopefully that shouldn't be as much of an issue. But as ever, we'll have to see how the how the maths works out. And that Vigneron has just got past Botti for P11 as well. So the battles in the midfield are continuing on, as we've of course seen Chedron and Sven Mackenberg, who is potentially trying something interesting on the strategy as well to get himself back up after being in the fence, we believe, on that first lap. So definitely some awesome strategies coming our way here at the 2.4 hours of the Nürburgring, and I can't wait to see how these things open up. Back to Gross at the front. His gap to Rosen, I think, has come down ever so slightly, but it's not like he's just hemorrhaging time hand over fist.
I love the idea of the strategy. I love it. I'm just not sure I'm convinced by it. Also, again, it's just the amount of time that was lost earlier. Obviously, if that is the case, it makes more sense as to why that time was lost earlier, because you have to go long. As the yellow flag comes out, it's Enzo full of power again. 2 pit stops and now more troubles. This race has gone somewhat downhill, and this time he is, exactly. He was pretty beached there, but clearly the Frenchman has quite the heavy right foot, pushing the car forward up and onto the grass, and then moving its way forward. The carousel has not been nice to this man, has it?
No, and that's a really rare place to see 2 incidents in one race for a driver. Well, no, I was about to say a driver of the quality of Filippo. So there we are. But no, it's a real surprise, really. But anyway, he's further down the order now, and unfortunately won't be featuring in terms of a race win. We're talking a lot about Grota and Rosen, but what about this man, Marvin Mackenberg? As I said, surprised me we're actually going through with this, and I'm really pleased to see it as well. End of lap 9, he'll surely have to be in now because he's coming in on drops of fuel at this stage. He'll be really running out, and Grota should be my day is ruined, to be honest, because Grota is into the pit lane after only a lap.
So I think he might actually have a drive-through. I think the person that told me that he's got a drive-through, I think he did actually have a drive-through, but I think he hadn't served it. So I think you were right. I think the strategy he was going for was that. We'll see how much time he loses here and if he actually comes into his box, or if he's just driving straight from the pit lane.
I reckon he's doing the strategy that we said, but he also has a drive-through. Maybe is going to be the case. So he's
come straight through.
Yeah, so I definitely think that it's going to be a bit more difficult now for Grota. But for Mackenberg, I think this has half a chance of working. He, of course, had track position in the lead, and he had 1 stop to go. Of course, he's going to be a bit slower to the end, and he's going to have a longer pit stop. But at least getting maybe a top 5, or maybe even a podium, that is going to be what he's looking out for. Zabdir now is on the back of Grota, probably wondering what is going on. He's lost that position, but of course Grota is trying something different, and these guys might end up on different parts of the track later on.
But can we all give Cam and Roger a massive round of applause there? Now, after that drive-through, Christian Grota's drive might become a little bit more difficult. Thanks, Cam.
The sky is blue, okay? The sky is blue.
Really sums it up. No, really? Is it going to be hard now for him? Yeah, no, probably a little bit. Well, he's in a fight now with Marish Zabdir into the rear end a little bit. What's this, Ewan?
Sorry, I've had to defend Cam by saying you've said some things that are almost.
I have. The worst thing I've ever said on broadcast. Well, actually, no. I won't say the worst thing I've ever said on broadcast. It's definitely not appropriate. No, the most obvious thing that I've ever said on broadcast was that this gap might stay the same, get bigger, or get closer, as Marish Zabdir has finally potentially worked his way through on Christian Grota. It didn't take him very long, but a big slide as we head out onto the Nordschleife, and it might just be the position has switched back the way of Marish Zabdir. Of course, these are slightly older tyres, we believe, on Christian Grota's car compared to Marish Zabdir, so that was kind of the expectation. Yeah, the gap might grow, get smaller, or stay the same. That is a classic line that I did say on broadcast, and I hate myself for it.
It was, it was quite funny for the rest of us, though. So thanks for that. It's somewhat poetic, isn't it? Really, that Grota's finding himself behind Zabdir after spending so long, almost trying to get out from behind him all this time. I'm really disappointed, though, for Grota, because I wanted to see which of the strategies was going to work out, and now obviously Rosen is going to beat Grota, I would say, in this race, because of that drive-through penalty, but I wanted to know which of the strategies was going to prevail out the two of them, and I'm a bit disappointed by that. I just don't think Marvin Mackenberg is going to really be able to challenge Rosen over the course of this one, because even though we'll have new tyres on at this stage, whatever, it'll be quicker maybe at this stage, I still don't think it will be quite enough for Mackenberg to beat him in this one, but let's see. Side by side between Lina and Hoggart here in the Grand Prix circuit. It's a nice little battle. The Ferrari gets through on Lino and up to 17th place as of right now.
He's got Kovalevsky coming up behind, so a bit of a wiggle there as well, coming out onto the Nordschleife. So a nice three-way battle, a bit lower down. Lino, remember, was that 33rd position in qualifying when we joined his lap. When the results came up, he did actually jump up. I think it's about 24th place that he got up to. So still some nice places to be had. Up 8 places, a 26th position he got up to in the end in qualifying. So definitely some nice improvements, just showing you that if you do have a somewhat decent race, you can get up some positions around here. But unfortunately losing that one. And he has got some time to Filippo ahead if they want to try and get inside that top 16 or so, but it's certainly been a very eventful race at Nürburgring, and I doubt the predictions are going the way that some people would have wanted, apart from the fact that Rosen is out in the lead.
Our predictions when it comes to basically anything in this race have been terrible. Poor.
Wayward.
Yes.
Wrong.
It's not been great. By the way, you're actually right about Lino. He's made some decent work forward. Of course, we do all want Lino to get a good result, because the better the result they get, the more work he has to put into what will be an after video performance. So putting the pressure on him now. Of course, Crystal Productions shout out, but yeah, he's done a lot of work for a lot of videos on RaceRoom stuff. Not very good. I think Ewan's voiced over there. He's not been invited. Me and Cameron. Voiced a few, haven't we?
We certainly have, yeah. Lino is a...
Take that, Ewan.
He's a very good, I guess, videographer, you would say. And yeah, he makes some very nice products. And of course, is just in general a big part of the RaceRoom community.
Yeah. It is. This is the thing with like these kind of... We've always said before when it comes to these ranked events, whether it is the RaceRoom Ranked Championship or the ranked events themselves, be it the 2.4-hour races, the 2-hour races that we've done a few of. There is a lot of, as much as they're all ranked and stuff, it's all serious. It's not really. There's a lot of like, rather it's a bit of fun. And most importantly, it is a community kind of thing. We get a load of people from the community. They all come along. They all want to take part in these kind of races because they want to show off a little bit to the community. Their driving prowess. Right way of putting it, but still there's a little bit of that to it, and that's what makes the events so much fun. This is not the absolute highest level of esports, despite having drivers that do compete at the highest level. It's more, a lot of these drivers are just coming along for a bit of banter on a Saturday evening because they'd rather do this than watch F1 qualifying, and rightfully so.
Yeah, exactly, rightfully so. Although qualifying is often more interesting than the race, but that's not saying a whole lot. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Alessandro Botti is going to get overtaken here by Lapinic by the looks of things. We haven't seen quite so much committed side by side actually so far today, but Lapinic is one of the first drivers I've seen anyway to go through with it fully. Up to 11th place, was right up the curb there. And through on Botti. I've got to say, that's not the first time we've seen the BMW overtaken in a long straight section or a long power section. I think it really is lacking for straight line speed. Maybe aerodynamics in a straight line speed, because it's big. So we're punching a hole in the air and not going that fast to the straight line, clearly.
Yeah, Botti has struggled a little bit in that department this race, whether that is his own being or maybe there'll be a piece on like that not going his way, but he has had a pretty solid race. It's just he's only gone backwards, especially in the last hour or so that we've been seeing that car specifically. Unfortunately, he's now down into 12th place. Lapinic there getting past, got Marvin Mackenberg not too far up ahead actually if Lapinic wants to make some further position. So as ever, the midfield battles continuing on further into the race as people try and work out their strategies from here to the end.
Yeah, like I say, it's we're at the point where you're obviously running the strategies from backwards. I mean, you're doing it generally in a race anyway. It's not like the serious level of endurance where you do need to pick that point and start running a race backwards. Also, there is not 1 minute and 40 seconds left of the race. It's always been a thing. Don't worry about it. There's over an hour left to go of this race. We've not jumped time. We'll have to wait and see as to whose strategy is going to come out on top. Eva Rosen continuing to lead from Andreas and from Colin Blankenberg. Quite a lot of the drivers that were inside the top 10 at the start of the race remain inside the top 10, which I actually think is kind of counter to normal Nordschleife racing. Let's put it that way, because normally by this point we were seeing the biggest crash you've ever seen and half the grid out.
Yeah, it wouldn't be inconceivable anyway to have seen that. So yeah, I do agree. It's somewhat of a surprise, but nice to see as well. The big name staying up there. Grutter should be in the pit lane as far as we can tell. Then at the end of this lap, let's wait to see him not do that. No, I think he is coming in from 5th place. He'll get overtaken by Schödler anyway. And so yes, he is in. That's absolutely fine, and doing his strategy that we said he was going to. And now we'll see whether the outside chances he's got of a podium can really come to. I don't think they will. And by the way, just to finish up on predictions, by the way, I said earlier that I really wouldn't fancy the Audi in this race, and they're 1, 2, and 3 right now. So I'm loving this, and so far that's gone really well. But anyway, we know that we're not very good at predictions, so that's fine. See if Marvin Mackenberg can maybe interrupt that. He's 10th at the moment and looking to just keep his head down really for the remainder of this race. Still 8 laps to go, including the one they're just about to go on to.
And Greta dropping down the way into the pit lane another time, as we were expecting. So definitely trying. Is that an 8-2-8 strategy? So not quite the balanced 66 that we were expecting, but could see something different. But unfortunately, that drive-through penalty not helping things. Botti coming into the pit lane as well, as it seems this second round of pit stops is going to be coming the way of some of the drivers, probably at the end of this next lap or two, for them, of course, to go to the end of the race. And at that point, we'll obviously find out how the standings shape up and how everything works itself out. It seems Grotta's actually dropping down a little bit more than I was expecting, so that's a bit of a shame for him. But of course, pit stops for other people will bump him back up.
Yeah, let's wait and see. So he drops down to 17th position. I mean, I'm actually really disappointed there's been a drive-through, because I'd be very curious to see where the strategy would have placed it. But that's racing at the end of the day. That's what's made things so difficult, and I'm not 100% sure as to what he's got the drive-through for. I would assume it would have been speeding in the pit lane. It's quite easy to do. Pit lane is really slow, and the pit entry when you're coming in from the Nordschleife is really awkward. I feel like I'm slating quite a lot of this circuit. Turn 1 and 2, and then the pit entry, and I'm going to stick to it. It's a terrible circuit. No, it's not actually. It's a great circuit. Of course it is. It's just not as good as Bathurst.
No, I would agree with that actually. To be fair, the Nordschleife has been going up in my estimation a little bit in recent months, I've got to say. I did agree with you, but this I don't really know. It's just one of those unexplainable changes of mind that just happen in your brain unconsciously, and it's just, I don't know. They're starting to level off. Maybe I need to see a really good race at Bathurst in the near future to sort of re-cement its place at the top, because I can't remember the last really good race that really kind of almost, took me off my chair kind of race. You know what I mean? It
certainly wasn't the Bathurst 12-hour this year, was it?
Exactly. Or I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen a 12-hour or 1,000 that has really, really interested me and really, really excited me. Whereas the Nürburgring 2.4H does that almost every time. Especially this year. I did enjoy it this year.
I think it's also the fact that there's 120, 150 odd cars, all the different classes, everything. That obviously is so unique in lots of these races. Lewis just mentioned Bathurst, but there you only really get the GT3s, so at least predominantly. So there's obviously a different style of racing there. Then you go to the likes of Daytona, etc. There you get the 3 class. It's a different one as well, but this one really stands out with the way that it works. It's very much on its own in that regard. Of course, not being directly FIA affiliated helps with that, with some of the rules and everything that they can have and they can do. But I to be honest, I like it. I like the track. I think it's, in my opinion, is genuinely, I should say, one of the best actual tracks to drive. The fact that the corners just keep coming at you thick and fast, it's so fast and flowing, it's not tight and twisty. I rate the track very, very highly.
I think Ewan's point is very valid. That there has been, I know, right?
Since when?
There's not been an amazing Bathurst race. It's probably, I don't know, 16, 17. Quite some good stuff around there.
I wasn't that far back, but yeah.
How far back would you?
Maybe to just pre-COVID, maybe. I just think the Bathurst 12 hours seen a diminished entry
12 hours
post-COVID, and that's a real shame, because it was approaching, and probably was my favourite endurance race of the year. 2017, 18, 19 kind of region. But it's really fallen off, unfortunately. I hope it at least the race has survived. At least it still happens. Yeah. But I hope that it happens a bit better. Happens better. That's not a phrase. But you know what I mean. I hope it improves again post-COVID soon.
The problem with Bathurst is the same kind of problem that things like Kylo, which is they with where and when they happen in the year. Obviously, a lot of teams and stuff, for example, a lot of the European teams, they're not going to ship their car all the way down to Bathurst or to Kyalami and then ship them all the way back up to Europe. And then you kind of be like, but there's obviously plenty of teams based in the Southern Hemisphere that are well into all that. Yeah, but when it comes to a lot of the it's GT3 racing is not quite catching on in the same way that it has done in the Williams, because of how tight everything is. That you could basically race, if you owned a GT3, you could basically take it racing pretty much every week. It just doesn't get old, because you can just race it so many different circuits. Whereas in somewhere like Australia, there's not really that many, and not that many high-profile races to go racing in. So it can become a little bit difficult. Because here is a move. Coughlin and Pasquin just switching over positions. And Coughlin has made the move going up towards the loop curve. Yes, though, from a very serious point of view, it is big time disappointing that the Bathurst 12 Hour had, was it 21 cars this year?
I don't know. It was an alright race, but there were only about 3 contenders, to be honest, and 2 of them were Mercedes from the same team. So it was a little bit disappointing. I agree. But Nürburgring has been long delivering, and this race has been as well. We're in that kind of midpoint of the race now, where strategies are unfolding, but that means none of them are really close together because they're in the process of unfolding. So things are going to happen over the course of the next 4 laps or so, where people will make their final pit stops, and then we will see the order shaken out. We'll see where everybody is properly, and we'll see who is on course to win this race. But at the moment, Rosen certainly has the advantage over Andreasen, although he is being caught. Blankenberg is catching him as well. So I do get the feeling that this race is not over yet, although seeing a non-Audi win this race maybe is starting to become a longer shot with every moment.
Yeah, the top 3 being the Audis is looking pretty good for them as it stands. I was just trying to look where I wanted to have a look times, the lap times of Sven Mackenberg is doing. Unfortunately, obviously his last lap was a pit lap, but one of the laps he was doing earlier was in the 21s, which is best part of sort of 8 seconds or so slower per lap. I'll definitely look out for what he's going to be doing to the end of this race, but of course we'll continue to focus on screen action, which is Noj and Filippo getting close. Filippo trying to come back from his multiple incidents this race, almost looking to dive up the inside there. As we come out onto the Dottinger Höhe, hopefully the slipstream will be in his favour to try and make this move.
Yeah, I think there might be something happening here. There's certainly a move brewing here as Philip Howell's return up the order is on. Does he do another pit stop? He's had quite a few issues today, and he'll make his way past Nodge and up in the 12th position. There was also a switch a bit further up the order. I think that one was Lapinick versus Mackenberg, as this is Philip Howe making his way through on his fellow Mercedes, although the move is certainly not done yet as we head towards the end of the Dattelger up towards Tiergarten. And let's see if there's going to be any major fighting from Nodge. They remain side by side, but at this point, one of them surely has to yield. We've got Nodge on the left-hand side. Philip Howe, though, with a bit of a squeeze. And that was very scary indeed. Somehow, they managed to make their way through it.
Yeah, not quite seen so much contact through the Tiergarten actually, and everybody survived there, but they have done.
And then
Filippo
they came into the pit lane. What is the point?
Yeah, exactly. What is the point of that? But anyway, Filippo is into the pit lane. Christophe Nodge carries on. And an odd time to come in actually as well after 11 laps. That gives him 7 remaining in this one. Somewhat bizarre, but Filippo into the pit lane and will be going to the end from here. Sven Mackenberg's also going to the end from here, and you'd imagine we'll be able to get out ahead of the Frenchman as well. But there's a little bit more of a point to this battle because these three are locked together for 18th place at the moment, and they are all staying out as well. Here comes Sven Mackenberg.
Yeah, to the inside, this should be a nice simple move onto the brakes, though of course he's probably trying to do a little bit of fuel saving as we're going to get Zachar Coughlin coming past as well. So Raskin goes way too wide, loses the 2 places, and the Bentley and Porsche go through, and that is up into what's currently 16th place. As you see by the little green number 2, the Mackenberg at least has already made that final pit stop, so he'll just be moving up the grid one by one as the drivers ahead of him start to make their pit stops. And looking at the pit stop time, it was somewhere in the region of like a minute 15, minute 20, something like that. He should be jumping up quite a few places actually towards the end of this race. It just depends how much lap time he loses, A, being on the older tyres for longer, and then B, having to do the fuel saving as well.
Yeah, so there isn't, again, the time's ticking away. Sorry, I'm still I'm furious. I don't understand why people do that, by the way. I'm genuinely still angry about it. Why would you battle with someone that hard, losing an extra half a second to a second, just to then go, right, well, I've messed for you for a bit, I'm off into the pits. It's like,
why would it? I think
because you don't want to lose that much time.
Filippo's had such a bad race that he's in one of those sort of destructive modes where he's like, I'm bringing everybody down with me here because I've had such a terrible day. I'm going to fight with everybody no matter what the situation is. And that's exactly what he did there. I don't know. In the same vein, I kind of think, why wouldn't you fight like that? Because they're not exactly fighting for the win. They're just having a bit of fun at this stage, really. And so why not, really, is the way I would look at it. But yeah, clearly it's not... If they're both trying to get the best result possible, clearly it isn't the best idea. But I don't think that is on their minds anymore. Wow, that was Tokar right over the curb there. And he's going to be in a lot of trouble from Polgar as well for 20th position now.
Nearly Tokarved? Nah, it's too hard.
Oh dear.
It's too much of a stretch. That is quite the move down the inside.
It was a big stretch, but
it was a try.
There was a try. At least Polgar did get through as well as a result, as you can see in the Porsche. Piatkowski's just been behind with Norms as well. It's a neat little 4-car battle actually, and this is what we saw in qualifying. The order down the field was actually a lot closer than those at the front, and we're seeing that reflected in the battles as well, which is nice.
And it's interesting to see the BMWs down here in a bit of a train and not quite up towards the front. There's a load of it. What's that, 5 BMWs in a row from 21st down to 25th position as they now come up the hill, chasing down that Porsche up ahead of them of Polgar. As we are, of course, seeing Tokar, I should say, trying to get that place back. This is actually a long stretch. You can get the slipstream, but as we said, I come up to a Schrading Cross. It is such a committed part of the track. It's basically flat out, a bit of a lift. You're so committed. You've got to keep that downforce on the car before you get straight and into the braking zone of Arenberg, and that's going to be a little bit of a defensive line there from the Porsche, but is definitely able to hold on this time. But it's so nice. I love it when we see these battles low down, because these drivers are still going to be giving it absolutely everything, even if it is for 20th place.
I mean, 20th place, you're battling. I've always said before, when it comes to fights and stuff, when it comes to positions you're battling with in races, that certain positions hold a little bit more weight, right? And getting inside the top 20, getting inside the top 15, inside the top 10, top 5, top 3, getting on the podium. These battles all mean kind of a little bit more. I don't really care if I'm 9th or 10th. I'm inside the top 10. I don't really care if I'm 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. I'm inside the top 20, right? And so you're battling over that final spot inside the top 20. Even though there's no points or prizes or anything like that mega on the line with this, you're still fighting because you want to get inside the top 20. You want to say that you've spent the afternoon, you've beat off like 12 people to have kind of held on. But it's tough.
Yeah, it is. It's been a very difficult race for everybody now at this stage, and Tokar is atoning for his mistakes now by going back down the inside at the siphon and makes his way through into 20th again. Polgar feels to move over, and now Piatkowski is going to try and make a move into Exmuller as well. Be on the outside, that will be spectacular. He's going to run out of road and room there though. Find himself very quickly out into the curve and maybe the wall as well if he went for that. But this is an entertaining little battle down the field now. Tokar back in front again, but you get the feeling he's going to struggle to pull away from the wall entirely. Polgar engulfed within the middle of it, doesn't know whether to look forwards or backwards at the moment. Piatkowski tried to make a move there, but now Norms has caught up as a result as well. It's a very, very intriguing battle indeed. Although Tokar has pulled a small margin over the course of the last few corners. He's not exactly got away totally though.
One thing you've got to look out for as ever is when you're in these sort of train battles, you've got to look both forward and in your mirrors at the same time. Unfortunately for all of them though, they seem like they've just spread out the tiniest bit, although we are seeing Polgar get closer and closer once again up towards the curva. Tokar is not, I think, the quickest necessarily in this group, but did manage to get back to the lead of it at least, as Vertrick just up ahead of these drivers. Another one to go around at the carousel, manages to get going, but unfortunately will be dropping quite away from Raskin up ahead and is coming slightly closer to the clutches of this battle we've been watching.
And that car, look at the left side or right side really, from the driver's perspective, that car has seen better days. He did reverse, did hit the wall quite hard. You can see the front right headlights absolutely popped right off. There is going to be a lot of damage on that car, so may have to return to pit lane purely to save face and repair the car. But for Vertrick, it has not been a great race. 90th is not what we expect him to be, and it could well alleviate a little bit more pressure for those groupings behind, for Tokar, for Polgar, for Piatkowski and for Norman Norms. It is a great fight, by the way, to agree with what Cam was saying earlier. It's a great little fight in that grouping as various drivers now come into the pit lane. Blankenberg, Yuval Rosen, Mariusz Zabdir all into the pit lane, so the lead switches its way back over to the likes of Andreasen for Chedron, who's got up now into second place. But we are still awaiting the final pit stops from that lead grouping as Sven Mackenberg tries to get past Lino, and that was a little sketchy.
It was, but it always is down at the Stefan Belafes. But I've got to say, my favourite point on the Nordschleife, it's such a fast and enthralling point on the circuit to go driving through. Timo Lino here just up in front ahead of Sven Mackenberg, and he's just going to pull wide and let him through by the looks of things. He knows that Mackenberg is going to the end here. There's no point in fighting. We've seen two extremes in the last 5 minutes, Cam. Battling when you absolutely don't have to, and it was bizarre that they did, and then not battling at all when they maybe could have done it. It wouldn't have been so bad. Yeah,
it is a weird one how that one works, but I mean Timo didn't really need to battle that one to be honest. So we're getting some pit stops. Blankenberg and Zabdir into the pit lane. Was that Rosen as well? Yeah, Rosen coming into the pit lane. So some final pit stops coming the way of some other drivers. Let's see how they come out. Looks like Rosen came out in some clean air. Blankenberg as well. I think he's got some clean air up ahead, and importantly ahead of Marvin Mackenberg in behind as well, who's quite close to him. So definitely some clean air for those guys. And we'll see if this works out again, that the undercut is actually the better strategy. Andreasen might be losing some more time to the leader.
Yeah, obviously we've seen quite a lot of those that have gone for the earlier pit stop, gone for the undercut, so to speak. they've kind of put themselves in a bit of an awkward position when it comes to the fact they've got to overtake them. They've gone out in traffic, and it can be a little problematic. Let's see if Polgar and Piatkovsky, if there's going to be a switch between these two. Piatkovsky to the outside, Polgar to the inside. They're heading up towards Tiergarten, and we've seen plenty of side-by-side through here. The BMW will prevail, and Piatkovsky then 21st at the moment. They've lost out quite a bit, though, to Tokar ahead. Neither of them come into the pit. I thought there might have been a bit of Piatkovsky coming into the pit lane there. I thought he was aiming that way. I was ready for it.
Yeah, I was ready for that as well, but it didn't happen on that occasion. Everybody with a little bit more sense on this occasion. Don't know how Noah Nords has lost so much time actually over the last couple of moments, but he's dropped a few seconds away. Alessandro Botti has made his second and final pit stop and slots right in with them, and this is not going to help him at all because he needs to use the pace that he has on these new tyres with the relatively low fuel that he'll have to the end of the race. Still 6 laps, including the one we're on right now, remaining, but that is going to slow him down quite considerably. Nobody's slowing this man down at the moment, though. Andreasen needs to continue the high pace that he's been going with for quite some time now. If he wants to catch Rosen, he's going to need some of the best laps of his life during his in-laps here over the next few moments.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be 2.4 hours of pushing for Andreasen if he wants to get the victory today. It did get very close between the two. The one benefit that he's going to have is he will have a shorter pit stop, staying out longer, so that is going to gain an extra couple of seconds for sure. It just depends what the pace of Rosen is going to be towards the end of this race. As we come back to Botti getting on the back of Polgar. Botti was basically part of the reason why Norms lost some time on the previous lap. We saw them overtaking on the Dottinger Her in the background of shot when we're looking at Polgar losing a place, and now Polgar might be losing another to Botti, who's trying to make those moves, as you say, just after making that pit stop.
Speaking of needing to make moves post pit stop, here is Yuval Rosen behind Vigneron at the moment. The battle for 5th position, but of course Yuval Rosen has made his pit stops. He is ready to go to the end of the race. He's played his cards brilliantly today. Of course, got pole position and has effectively run away with things. He's looked incredibly strong. And right now he leaves himself in a bit of a difficult position to try and navigate some of the traffic coming down to Callan Hart. That was a little bit of a half-hearted look, but you can kind of think how frustrating this must be when you are the race leader. You know where you are, you know the position you're in, and you can't quite get past some of these, not back markers, because they are for position. But it could just be even more frustrating if that is the case, as look at the amount of curb that he's taken through there. That cannot be intentional.
Yeah, he's trying. Well, it might be. He's trying to make the track as wide as he possibly can because he needs to fit 2 of them around one of these corners so that he can get in front somehow. At the moment, that's not happening. The Mercedes of Vigneron doing Andreasen a world of favours. They're not teammates or anything, or even fellow countrymen, but Vigneron's doing him an absolute huge favour. See if this continues though, because Rosen is going to be close on the run towards Bergwerk and also up towards Kesselsen and the Curver as well. A few moments time, but by the way, it does look like there's been an incident between Botti and Polgar quite possibly further down the track because the yellow flags have been out for a couple of those boys. But let's see, Rosen now might finally find his way through. Vigneron not willing to go all the way in his defence here, but was willing to keep Rosen behind at least for a little bit of time.
Yeah, he didn't want to go over the top with that one, and at the end of the day, Rosen is going to be the quicker driver. He'll be able to pull away from this, and looks like we've got another car, that D'Amico, just up the way. So Vigneron, basically just giving way at the end there. Rosen got through at a nice point. Blackenberg and Lapanik, they're just swapping positions backwards and forwards briefly. They're having a bit of a fight for his currently 7th and 8th position as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of battles up and down. This is what we like to see, and they continue further on as well. We've got Burns here, and he's got a Greta coming around the outside. We saw this just a few seconds ago onto the grass. Greta's going to have to go. This will eventually turn into the inside of a couple of these Kings, and he should have the car length ahead that he needs as Burns drops down into 13th place.
Yeah, we are seeing quite a few overtakes now happening. Like I say, it's been turned up a little bit to 11 around the Nordschleife, around the Green Hell. Lots of drivers showing their prowess when it comes to overtaking, because I will say, I'm very glad that we're not seeing people just leaving it until the Döttinger and then just slipstreaming their way past. We're seeing moves on the Nordschleife. A yellow flag once again comes out for Trick, I think was the causer of that one. Comes in quite quickly as he manages to get himself back going. But of course, having damaged his car not too long ago in the carousel, he's left himself in a fairly difficult position down the order.
Yeah, it has indeed. So that's a shame. But I agree, it's been good to see. There's been a lot of overtaking on the actual Nordschleife and not the Döttinger, which is a good thing. And it's been, of course, for a very interesting race as well. Unfortunately, Grotte may not have been there anyway, as far as I can see, because he's about 40 seconds behind Rosen. And even with that drive-through taken out of the equation, I don't think he would have been up there fighting for the win. He may have been up there for a podium, but not the win, I don't think. Rosen just looks a little bit too quick at this stage in the race for him. But at least he's got the best-looking car on the grid, is Grotte. I can safely say that.
You love that car.
I absolutely do. I did say the other day, didn't I, that I was going off this car.
You're going off it, yeah.
But I've seen it again, and I absolutely love it again, because look at it, it's absolutely wonderful. But I haven't seen it in real life for quite some time, unfortunately. But anyway, a wonderful livery, and he can console himself with having made the best decision of the day in that, at least at the end of the race.
And that's why it's your Discord avatars that you've had for about 4 years now since I've known you.
I
it's
actually
always
think
been the same.
O'Leary looks like that.
Yeah, that's
what he looks like.
He's like. Yeah. I'm sure when we see him on webcams next, that will be the colour that he is.
That is what I saw when I burst into the screen at 11:30.
Yeah, you saw a big green monster. Yeah, I'm sure that is everything that you needed. As Andreasen at the front of the field, coming in for his final pit stop. Churderon as well. Minimi goes to the front, of course, owes us a pit stop, but where is Rosen, and where does he come out in terms of Andreasen?
Well, there are some tight fights on the grid indeed. Sorry, it's just I cannot get out of this little text group. Oh dear, goodness me. We are not a mature group.
Lewis is struggling to hold it together, I can tell you right now. But I'll take over for him, it's fine. Because he absolutely cannot talk at the moment. Rossi has taken over second place as a result of all the pit stops over the last couple of moments. And surely he's going on to a grid very soon. Enzo Filippo finds himself down the inside of Pitkovsky. That was a very nice move into Straumenschranz there. And he's up to 18th place at the moment, so he's done well to climb the order into 18th for the moment for the Frenchman, so that's a good job from him. But yeah, Rosen is looking very, very good now with all the pit stops that have been made. Andreasen quite far behind him, Blankenberg as well. Marvin Mackenberg is nowhere near him either. It's all of a sudden looking very, very good for Rosen after coming under quite a lot of pressure earlier on in the race. He's withstood all of that, and now he's got about 5 seconds to play with in the final 4 laps of this race.
Yeah, he is going to have slightly older tyres, so I wonder how that is going to affect it with still just over 30 minutes left. That should be some sort of differential advantage for Andreasen. He does have a couple of drivers, but they should, of course, be getting in the way of pit stops. So I don't think it's completely out the window. Andreasen's pace has been pretty good, but so has Rosen, and we haven't really seen if Rosen's been pushing 110% or if he's just been keeping it quite calm. So there's definitely potential for a battle here for the race lead in the final parts of this race. But yeah, I don't know how much. We'll just have to wait and see on that one. He's come a little bit further back as we're getting a little bit of a fight here. Hockart, as he's got Pawlikowski in behind him, coming here for 21st place as they come onto the start-finish straight. No pit stops this time around for them.
Yeah, I think I've pulled myself together, by the way, just to clarify. I think realistically when it comes to the race win, I mean, obviously, like Yuva Rosen's got, right? I know obviously he's got a bit of work, obviously minimally ahead, but then I think there is a pit stop due, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, the basics. Yuva Rosen has been the driver today. There is, in my opinion, there has been no doubt, right? Since he got pole position, he walked away, he has been incredibly strong. But there are plenty of fights behind, including this one. Andreasen over the rear end of Vigneron coming up towards Flugplatz, not trying to to push his way through, going through that is an extremely dangerous corner. In fact, actually, in all my years commentating stuff at sim racing and doing bits on the Nordschleife, I don't think I've ever seen an overtake properly into Flugplatz. Navigating of lap traffic and people making mistakes, yes, but an actual overtake, no! Oh my goodness. Wow, that was some quick hands from Andreasen.
You really don't see the amount of sliding that we have done so far today in GT3s very often, but we've been treated to some great car control, a lot of which has been from Andreasen, some of the other Audi drivers as well. Blankenberg's had a few moments, but was another one of them at Schwedenkreuz. A good save, and Vigneron has not held back Andreasen quite as much as he held back Rosen earlier on, and you can tell that it's the final half an hour now here, Cam, and he's pushing to try and close those 5 seconds or so, because, well, I was giving almost Rosen the win earlier, you know, putting one hand on the trophy. It isn't quite over just yet, and there's still a chance for Andreasen to close this gap.
Certainly is, and I think he just actually did, even despite going through some of the traffic, but it's actually just come out again by about another second. So it is going to go ebb and flow, go both ways, but we'll just have to see if Andreasen's got the pace, really. He has no other job than to go absolutely flat out now for the final laps, but of course it is so difficult around here, and we can see he's pushing, he's sliding the rear end, going all the way to the edge of the circuit there. We've seen a number of drivers go off into that bit of grass so far, so it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but he might as well go for it, because at least if he puts the pressure on, Rosen might make a mistake like we've seen quite a few other drivers do this race.
Yeah, I mean, this thing, he's just trying to keep that pressure right on. The problem is that Andreasen's almost in that kind of, he's in that win it or bin it mentality. This car is either going to cross the line in first place, or it's not going to cross the line at all. Just pushing it that little bit too far, pushing it a little bit over the line as, oh, look who's caused the yellow flag. Unfortunately for Enzo Filipao, there have been more issues today. A yellow flag once again caused by Filipao. It's so easy to do though. You know, when you've got into that mindset, when you've dropped it once or twice, it can be so easy to drop it again, especially if you have a bit of damage which you may not have repaired. It's just, you are just struggling your way around the circuit. It's, like I say, it's one that bites, and that can be for various reasons. It can be tyre wear, it can be the car as well. I mean, I've always found the Merc to be a little bit more balanced and easy to drive around here, but still, sometimes that can like bring you into a false sense of security where you feel you can abuse every single curb, but realistically, you obviously can't. Unfortunately for Filipao, we're still inside the top 20, still in a decent spot, and still in this fight as he's trying to get himself past Ornelius and try and work his way up into 17th.
Filippo is crabbing as well, from what I can see.
Yeah,
here.
I'm feeling that as well.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Somewhere, someplace. Well, we'll have a good idea. Oh dear, he certainly is. Right hand, or left, I was going to say right hand up, left hand down here. Yeah, that's quite severe. He's dealing with it quite well though, and you would expect that to be front suspension damage in that respect, because rear suspension damage is really difficult to deal with, because there's no power going to the front wheels. It's not actually that bad, but it's certainly not helping him, and it once again shows what a difficult day Enzo Filippo has had. It's been incident after incident, and unfortunately there's just one more for him to cap off the day with, and now he'll have to drive with suspension damage to the flag now.
Yeah, that's difficult. It's basically turning straight in a right-handed kink. But yeah, that is massively crabbing, so definitely some toe is a bit off on some of the wheels on that car. So you come back to Andreasen. Another car he's got to overtake, D'Amico. It looks like he's losing time, and this is not a place where you want to do that. You'll be losing so much time, and you lose all the momentum into these high-speed corners. And Rosen's just going to be going up the way. Fortunately for him, it's only come out by about another second or so, the gap at least, but he's going to be losing further time. He's almost pushing the Ferrari through as they come up towards the Stefan Bellof S, and he can't quite find a way past. This is really hindering his chances.
Yeah, they say this is kind of doing the race just a little bit for the likes of Andreasen. It was not close enough to send one down the inside of the Klein's carousel. Obviously, he's got to get his way through Galcop. You can tell that Ferrari 488 is struggling ahead of him. And the problem with that is that, well, he's struggling with it. The gap will be growing ever so slightly. Yuval Rosen will be pulling his way just a bit further out ahead. Still, if he gets through now, if he gets through cleanly, there will still be, 3 laps left to go? There is still time. There is still the opportunity, at the very least, to keep the pressure on Yuval Rosen. It does seem as though it is going to be an Audi R8 victory. By the way, when it comes to Audi R8 victories, this shows how bad we are at our jobs. I did get a message earlier on in the race, by the way. The last 2.4 hours of the Nordschleife, you'll never guess what cars won.
Audi.
It's an Audi R8. We are not good at what we do.
No. But
I'll blame Ewan for that one, actually.
To be fair, even if I'd have seen that, I would have gone, they're not going to do it again, surely. Because I didn't think they'd be able to do it once in an Audi, but clearly they're probably going to do it twice. Well, we're really likely to, in fact, because there's likely going to be an Audi lockout of the podium, I would argue. Unless Guillaume Vigneron has got anything to say about it. I don't think he does, though. Over the course of the final 4 laps, which we're about to go on to, even Marvin Mackenberg hasn't been able to get onto there, despite going for a one-stop strategy today. It does make you wonder where Sven Mackenberg would have been at this stage, but even so, I don't think he would have been winning this race by any means. There he is, more than a minute back at this stage. But yeah, clearly the Audi has been good enough, and not only good enough in terms of fast enough, because any car can have qualifying pace, but it's about race pace. And I didn't think the Audi was going to have that, especially compared to the Mercedes of Filippo. But actually, it's been the opposite way around. Filippo has been the one who hasn't been able to hang on to the car, hang on to that Mercedes, and stay up there with the Audis. And it's been the Audis who have been, not making mistakes all day long. Especially Rosen. I can't really remember him doing anything wrong so far today.
Yeah, he's just been in control. But the good thing is, when you have those extra couple of tenths, you can almost back off that little bit as well to keep within your own personal limits. So he's definitely been in complete control. He's got about 7-second gap now to Andreasen. So that has gone up. It's only gone up by about 2 seconds or so from when we first saw it after the pit stop. But yeah, I don't know, in those 3 laps, is he going to be able to bring that back? We'll certainly have to wait and find out. But I do think he's going to have enough left in the tank to turn up. And in fact, on the last lap, he did a 12.7, which is only 2 tenths off the fastest lap of the race, which ironically, or unironically I should say, was set by himself. So he's doing pretty much his fastest pace possible, and just taking that, you would assume, is the end of the race.
Yeah, I like to say, absolutely flying at the moment. Got to say, by the way, how many laps are left in this race? Is it going to be 3 or is it actually going to be 4?
It will be 4. It will be 4. I think Rosen came over the line with about 26 minutes remaining, which means he would have to do, 8-minute 40 lap times or something to prevent from going 1 lap longer. So it will be, yes, it will be 4
It's
more laps.
the 18 laps that we're expecting, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I was trying to work out if we were going for an extra lap, but no. I can maths, don't worry. So yes, we're still going for the projected 18 laps of racing. And like I say, I think Rosen has been the driver to beat. And I will say, Andreasen's kept with him really, really well. I mean, any day where you can kind of keep up with the driver that's doing what Yuval Rosen is doing right now, you should give yourself a pat on the back. I just don't think there's enough in the tank for Andreasen to quite get to Rosen unless Rosen makes a mistake. And as much as we'll say, there's only 4 laps left to go, these are still 4 of the hardest laps, so there's potential.
Yeah, can't give him the win just yet. Gap only 6 seconds. It's going to be an absolute chase between them. With 4 laps to go as well, you can say that, that he only has to gain about 1.5 seconds a lap, and around a circuit as long as this one. And there really is still plenty of chances. Vigneron might well get overtaken by Blankenberg very soon, even on the road, before the final pit stops are made. So that could be one to watch as well. But yeah, you're right, Andreasen has driven really well, especially as well when you consider the fact that he drove in the DTM race earlier on in the day as well. And speaking earlier on about how different those cars are to GT3s, but it really is true for Andreasen to adapt from that sort of almost early 90s road-going machinery, which the DTM cars look like anyway, and they somewhat behave like as well. These modern-day pure race cars, which the GT3s are, with the ABS and traction control as well, it's a very, very different prospect, and for him to jump from those two categories so seamlessly is pretty impressive.
And also the fact of more driving in one night, because there was quite a long qualifying session before the race, which was best part of half an hour as well. So there's a whole hour of driving in a completely different car. The car itself was also almost a minute a lap slower, so it is quite a bit different from that perspective as well, with your reference points and your speed, the sort of muscle memory of coming into the corners. So he's obviously done some practice to get up to speed in both cars, which is good to see. And it's also good, and it's quite nice that you're able to actually participate in multiple of the races that we do in the same evening, which is great to see that some of the drivers from the community are getting involved in all of that. And if Andreasen can just secure this podium at least, I think he'll be very, very pleased with that. Of course, got held up a little bit in that battle earlier at the front with Blankenberg and who else was it? It was Filippo at the beginning. There was the three of them fighting for that second place, and maybe without that time loss, he'd be even closer to Rosen.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, to be fair, I kind of want to get people's opinions in chat, and obviously us in the booth as well, and what we kind of think about, like, if because obviously we've done the 2.4-hour races, fine. We've obviously done the RaceRoom Rank Championship, which is fun. We do like multiple races in the same track, doing different events. We go through. We've not merging of the twos. Now I know, obviously, for Captain Coffee, Chris Doe, obviously the person bringing the broadcast to you, it's a really long day. But I will say, I actually quite like the idea that we've got this. We've got the support race, we've got the build-up to it. Of course, I like the fact that we can see multiple drivers. I do kind of prefer the idea where we see more variety between who's doing what, but to be fair, there's been plenty of variety. It's been the minority that have done two of the races, or two of the three races, or even all three. It is in the minority. But it is a long day. You have to really love the Nordschleife or hate yourself, one of the two, to really be able to get through that, because it is a lot of driving, as Enzo Filippo sent one to the inside. Yeah,
so Bergwerk, and you'd expect him to be able to get through on Ornelas as well because of the pace that he's shown so far today, but it's not going to be as easy as that. He'll have to make the move up towards the Mutkirche. Bru Kesselchen, they'll come now. And it should be the move for Filippo. Here he goes on the outside line. And can he get alongside? This is made especially precarious because of his suspension situation, but he's going for it anyway, looking every which way, and can't go through. This is making me very nervous, though. He's faster through the Mutkirche. Now we'll get to the outside on the run up towards this next right-hander at Klostertal. He'll make his way round the outside as well. Very, very impressive from Enzo Filippo, who would be commended for that if he had all of his bits on his car, but he doesn't even have that, and he's still making a move that impressively. That was very good indeed.
I'm surprised he's got the speed and the confidence in the car to be driving the way that he has in the last few minutes and making an overtake like that. The car just will handle completely different, and it'll go loose at certain points. He'll feel very tight at others. It'll just be all over the place to drive, and you have to really get some laps to hold on to that, as we're getting a bit of a battle towards the front here. That actually is not really, because Vigneron owes us a pit stop, but Blankenberg is going to be getting past down the Dottinger all the way around the outside. It's going to be. And Vigneron still on that one stop as it stands. Blankenberg retakes his position on the podium, and to make it an Audi 1-2-3.
Yeah, locking out those top three positions, as we were kind of seeing earlier on. It wasn't the case from the very start of the race, from the qualifying session, but it ended up going to a 1-2-3 for Audi, as Vigneron does indeed come into the pit lane. Unfortunately for the non-Audi drivers, while some of the cars might have been plenty pacey enough, from a realistic point of view, the pace, the issues have been there for a lot of the other ones, including this driver here, Marvin Mackerberg. Now that is what I call a big green monster, is Marvin Mackerberg trying to get past Mariusz Zabdir. Also got Chedron behind. This is not the first time in this race that we have seen Zabdir and Chedron either side of someone else. Whoa, my goodness me, that was quite the send from Chedron.
was. And once again, a characteristic of this first chicane, when you do that, you really don't have a chance because of the way that it cuts back so sharply at the second part. What we did see in that opening battle earlier on, though, that you were sort of lightly referring to there, was Shudderon really uninterested in getting involved in a big train like this. I just wonder, now that we're an hour and a half further down the line, whether he will be more willing to get involved in this kind of fight, because he really didn't earlier. Now he will go down the inside, though. Marvin Mackenberg swings wide. He does not want anything to do with it, really, and Shudderon is up to 5th place without too much problem in the end, really.
Yeah, that was nice, and he has very much enjoyed this race. He's slowly worked his way up, starting of course a little bit further down, and just picked off those places, taken advantage of some mistakes and some strategy strategy issues for some other people, and is now into that top 5. Only 35 seconds off the race lead as well. He's got Zabdir not too far up the road. This could turn out to be a very nice day for the German.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you get an even racing around the Nordschleife. It's always a nice day, right? But obviously getting a decent result on it, that is the big one. I think there has been more switches. I think Tokar and Piatkovsky are both in pit lane, so the pair of those are dropping down the order of their final stop. With 3 laps left to go, plenty of time left, of course, for varying moves. But this is the point where some teams and drivers, it's kind of like the dangerous thing, right? Is that for some drivers on this, if the race had been done to your pace, you would have only done 17 laps. Because there's someone fast in front of the field, you end up going a lap further than potentially some of you would have expected. And this is intensely problematic, because this is where you start to lose the kind of, have I got enough fuel in the car? Have I strategized myself well enough? That's where you get into to proper problem town.
Proper problem town.
Proper problem town. Say that 5 times fast.
Exactly. Well, I won't, but yeah, it's difficult. It is going to be one of those stages of the race. So we are reaching lap 16 now. The final pit stop of the race will be made at the end of this one, and it will be this driver here, Bernd, who will come into the pit lane very soon. Minami will get through, as will Luca D'Amico, but will they battle between themselves? I reckon they might do.
Oh my goodness.
Blankenberg in the wall, and that's heavy damage on the Audi as well. So Adnar Forst was trying to close down on the top 2, I guess, but that was a forlorn hope, and now he's going to struggle to hang on to his podium.
That is such a shame, because that's a solid result, and with a couple of laps to go, is he going to be able to hold on to that 15-second gap? We'll have to see just what sort of downforce is on that front end. He's got no front splitter or anything. There might be quite a lot of understeer in that car, which will also then overheat the front tyres, and that might further his problems in his last couple of laps. So that's really just his goal now, is keeping on the road to hold off from Zabdi. I don't know if there's any point in him pitting. Oh no, he doesn't have the grip. He's slow through miss hit miss. This might end up going a bit south.
He's got to pit. Sadly enough, he is going to have to return to the pit lane. With the damage on, with the length of time it's going to take him to get around, he might well end up losing a top 10. You can see that this car does not have the grip. It's kind of counter to the damage that we've seen from the likes of Philip Hell and that, where, yes, sure, there's a lot of damage on the car, it's crowded. There still seems to be decent amounts of pace. Unfortunately, that is just simply not the case, as Mariusz Zabdir and Chedron now battle out over 4th position. But this will become the final spot on the podium. Oh my goodness me, that was a proper send around the outside from Chedron. I have never seen that in all my years. That is fantastic.
That was really close between them as well, and partly because they know that a podium's on the line now. This could be the fight for 3rd place between the two of them. Shudron with a really nice move. He's been hanging back all day. I think, in my opinion, he's been a bit timid really all day long, but clearly he was just waiting for the right moment to strike, waiting for the important moments at the end. He's played this race magnificently if this carries on forward, because he might even have the opportunity to overhaul Zabdir here for a podium. It's not going to be over just yet, though, as the pole begins to come back at him. He'll stay in the middle of the road, will Chudron, but Zabdir will get to the inside for the Mook curve. It'll be side by side. He'll have to go up the curb. It'll be not quite far enough alongside. He'll have to stay behind for the moment, but Chudron with a wonderful move, and so far a good defence as well.
And that might be a podium move effectively, as his fellow countryman Blankenberg up the road, of course struggling, we believe might have to come into the pit lane for those damage repairs, or if he stays out he might be far too slow. They've already caught about 3 seconds or so just in this second sector of the track. So as we come up through some of the faster sections, Blankenberg's going to be struggling even more, and that could be a big move from Chedron, who has made so many positions this race, and it's all really going his way with just 11.5 minutes left.
I mean, like I say, brilliant. That is a top tier move from Chedron to put himself into podium contention. Of course, we can't guarantee it just yet. We never really know if maybe Blankenberg won't come into the pit lane. Maybe he's confident enough to say, do you know what? Let's go for it. Let's stay out on the race circuit. Let's see if I can at least get some feeling in the car. He'll already know if he's coming in the pit lane or not, right? There's not any judgment on it. I think the answer is yes. You surely have to come into the pit lane. But then, you know, how much time are you going to lose coming into the pit lane? You're going to lose probably well over a minute. Are you really going to lose a minute from staying out? So is the car 30 seconds a lap slower?
And I would argue no. Well, even if so, I would argue, what have you got to lose by staying out here? Because, what's the point? I would just go for it and stay out here if it was me. He's not actually lost that much time compared to those in that fight for 4th place. Now, I know they were fighting, and so that might well have just reduced the margin at which they've caught this Audi, and I think they will still get there. But even so, they've not caught him so quickly, and I think he can hang on to possibly a podium, probably a top 5, definitely a top 10. But if he pits, then all of those positions are gone. So I think Blankenberg absolutely has to make sure he stays out here. But let's see if he does, as he'll make his way down the back straight and towards the end of another lap to start lap 17 in the penultimate lap of this race.
Yeah, I reckon looking how close 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th are down to Grota, I reckon he can stay in front of them at least, you're right. So he should be good for a top or P7 at worst. So it might actually, work out not so bad for Blankenberg. So hopefully for his sake, he doesn't go into the pits. He is just coming through the down the Bilstein Bridge and coming up towards the pit entry in towards Tiergarten now. Is the pink machine going to go to the right-hand side and come in? No, he's going to stay out. He's going to try it and stay to the end of the race.
I do agree. I think that it is the right call. You know, you never know what's happening behind, as we have 2 big green monsters going wheel to wheel. Marvin Mackenberg versus Christian Grota. And we'll see if Ewan O'Leary's favourite livery of all time can make its way through. Christian Grotta's got a lot of weight, representing that.
Of course he can make his way through. He's in that car. So he'll find it easy. We'll see, though, not in towards turn 1. There may well be a move out of turn 2, though, for Zabdir, who's really close behind his fellow Corvette and is looking at turn 3. There we go. Oh, brakes early again. They've got to sort of stop fighting each other, though, because they are going to get caught by Mackenberg and Grota, and they might not catch Blankenberg as well, so they do have to be a bit careful of this kind of battling as Bernd makes the final pit stop of the day. That means we're all in the order that is going to remain to be the case until the end. Apart from these on-track battles, Zabdir looks to the outside again. Chudron stays in front again, but Zabdir gets a better exit. Tries to get alongside for the Schumacher S, but won't, and will stay single file through here.
I didn't think Zabdir was going to be able to hold on to Chudron when he came past, but it does seem we have a battle on our hands, and that is, pretty nice. Maybe Zabdir's just been holding something behind, but to be fair, he's looked racy, he's looked aggressive all evening long, and with just a couple of laps to go, he's not going to want to give up the opportunity for that 4th place. Zabdir himself has already made up a position. Chudron up 3, so it's looking good for both of these drivers, but which of the Callaways is going to come out on top? We'll just have to wait a few more kilometres to find out, but that's a little bit slow there. Zabdir's going to catch up once again, but not enough to make a move.
And again, as much as we've said about is Blankenberg losing 30 seconds a lap, to lose a minute or whatever, which is what he'd lose if he came into the pit lane to repair the damage. The real question is how much is he losing to these two? He only needs to lose 5 seconds a lap to be caught by them, and I think that is very much on the cards. Blankenberg at the moment hanging on to that final spot on the podium, being chased down by Chedron and Zabdir as there's a switch further behind. That one between Hocker and O'Neillis, that one for 14th as well as Enzo Filipao coming into the pit lane for about the 3,500th time today. I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, he's had pace for a top 5 at very least, but has had pit stops for days, unfortunately. This is his 4th one, and that's the most that anybody's made today, unfortunately. So he's down outside the top 20 now. Even Tucker will just get ahead of him. That was big commitment, though, from Zabdir through Flugplatz, and Schöderon is going to have his hands full in towards Schreidenkreuz here. Up, down, and then up the hill again, and then down, and then towards the left-hander. Zabdir looks to the outside. He won't be able to go around there. Schöderon makes absolutely sure of it as well. Shuts the door. They'll run back downhill again now and stream through these 4 corners, which you really don't have to think about too much. And then up towards Adenauer Forst. They're really not making that many inroads into Blankenberg, though. I'm not so sure they'll be able to get there.
Yeah, 10 seconds, so they have caught about, 6 or so, 7 seconds, so it is going to be close. I do reckon it's going to be close, but with these fighting between themselves, they're going to be losing some time. Zabdir there, sliding the rear of the car, losing about 4 or 5 car lengths, and that is going to be that battle, stopping for at least the next part as they come up through Metzgersfeld, and the very tighter, narrower part of the track. So this is where Zabdir needs to close up once again to try and get a run, probably up towards the Curva. But these two definitely pushing, and they're definitely trying to force each other into mistakes. We've got the Green Monsters going at it again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, between all of these lot, if they're not going to make a move, now, whatever, or even, stay close, even if they've dropped off the rear end, the slipstream will be enough on the exit from Bergwerk all the way up towards, Curva and that sort of section up towards Costa Town. It'll be absolutely fine. The slipstream will pull you along and drag you back up to that car ahead. So it's not too much of a big deal to leave yourself in that race. Was easy to say and hard to do. It's more important though, rather than throwing every single little bit at the lap, you're just focused on keeping the lap clean. Literally what we've been talking about, survival of the fittest, keep it on the road, don't make any single mistakes. And to be fair, there's quite a lot of drivers in this group. I don't know how many mistakes they've made, but I don't think it's many. I don't think Andreassen's made too many mistakes. Blankenberg obviously made one in the very recent past. Chedron and Zabdir have been fairly flawless. They just haven't qualified quite well. Hugo Rosen has been just completely perfect from start to finish as he continues to pull away for the racing. It just trickled over 10 seconds. There's going to be any move here and any move ahead at the moment. I've got to say, Christian Grotter's pretty close.
It's really settled for the race lead, I would argue, at this stage now, with nearly 10 seconds between 1 and 2. But 4th place, though, in 6th. The battles are very much on. Grotter is close to Mackenberg. He will look to the outside line of the mud curve now. We'll have a shorter line for this bit, but it's the outside for the all-important left-hander, and he will not go for it. Well, he half-committed, and then found himself very far on the outside line there, and drops back just a few attempts away in that 7th position. It was the first of many attempts he'd imagined from Grotter, but he just couldn't get through there, and it's always difficult to in that corner, especially when you're forced on the outside as he was on that occasion.
Yeah, that is not the place to overtake, is the outside of the curve. The inside, yes, but not the outside. You naturally get pushed out wide anyway with the sort of the natural racing line there. So to have a car on the inside, you always have to back out of it. Unfortunately for Grotti, he managed to get out of it enough to not clip the grass and then go for a spin. But even with losing a bit of time, he's caught straight back up. Mackenberg is really slowing down now, as you would expect on this strategy of his. As Grotter there, getting closer once again, pushing him almost as we come down the hill, trying to find a way past. So difficult at this part of the track, but as ever, if you get any sort of an opportunity, you will bet your bottom dollar he'll be sliding it down the inside.
Yeah, there's got to be some opportunity left to go. I mean, obviously, yes, we know the Duttinger. The problem is with the big power of that big bad Bentley, it's plenty to keep that Porsche at bay on the Duttinger. Yes, the slipstream will get involved, but even if Grotter gets through, he will surely repass on the run into T1. And then obviously it comes down to that final lap. Basically, it's a tactical game at the moment. Yellow flag out once again as it's Chrisel in for a bit of a spin in that final sector. Seen a couple of those. Norm's also had an issue fairly recently. As, like you say, Christian Grote, a couple of snaps of oversteer over the top. As here he comes, Yuval Rosen to start the final lap of the race. And at the moment, it seems as though he's going to win by a country mile. It's just, again, it's been a truly brilliant run. It's, I don't know, like, how better to put it. It's a very esports format. So when we see these kind of level of racing, whether it's in the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship, DTM Esports Championship, of course, here on RaceRoom, or WTCR, or even the Rank Championships, it's on par with like the very best from those. It's just pure domination from start to finish.
We do often see this actually in the 2.4 hour races. Somebody gets to the front and is unchallenged to the end. We've seen the opposite on occasion as well. Some really great races right to the very end. And I thought Rosen was going to be challenged a little bit more heavily from Andreasen and Blankenberg and Filippo as well, but that's not happened on this occasion. The challenges have been from those a bit further back. Grote and Marvin Mackenberg going side by side under the Bilstone Bridge, but look at the straight line speed of the Porsche, or lack of it thereof. Just doesn't have the legs to get alongside the Bentley, and this is what Grote is finding very, very difficult, is that he doesn't actually know where he can get through here with that lack of straight line speed. And even if he does go through, is he just going to be overtaken on the back straight of the very last lap anyway?
Well, let's see how it works out, though, coming down towards the first corner. As some say, the best overtaking opportunities on the track because of how hard the braking zone is. To the outside, though, Grote goes. Is he going to be all the way around the outside? No, he's going to get a bit of a switch back here. He's going to do the wider line there to try and get the line, but he didn't quite make it work. Mackenberg holds on for one of the better opportunities on the lap, but now coming down towards turns 3 and 4. Is it going to be any sort of a move for Grote? He's looking, he's wiggling over the road, but he can't find a way past just yet.
Yeah, the timer, by the way, has hit 0, so this is absolutely it. We knew it was going to be anyway. But with that timer hitting 0, everyone has one more lap left to do in the Nürburgring 2.4H here on RaceRoom. Big defensive line being taken by Marvin Mackenberg as he's trying to desperately hang on to 6th position. Big snaps of oversteer as well from Christian Grote as we leave Dunlop up towards the Schumacher S. These two are leaving absolutely nothing on the table.
They're really not, especially Grote, who kind of loses in again. Oh, and brakes really late this time. Mackenberg far more considered on the brakes. Grote, I thought it was too late, and it was. It looked really, really late. In the end, just too late for Grote. That's exactly the kind of thing that he has to go and try at the moment if he wants to make this smooth stick. He hasn't been able to do it on the Grand Prix circuit for the final time. He's going to have to find somewhere through on the Nordschleife through this very last lap, and that is going to be a very big challenge indeed.
Yeah, this is now coming down to the final corner, probably, in, what's that going to be, about 18 kilometres time, something like that, 16 kilometres. When we get to that, a lot of track is in front of them, though, at this point of the lap. He's so much faster. I bet you if he gets past now, as it goes all over the grass, but I bet if he gets past now, he'll be 3-4 seconds up the road very, very quickly indeed. But as ever, you have to find a way past. Slide in the rear once again as you come to the end of this first sequence of the track, and the next straight is coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the big straights, that's the kind of problem. We'll see if that Bentley pulls away, particularly on the exit of Flugplatz down towards Schwedenkreuz. But I think the Porsche of Christian Grote will be so much faster through Schwedenkreuz. Potentially the move might come up towards the likes of Ardenau Ford. You're absolutely right, he cannot leave this until the Dutting Hoa. He's going to have much of a choice now.
No, I don't think so. Grote is leaving it all on the line here, but unfortunately has left some grass behind or whatever. At this point, it's lost quite a bit of time there, and he will do well to close that back in. As Cam said, I think he'll close it back in very, very quickly, and if he was to get through, be a few seconds up the road. But it's so difficult to pass around here. It's a lot different compared to catching. Meanwhile, up in that battle for third place, by the way, Schöneron has gotten away from Zabdir, and as a result of those two getting their heads down, they've actually been able to catch Blankenberg a lot quicker. I'm not so sure that Audi will finish on the podium anymore.
Yeah, it's getting very, very tight. Oh, the Ferrari in the background there. That's a car a bit further down, but certainly sliding as they're all pushing towards the end. Cherdron, though, is getting close, and there is that Ferrari in his sights. It's now down to, what's that, about 2.5 seconds between the pair of them. He is going to catch, I am sure of it. But as we saw with Grota, even if you're miles faster, it's a different thing as ever to do the overtake. Is all on the grass there for Blankenberg. Down the inside goes Cherdron. Is now a 1v1 battle, and it's now down to 2 seconds, another half a second gone. It's certainly getting very tense for Blankenberg if he wants to hold on to the podium.
Yeah, of course, the big thing there is to how much straight line speed does Blankenberg have at the moment? Has he lost a fair amount of that straight line speed? I mean, here's one place to really find out and see. So they're leading onto it with about 2.5 seconds. Oh, as Christian Grota, it doesn't matter how pretty the car is, when it's in the barrier, it certainly isn't pretty.
No, and Minami's oh dear, he can't get going again either here. Might even lose out to Vigneron. Here he comes, Frenchman, and won't quite get through, but there'll be damage on that Porsche, as you can see, and so maybe that'll be the fight now. I think Marvin Mackenberg was involved, though, because you can see Mackenberg is now 1:07 behind Rosen. I don't think that gap was quite so big beforehand, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Mackenberg's innocent and Grota just went off on his own, but the way that the Porsche man was driving there, it's hardly surprising that he's just stepped over the limit, because he was really dancing on it for quite some time.
Yeah, you might be right now. I wonder if a little thing happened between the pair of them. Zabdir up ahead. He's caused some yellow flags as well. Is Mackenberg? Oh, he might be able to. Zabdir's had a big crash. Is that at the Mook Curve section of track? Maybe. It's certainly a higher speed part. And that is being, I wonder if that was involved with Cherdron at all. Actually, maybe not, because he was a couple of seconds behind. That could be all on his own. All these drivers there pushing to the end of this race. And unfortunately, the mistakes are starting to happen. But is a mistake going to come the way of Blankenberg, or can he hold on?
Yeah, he's got all that pressure on his shoulders, like I say. It's come from behind that. But I actually get the feeling that Blankenberg has this at the moment, has the position, has the track position, just needs to nail the final sector. The issue for him will come with how hard if Cherdron gets closer, how hard does he wrestle Galgenkopf? Does he throw it at it as if it doesn't matter? Because if he bounces off the wall, he's going to finish in fourth anyway. If he doesn't nail it, he's going to finish in fourth anyway. So you might as well just give it one good go to try and finish in third. All he's doing now is he's going to wrestle the section as hard as he can to try and make sure that gap isn't under a second going out onto the Duttinger Hoa. If it is, sadly, I think his chances of finishing on the podium go up with it.
Possibly. And even if Cherdron isn't through by that point, I think he could well get through. So it's going to be a really close one. It's been a good chase, though, from Cherdron, and he might well get his reward as a result. And I've found as well that towards the latter portion of the lap is really where Blankenberg loses time, because through Flatsgarten, down the hill here, and towards the Stefan Belafes, through Straubenstraat as well, that's where you're really at high speed. The aerodynamic downforce just isn't there. He's all over the curb, and he's not going at the pace he was previously, certainly not going at the pace of Cherdron either.
This is going to be all down to the top speed that Lewis is mentioning. Oh, he's going too wide there as well. And through the mini carousel for the final time, it's set up for a straight 1v1 match down the Dottinger Hoa. Who has enough top speed? Is there going to be any braking necessary, or can that Audi hold on? Blankenberg just has one more corner to find out.
Yeah, certainly so. As we head on to the Duttinger Hoa, here comes our race leader across the line.
It is going to be the Audi of Rosen, who comes over the line more than 10 seconds in front of the rest. The Nürburgring 2.4H goes to him. It'll be Henrik Andreasen who will come across the line in second. It'll be 8 seconds at the end. And here's the fight for third place as well. Blankenberg tries to hold on to Cherdron, who's just in behind at the moment. Under the Bilstein Bridge they're going to go. I'm not sure whether Cherdron's going to do this, but he has to throw everything at it towards the end. Side by side between them. Oh, very close. Blankenberg gives it everything. He'll jam it down the inside at the final turn. He can barely turn himself, but he's done it. A fantastic defence from Blankenberg to hold on against Cherdron. They'll go over the line absolutely side by side, very nearly. What a defence that was from Blankenberg, who holds on for a very deserved podium.
amazing fight between the two Germans as Zabdir now comes out of the final corner, and despite having a few issues himself, he will get a 5th place, which I assume he's going to be very happy with, battling up towards the top all throughout the race. Mackenberg in 6th on that one-stop strategy, seemingly making it work minimally in 7th place. And now Grote, who's had all sorts of issues, he's been around, been through the pit lane more times than he would have wanted, but he will come across the line in 8th place.
Again, yeah, it's a bit of a shame for Christian Grote to have lost a little bit late there, but hey, do you know what? Put on a decent show, put on a decent effort, comes out across the line ahead of Vigneron and D'Amico, as we'll just have to wait for everyone else across the line. What could have been for Sven Mackenberg? Obviously, early issues, early doors. I don't know if victory was on the cards, but certainly he was the highest placed Bentley, the highest placed driver that could have potentially one-stopped. Ends up down in 11th position. There is certainly more in it for him.
Absolutely. We're just getting a replay ourselves, by the way, to see what happened to Grote. It was indeed contact with Marvin Mackenberg, but Mackenberg, I would argue, not to blame. The Porsche, the only one you could really look at as a cause for that incident, unfortunately. So yeah, that puts that one to rest. But Grote 8th place, the Vigneron and D'Amico, who was inside the top 10, and now we'll see the slow train of cars coming over the line in the lower positions. Enzo Filippo in 18th place. One to talk about here, Cam, because it's very much a case of what could have been here today.
Yeah, look at that red number in the middle of that tower. Minus 16 places and crabbing all the way up the hill towards the final chicane. Certainly not the way the Frenchman would have wanted his race. He went around a couple of times, for instance, alone at the carousel. Went off a number of other times. I believe he had a penalty, a drive-through penalty somewhere in that as well. Still have made some amazing moves around the outside, for instance, but unfortunately it's going to be 18th place, and he'll be definitely disappointed with that, but at least he's made it to the end and he pushed through all of the troubles that he had. He didn't give up, and he is at least getting to the end of 2.4 hours, which is a very difficult feat in itself.
I would have Alt F4'd a long time ago.
Yeah.
Major respect to Enzo Filippo to come across the line at 18th, the driver who definitely came into this with expectations of maybe jumping onto the top step of the podium. Has had the pace, but has not had the consistency, has not had the issue-free race required to pull off such a feat like what Yuval Rosen has done. We've got a few more left across the line. Rasquin will be the next one to have done so. And you can see on the track there are a couple more left to go before the race comes officially to a close. But lads, what have we thought of Yuval Rosen's drive? He's been absolutely incredible. Is that driver of the day? Surely it has to be.
Well, yeah, I never liked...
yeah, I know.
I never like doing the race winner as the driver of the day because it just seems kind of boring.
Who is it then?
Well, exactly. That's the problem I've got. Who else can it be?
Mackenberg.
Andreas.
Maybe.
I know it's boring. It's boring. Oh yeah, who didn't win? Who's second?
I don't know. You could go for highest place gained as well. Piatkowski's gained 9. I don't know.
You're turning into the F1 game now.
Yes. I bet they still do that on the new one.
Oh,
as well,
they absolutely do.
Even though I've not experienced it myself, but yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to look past Rosen, isn't it? Because got into the pole position, he got into the lead, as you said earlier on. Needed to get the lead in the opening moments, and then push on in that position, and yeah, he did exactly that and won the race fairly comfortably in the end. So yeah, you've got to take your hat off to him for that. Do
you know who it really is though? Churdron. After some of the moves that he's put on, it has to be. I know obviously Blankenberg's defence at the end there, fair enough, but some of Churdron's moves, particularly that one. I can't remember what the corner was. That's what yeah, it was X-Miller. Absolutely incredible move.
I agree. I would definitely say he was probably a standout driver, making up some important positions as well. So a good job for multiple of these drivers. I would still like to give a shout to Mackenberg though on that one stop, and realistically not actually being that far off the lead. So if he was able to qualify a little bit higher, maybe that could have actually been working out. So definitely a bit of a shout, and that just shows you how these 2.4-hour races are so interesting compared to just a standard 2-hour race, for instance. So definitely congratulations to drivers for giving us a very entertaining race today.
Well, here is your podium. Yuval Rosen taking that victory ahead of Henrik Andreasen and, of course, Colin Blankenberg, meaning it is all Audis on the podium after a difficult 2.4 hours of racing. For everyone watching at home, I do hope, by the way, the next time we do one of these special events that you come along and join us, whether it's in the main race, maybe we'll do some more support races, but obviously there's a lot more to go and do on racing when it comes to free access and stuff. We've kind of spoken about it a little bit, but between June 18th and the 25th, so from tomorrow, for a week, free access, over 200 cars, over 50 circuits on RaceRoom. If you don't know how to get on RaceRoom, go and check it out on Steam. Open up Steam and then download it. It's a free download to do so. And hey, maybe you'll play some things and think, I quite like this, I'd like to give it a go. And maybe if you want to stay around for a bit longer, there will also be the summer sale, up to 50% off a whole multitude of products across the store as well. So if you're not just wanting to stay around for the 1 week, you want to stay around for the long haul, there is plenty of racing to have done so. And hey, maybe you'll get into a race where you'll get commentated on by one of us three and generally laughed at, because we're very unprofessional in the commentary booth. So here's a look then at the results. Rosen, Andreasen, Blankenberg, Chedron and Zabdir inside the top 5, with Marvin Mackenberg minimally, by the way, getting into 7th position. That's a bit of a shout out as well. Grutter, then Vigneron, then D'Amico inside the top 10. The rest of the finishers will cycle their way through, but we'll touch on it very quickly then here at the end. Lads, positives, negatives, we enjoyed the day so far?
Yeah, it's so far.
So far, we're doing another 3 races after this.
No, we're not. But yeah, no, it's been a good race. I enjoyed especially the midpoint of the race where all the strategies were unfolding and whatever. Unfortunately, it didn't quite materialise to the race we were hoping for, especially for the win. Rosen in the end just ran away with it a little bit, but no, it was a good race, and once again, this one providing so many different ways of going about it that it does keep you watching right to the end.
And of course, you can't forget the support races that we had this time around as well. A good addition to these special events that we have. So hopefully that continues in the future. It's great participation, some great other content that is available on RaceRoom as well. So do get yourselves involved the next time we have one of these standout events for the year.
Yeah, well, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you as well to the RaceRoom commentary team. Got a bit of a group going on now. Obviously, Darragh Thacker and Zach Sweeney over in the 2 support races. From myself, Liz McGlade, from Ewan O'Leary, and from Cameron Roger, and of course behind the scenes, bringing you all of the pictures. It's of course Chris there. It's Captain Coffee to bring us this entire broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us here to the 2.4 hours of the Nürburgring here on RaceRoom. It won't be long before you're seeing us once more in the near future, I have absolutely no doubt, and maybe you too will want to join us on the racetrack. Until then though, thank you so much for joining us, and get on that free access. Definitely do so. You might fall in love with some of these cars, and hey, maybe you might make a friend or two along the way. Probably not us though. Anyway, moving on. Thank you so much. Until next time.
Do you also feel the same as this car enthusiast? He's reached his vehicle dream, but suddenly the original black wheels seem a bit boring. A colourful detail would add a lot more pep, and a little eye-catcher to match the paint would make the car perfect. Customization options don't only transform the wheel to visually match the vehicle, but also provides one-of-a-kind look on the road. The wheel color, rim protectors, center caps, valve caps, and even the wheel bolts can be configured and designed individually using style components of the new BBS Unlimited wheel system. And here's how it works. The BBS Unlimited base wheels are available in a total of 8 different colors, whether it be a glossy, satin, or polished finish, or from a deep indigo blue to racing gold to a rich bronze. Rim protectors are a colourful detail to visually enhance the wheel, while preventing damage from curb contact. In addition, the rim protectors can easily and quickly be replaced and renewed at any time. In total, 6 different designs are available. The center cap completes the wheel. So how cool would it be if it could also be customized? BBS Unlimited Style makes this possible. It's available in 56mm and 70.6mm diameters and can be applied in a variety of ways with the BBS logo. The center cap is available in 2D or 3D embossing, as well as in several color variations. And with the 3D rotation cover, the BBS logo remains visible to everyone, even when the car is in high gear. The valve caps complement the wheel in 6 different colors. This gives the individual wheel an even more coherent look. You can even choose the wheel bolt in the last step to match the wheel. Available in black, silver, and even titanium. With the help of the BBS Unlimited Style components, you're able to create a work of art out of a conventional wheel, according to your own wishes and ideas. Just take a look at our configurator, and after a few clicks you can already start designing the perfect wheel for your vehicle. Do you have any questions about customization? Then contact the wheel expert now.